It was a strange life, an even stranger death. Michael Jackson was a mass of contradictions. Charismatic, hugely talented, eccentric, and downright weird. He was a blazing success and a tragic failure, an ageing Peter Pan who refused to grow up. And now he's gone, but the public fascination lives on, and once again, Michael Jackson is the biggest celebrity on earth. Here's Liz Hayes from the Jackson Mansion in Los Angeles.
Well, it's been an extraordinary few days here in Los Angeles. This is the city where entertainment is a way of life and celebrity is king. But even here, Michael Jackson was in a league of his own. Not just because of his talent and fame, but because of the intense scrutiny his bizarre lifestyle invited. There has been shock and sadness at his death, but from fans and critics alike, you get the sense of an inevitability about all of this, that the Michael Jackson story was never going to end well.
We have a gentleman here that needs help and he's not breathing yet.
Even as this desperate call was made to 911, Michael Jackson was already dead.
Getting down to the floor. I'm going to do a CPR right now, okay?
As the caller pleads for help, Jackson's personal doctor is performing CPR on the star.
We have a personal doctor here with him, sir. Oh, you have a doctor there? Yes, but he's not responding to anything, so no.
What happened in the minutes leading up to this call is now the question everyone wants answered. But there's growing evidence prescription painkillers played a big part in the death of this troubled star.
He seemed fragile, he seemed sensitive, he seemed emotional, he seemed quiet and soft.
Michael Levine was Jackson's PR man throughout some of the singer's most difficult years and got a rare insight into the enigmatic performer's private life.
Was he happy?
Happy wouldn't be the first word that would spring to my lips. He seemed confused by his being misunderstood by the world.
Michael Jackson was the undisputed king of pop. When you sell 750 million albums and set just about every musical record there is to set, you answer to no one. And according to Levine, nobody in Jackson's life dared tell him the truth.
What should happen is if you walk into a neighbor's house and you say something stupid, your friend or family is supposed to say, hey, what did you just say? That's a very stupid thing. You shouldn't be saying that.
He had no family or friends.
Well, the question is not whether he had family or friends. The question is whether they were not on or off his payroll and had the capacity to tell somebody the truth.
The fact is, Michael Jackson never had a normal life. From the time the world first saw him sing with the Jackson 5 at the age of 11, he lived his life in the spotlight.
A child who is cast into the spotlight the way he was, you really lose that childhood. You don't lead a regular life. You don't go to a regular school. You don't have a regular schedule.
Neil Portnow is president of the American Music Awards, the Grammys, an award Jackson won a remarkable 13 times.
I think what you lose is an ability to trust, because you're not just another kid on the street. You're somebody that has all this success and fame, and you wonder, is this really somebody that's a friend? Or are they here for another reason?
At 29, Jackson was well and truly at that point when he granted 60 Minutes guest reporter Molly Meldrum a rare interview.
Glad to see you again.
Acknowledged as a musical genius, but increasingly isolated by his extreme success.
Most of my dreams seem to come true, and I'm so thankful that they do. I don't know over what period of time, but I have lots of dreams and they usually come true, and I'm so glad.
At the height of his power, he made some of the world's biggest selling records, including Thriller. Released in 1982, It sold a staggering 50 million copies, the most successful album of all time.
Were you aware of the sales? Did you
Yes.
check up on sales each week and realize that it was doing this?
I pretty much did the album and just sat back and watched because it was another one of my dreams. I knew it was going to do what it did.
But it seemed the more albums he sold, the more eccentric his behaviour became.
Aren't you coming?
No way.
There was his continually changing appearance. A tortured personal life, including 2 marriages and 3 children. And a series of ever more disturbing public appearances. Over the next 2 decades, Jackson became a human headline.
How do you feel when they call you
Wacko Jacko. Where'd that come from? Some English tabloid. I have a heart and I have feelings. I feel that when you do that to me. It's not nice. Don't do it. I'm not a wacko.
He'd lost touch with reality.
Well, I think that a lot of mega celebrities do. Mega celebrities come to believe often that they can control gravity. But the truth is that if you go out into your backyard, you pick up a big rock, you throw it into the air, no matter how loud you scream, I don't believe in gravity, gravity doesn't really give a rat's ass what you believe.
But reality came crashing down on Jackson in the early 90s when he was accused of sexually abusing 13-year-old Jordan Chandler during a visit to the star's Neverland Ranch.
Don't treat me like a criminal, as I am innocent.
What was he like during that period?
Well, I think that the first thing that happens to major celebrities with this kind of scandal, and this was unprecedented in its scope, is that they become understandably paralyzed, kind of like deer in headlights. And I think that was largely his reaction.
Eventually, a $27 million settlement was reached. But in 2005, Michael Jackson again faced allegations of child sexual abuse after appearing in a documentary holding hands with another 13-year-old boy.
The most loving thing to do is to share your bed with someone.
The trial was typically bizarre. Jackson once turned up in his pajamas. He was acquitted, but the damage was done, and with his career in tatters, he faced financial ruin.
Did you ever feel sorry for Michael Jackson?
Yes, he certainly had his share of difficulties and issues, but sometimes that goes with the territory, and with great creativity and genius, often hand in hand, is a tortured sort of existence sometimes. So,
Was it of his own making, his tortured life?
when you're given the kinds of gifts that the geniuses of our world are given for whatever reason, under whatever circumstances, I don't know that you necessarily have control beyond that.
Next month was to be Michael Jackson's comeback, a series of spectacular concerts to prove he still had the magic. And to earn some much-needed cash.
This is it.
He was very focused on this. He was very determined that this was going to be something that was going to be great.
Was he feeling pressure?
I think he was feeling his own pressure.
Just what caused Michael Jackson's death may not be known for weeks, but friends say he'd long been dependent on heavy-duty painkillers. What the Jackson case has done is shine a light on the over-prescribing of drugs and the enablers, as they're called, who help facilitate it. And mostly they're doctors, on call 24 hours a day to supply celebrities with whatever prescription drugs they want.
I think the drugs killed him.
Jackson's close friend, New Age guru Dr. Deepak Chopra, fears Jackson was a victim of unscrupulous medical practices.
There's a plethora of doctors in Hollywood. They are drug peddlers, Wolf. They are drug pushers. They just happen to be having a medical license. And I hope that this episode today, this tragic death of a great human being, will bring to light the huge problem we have in Hollywood with some of the medical establishment.
If you have money, good deal of it, you can get people to do just about anything.
Michael Jackson was the greatest music star of his time, but he was never comfortable in the real world, and in the end, it seems, he couldn't trust the one he'd built for himself. It's hard to believe, but last Thursday, Michael Jackson would have turned 55. Alive, the man known as the King of Pop had an extraordinary career, but he was also the King of Controversy. Tonight, his mother, Katherine Jackson, takes us inside the family compound, where she breaks her silence on the scandals that dogged her son, her granddaughter's attempted suicide, and now new allegations of child molestation. It is a heartfelt and at times difficult conversation with a mother who is still coming to terms with the loss of her son.
That was the worst day of my life. Never had that feeling before. And I never want to feel like that again.
Had you never feared this day would come?
Never thought this day would come.
How has it changed your life?
Well, I have 3 children. More.
You have three more children.
3 more children to raise.
Katherine Jackson's life changed the day her son died. She now takes care of Michael's children, Prince, Paris, and Blanket. At 83, it is the last thing she expected to be doing.
At your wonderful age,
Yes.
do you feel okay to be a mother again?
Yes. Yes. Today it's a little more difficult than it was in the day I raised my kids, because it's a little more harder because the world changed a lot. But it's not hard, but it's fine.
But what's not fine is that since her son's death, she's had to deal with plenty of controversy.
Guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
He sexually abused me from 7 years old until 14.
Michael's passing have caused problems in a lot of ways. Michael, when he was young, he had a lot of energy, always moving around, never could sit still.
I noticed you said that he used to dance to the sound of the washing machine.
Yeah, well, that's when he was a baby.
Truly?
The rhythm of the washing machine, because it was a rickety old washing machine and made those rickety moves, sounds, and he started dancing to that.
Before long, Michael was a pivotal part of the Jackson 5.
I told them then, it's just a job. You're working, it's like everybody else. Don't let your head get too big. There's no room in this house for a big head.
That would have been a lot of big heads.
Wouldn't it?
But it was Michael who would become the family's star, winning 13 Grammys and producing the biggest-selling album of all time. You also see at that early stage what the attention might do to a young, impressionable boy like Michael?
No, I didn't worry about that, though. Because Michael was a humble person, and that didn't even change him. Even till the day he died, he was still humble. And he knew he was a big star.
Sir, I need an ambulance as soon as possible, sir.
The world was reminded of just how big a star he was on June 25th, 2009.
We have a gentleman here that needs help and he's not breathing yet.
The day 50-year-old Michael Jackson died.
Yeah, but he's not responding to anything, so no.
On the day Michael died, where were you?
I came home and their father called me and he said, "Kat, you have to come down to the hospital." I went down and nobody would say anything. Everybody was waiting for somebody else to tell me. And I saw Dr. Murray pacing, but I didn't know who he was. And I said, "Well, where's Michael? I want to go to his room. I want to go and visit him," you know. Nobody said anything. And then finally, in about 10 or 15 minutes later, they took me to a room and nobody would say anything. So finally, I said, "Well, did he make it?" And I was screaming like, "Did he make it?" And Frank finally said slowly, "No, he didn't make it." I don't know what happened after that. I guess I must have blacked out or screamed or something, but that's what happened.
For Michael Jackson's children, the news was unbelievable.
They went back in that morgue where Michael was about 10 times when I was in that room. I couldn't go. And so when LaToya came, she kept going back there too. I said, "What are you all doing back there?" She said, "The children are hugging Michael and kissing him, and, you know, he was dead, but they were still doing that."
You didn't want to see Michael?
Not that way, no. I wanted to remember him when he was smiling and when he was alive.
And you have no regrets about that?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
How many grandchildren do you have?
I have 26 grandchildren, 11 great-grandchildren.
Wow. Catherine is now the custodian of the Jackson family. This is a lovely shot.
Mm-hmm. That's a shot of Blanket in Paris.
Where does Blanket get his name from?
When they brought him home, he was wrapped in a blanket, and the kids were saying, I remember, "Thank you, Daddy, for giving us a little brother." And he was wrapped in a blanket, and they started calling him Blanket. It doesn't sound so.
And she works hard at keeping the family grounded. For Michael's children, that's meant no more disguises. Did you worry at all that when they made public appearances they were wearing masks or
Well, I
something?
didn't like that part of it. That's why when Michael passed, I never put him on him.
Conrad Robert Murray, guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Catherine Jackson has taken control of her son's affairs. She's still coming to terms with his death.
Dr. Murray became involved in a cycle of horrible medicine.
And the doctor jailed after giving Michael a lethal dose of the powerful anaesthetic propofol. I wanted to know how you felt about Conrad Murray, the man who is in jail.
I don't hate anybody, but I can't comment on that.
Catherine Jackson is choosing her words carefully.
This is the final curtain call.
Because she's taken out a $40 billion lawsuit against AEG, the entertainment company behind her son's comeback concert, This Is It.
This is it.
And while she'll only speak very generally, She believes AEG hired Dr. Murray and therefore must take some responsibility for Michael's death.
I love you all, and we're family. Just know that. We're a family.
People are so greedy, and people are stealing, and people are taking things from under you, that things that rightfully should be yours, and they're, all that happens when people die, especially if a person, they think they got a lot of money.
Michael Jackson's death came after years of using painkillers, drugs Katherine Jackson says he was dependent upon but not addicted to.
He was in pain and he did need painkillers, but everybody took it out of context.
Am I right in believing that Michael's life began to change from the moment he was severely burned doing the Pepsi commercial?
Yes.
In 1983, while making the commercial using fireworks, Michael Jackson's hair went up in flames.
Did he talk to you about the effect that had upon him?
Yes, because it burned him so badly, his hair wouldn't grow back in the top of his head. And he didn't like that part of it.
So that's when he had to start wearing wigs?
Yes.
But it would be Michael Jackson's changing face that would attract the most attention.
Did you feel your son overindulged in plastic surgery? Did
People might say he had overindulged in plastic surgery, but they don't know what went on before. Michael had a disease also, and the color of his skin was changing, vitiligo.
Were you worried he was having too much, though, facial reconstruction?
I don't know why people said he had too much. He did change, but not that much. He had his nose done, and that really changed, because that's the center of your face, and that'll change your looks.
Don't treat me like a criminal, because I am innocent.
For Katherine Jackson, the greatest challenges have been the persistent claims of child molestation.
Justice for Michael!
2 boys made allegations against Jackson. In one case, a jury found him not guilty, and the other did not proceed after payment was accepted from Jackson.
How did that impact the family?
It was hard on me because I knew all the time Michael didn't do it.
You had no doubt?
I had no doubt. I knew he didn't do it.
Did you ever ask him?
I didn't have to. We talked about it all the time. We talked about things. Both families lied.
Do you wish that Michael had not paid?
I wish he had, and I told him.
As a mother, that makes you angry, doesn't it?
Yes, it does make me angry, because he looked guilty.
But the allegations keep coming. Australian Wade Robson, a former friend and one-time defender of Jackson, is now claiming he too was molested.
From 7 years old, from day one of the abuse, Michael told me that we loved each other and that this was love, that this was an expression of our love. And then you'd follow that up with, but if you ever tell anyone what we're doing, both of our lives and our careers will be over.
How do you feel about Wade Robson then?
Wade Robson is lying through his teeth, and he know it. And anybody can say it that know it, know Michael. Wade knows better. Wade just wants money. He knows better. He's from Australia, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he knows he's lying.
For his mother, there's been little relief from the devastation of losing her son. A loss also felt very deeply by Michael's daughter, Paris.
And I just wanted to say I love him so much.
It is reported that she tried to commit suicide. Is that true?
Then she might have. She didn't know how, maybe. I don't know. But yes, it is. But when Michael died, Paris was screaming and crying and saying, I want to go with you, Daddy. I don't want to live without you, and all these things. And I was feeling so bad for her.
Paris clearly has suffered very badly.
She did. She had to have his pictures everywhere in her room. Every picture that was hanging on the wall had to be Michael. And then finally she went to a life coach and they told her, take the pictures down. Because I guess she was suffering and we didn't know it. And she did.
Paris is still seeking treatment and has been reunited with her biological mother, Debbie Rowe.
Debbie Rowe?
Still friends with her. Still talk to her. She comes to visit. And fine.
She's a major presence now, I think, at least in Paris's life. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're happy with that?
Yes. Yes.
In the Jackson family compound, Michael Jackson's childlike touches are everywhere.
Was this the beginning of his thoughts of how to build Neverland?
Probably so. I don't know.
There was a studio over there.
Yes.
And now, what did he perform in there?
He did Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. I think he did Billie Jean in there, wrote Billie Jean.
Oh, wow.
For Katherine Jackson,
you need answered?
There will always be questions hanging in the air that I would like the answer to, but I probably won't get it. But life goes on, but it's never going to be the same. And without my son, it's like having a ring and one diamond's missing. And you never can replace it.
welcome back to 60 Minutes. Conrad Murray is the man who killed Michael Jackson. He was also Jackson's personal doctor, paid a small fortune to keep his star patient healthy. In 2011, a jury found Conrad Murray guilty of involuntary manslaughter, convinced he gave the pop star a lethal dose of propofol, a sedative usually only used in surgery. Conrad Murray spent 2 years in prison for his crime and has just been released. Tonight, for the first time, he tells his story about what happened that night and reveals some surprising thoughts on Michael Jackson's controversial life.
I loved Michael. I love Michael Jackson. I love him.
Not quite how you'd expect a doctor to describe his relationship with a patient.
How close was that relationship?
I was his closest friend. You see, indeed I was Michael's doctor. But I spent more time with him as a friend than taking care of him medically. I love Michael. I will mourn his loss forever. I am so sad that he's not here.
But the reason, of course, his great friend Michael Jackson is not here is because Conrad Murray killed him.
Yes, sir. I need an ambulance as soon as possible, sir.
On June 25th, 2009, a Jackson staff member made an emergency call to paramedics.
We have a gentleman here that needs help, and he's not breathing yet. Did anybody witness what happened? No, just the doctor, sir. Doctor, did you see what happened, sir?
That doctor is Conrad Murray, heard in the background frantically trying to save his patient.
He's pumping his chest, but he's not responding to anything, sir. Please. Okay, we're on our way.
As paramedics made their desperate dash to UCLA Hospital, this was the image telling the world Michael Jackson had died. When did you accept that Michael Jackson was dead?
At UCLA. I can tell you, I tried the best I can. I was one man doing CPR, ventilating him with an ambu bag, and I did mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But I wanted to help Michael wholeheartedly. I loved Michael.
But 2 years ago, an LA court convicted Conrad Murray of involuntary manslaughter.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of the crime.
The coroner found that Michael Jackson died from acute propofol intoxication, a heavy-duty anesthetic normally used for surgery patients that Dr. Murray had given him to help him sleep. For $150,000 a month, Dr. Murray was hired to ensure Jackson maintained good health for his final concert tour, This Is It.
This is it.
You shut down your practice basically to go and work exclusively for him. Did you do that for the money? Because you were in debt? Were you starstruck? Were you seduced by fame?
Not at all. I've been Michael Jackson's doctor for 3 years before that time. I was not starstruck by Michael. If it's anything, I was so sympathetic to Michael because of the things I've learned about Michael, the things that he shared with me.
But Dr. Murray seemed incapable of resisting requests for inappropriate treatment from his star patient. In the 2.5 months before Jackson died, Murray admitted buying more than 15 litres of propofol and sedating his patient with it nearly every night.
I did not agree with Michael in using such a powerful sedative for sleep. So what I told Michael is that we have to get you off of that substance. However, call it ideal or non-ideal, Michael Jackson is not the guy you can just say, stop it.
But it's not a treatment for insomnia. No matter what he said to you, no matter how he begged, no matter how hard it is that he is Michael Jackson asking you, the truth is, and it's the thing I don't know why you don't accept, is that you should never have given it to him. Ever.
Michael Jackson had a lot of doctors who treated him with propofol. Conrad Murray was a doctor that treated Michael with propofol, but with the intention of getting Michael to understand, I do not want you using the substance again. And I succeeded. You may not have liked...
But you didn't succeed, though. Well, he died.
Let me finish. Maybe I'm not making this point very clear.
I'm hearing you, but you're not accepting that you thought you were doing the right thing by trying to get him off it, but still using it. Frankly, you should never have given it to him in the first place.
If you believe my show, I want to say, I've never seen nothing like this in my life. Go. I've never seen nothing like this. Go. It's amazing.
This is a recording Dr. Murray made of Michael Jackson while sedating him with propofol.
God wants me to do it. God wants me to do it. I'm going to do it to that.
You recorded a conversation you had with Michael Jackson. Why did you do that?
Interestingly, I wasn't even aware that I had the recording. Did I record it? Absolutely. It was on my phone. It wasn't done with any intentions that I was going to use this to blackmail Michael one day. It could be my paycheck. Listen to me. If I want to blackmail Michael Jackson, it wouldn't take that phone call. It would be far worse than that. It would shatter the world. Okay?
What do you mean by that?
Well, just what I said.
On the last day of his life, Dr. Murray claims Jackson was once again unable to sleep and begging him for propofol.
When he said to me, if I don't go to rehearsal, I'm going to lose everything. I was already informed that Michael Jackson was over $40 million in the hole and climbing. When I saw how desperate he was, and I knew how much of a destitute he was, and what he was facing if he did not do this, it all, again, fell in my heart.
But you're not his accountant. You're his doctor.
I am not his accountant. I'm not his accountant, but I'm just trying to tell you, when I put the whole situation together, I was very concerned for Michael.
Murray gave in, and he says he gave Jackson a small amount of propofol. And when he considered it safe to do so, he left the room for a short time. What was that moment like when you walked into his room and saw he wasn't breathing?
Oh my God. I was stunned in the sense. I mean, initially, you know, what happened here? What happened?
Guilty of the crime.
What happened saw Conrad Murray sentenced to 4 years jail.
4 years.
The coroner found that Michael Jackson died from acute intoxication of propofol, and that his body had enough propofol in it that would be equivalent to someone having major surgery. How did that get into his body?
Well, this takes an education. And I mean, it has,
a simple explanation is...
very simple.
If you didn't put it there...
I did not give it to him.
Okay, so if you didn't put it there, who did?
Michael.
And again, I think the Deputy Coroner has pointed out that that is absolutely absurd.
No, it's not.
It would be almost impossible for him to come out of his sleep, inject the propofol, and be unconscious and indeed no longer breathing in the 2 minutes that you say you left the room.
One of the good things about the properties of propofol is that it is so quick to act and it is so quick for the effect to leave you.
In 2 minutes, he's come out of his sleep, he's injected himself with propofol that I'm assuming is handy to him to be able to do, and then he's gone back to sleep and blow me down, he's died.
I am saying that Michael Jackson died, unfortunately, from an accident based upon his actions.
Hand on heart, you don't believe that, do
what?
you? You made that up. That's just not true.
That's not the case.
Look, if you are his friend, you would not tell that story.
I was not present when Michael Jackson took matters in his own hand. Michael Jackson, as you have realized now, is a drug addict.
I've got to be honest and say, a court didn't believe you. Jurors didn't believe you. The judge said this was medical madness, that this was a homicide case, not even malpractice. Michael Jackson died because you killed him.
I did not kill Michael Jackson. I met Michael Jackson in his state, lifeless or not. I met him in a state that I did my best to help and to revive him.
Yipes! Talk about blaming the victim. Not only isn't there any remorse...
The case against Dr. Murray was that he hadn't monitored Jackson properly, and phone records show he was busy taking personal calls, texting and emailing. He even made a call to his girlfriend from inside the ambulance, rushing Jackson to hospital. Was that on a call that you could leave until later?
I mean, I'm giving instructions, they're doing CPR. I can basically say, this is going to be so explosive. I'm telling you what I did.
But surely that...
I'm telling you what I did.
Surely that's like, what? Wouldn't you do that afterwards?
It did not prevent me.
You have Michael Jackson on a gurney here. Dr. Murray's behaviour that day concerned many. including the fact that he'd failed to tell paramedics he'd given Jackson propofol. Why not?
Because propofol was not an issue based upon the treatment that I had given Michael.
But you told the paramedics about the other drugs. Why not mention that as part of what's
some of the
occurred in the last few hours?
Some of the other things that I mentioned to the paramedics, the place was really, it was horrible.
But propofol is the one drug that you probably would mention.
But propofol had no effect because I understand propofol. I use propofol. And if propofol is totally gone, there's no reason.
As it turns out, it was the drug that killed him. That's what the coroner found. He died from that.
But it was not related to what I had given him.
Paris, I too love you as a precious father loves his own child. And I always will.
Remarkably, despite being condemned for Jackson's death, Conrad Murray made this call from his prison cell to Jackson's daughter, Paris, after she tried to commit suicide.
I can tell you're not doing well, and I don't know if there is anything I can do to solve your pain. But I wanted you to know that I am here for you.
Why did you do that?
Because Paris is very close to me. The children are genuinely close to me.
As I understand it, Paris's deep distress was based on the loss of her father. And given the family is of the opinion that you are responsible for Michael Jackson's death, wasn't it totally inappropriate to call and leave that message for Paris?
No, it wasn't. Again,
insensitive?
No, it wasn't insensitive. I did a lot of compassion and care for Paris.
And I just wanted to say I love him so much.
Conrad Murray still believes he was Michael Jackson's only ally. And even in death, he maintains he and Jackson have a close bond. Do you speak to Michael?
Have I spoken to him?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I have. The last time Michael spoke to me, this was the day that when the verdict came for the civil trial. Michael touched me. He put his hands on my shoulder, and he touched me and he spoke to me. Michael speaks to me. He does.
What does he say?
It's too emotional to go into, to understand. Just too emotional.
What do we make of a man who slept with a dolly and had a urinary bag attached to him? What do we make of that?
Michael. I'm going to be I'm fair and I'm open. And let me just say that Michael is not a perfect man, by far. Michael has a huge dark shadow. Michael slept with dolls, yes. Is that normal? No, it's not normal. But if you understood the history of Michael as a child and the things that he has encountered in life, and you're willing to listen, you probably wouldn't judge him.
Do you believe he's a pedophile?
I am not prepared to answer that question. Not now. And I'll tell you that the reason why, because my interview with you is quite candid and honest, and I would not make up or fabricate anything. But
as a friend, as somebody that was his closest friend, I would have expected you to say absolutely not.
Well, sometimes expectations are not always satisfied. But one thing I'll tell you is this. I may have formed an impression of an individual based upon certain things that I have seen or encountered.
The reason I'm pressing you is because by saying what you're saying, are you deliberately muddying the waters here? Because that's what you're doing. You're leaving it unclear about your thoughts. Is that fair to Michael Jackson? Or do you have something that you know?
I'll never be unfair to Michael, and I'm not here to destroy Michael. You've asked a question, and I'm not prepared to answer it. Not now.
I have to say that obviously you're having to get on with your new life.
I'm happy to be free.
Conrad Murray has only known freedom for the past month.
Is it hard being in the public now?
It's not hard to be in public.
He will forever be known as the man who killed Michael Jackson.
Okay.
A conviction he's now appealing, an historical fact he refuses to accept.
What responsibility do you take
for his death?
Yes.
None.
None. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. Nothing that I gave Michael Jackson should have killed him.
This is Neverland, the currently for sale former home and playground of music icon Michael Jackson. It's 10 years since the star performer died, but he continues to make news. The headlines these days, though, are less about him being king of pop, more about him being king of the kids, and persistent claims the eccentric megastar was a child abuser. His latest accuser is Adrian McManus, who knew the star's private life too well. For 4 years, she cleaned up after him here. And tonight, for the first time, tells us what the Maid saw.
I think that he was starting to realize that maybe I was catching on, because I got a call from him. He called me on Mother's Day. It was a Sunday morning at my home. He said, "I want to ask you something." And I said, "Yeah, okay." And I kid you not, he asked me about 8 times, "What do you know?" And I said, "Mr. Jackson, I don't know what you want me to tell you. What do you know, Adrian?"
That was the question. What do you know?
What do you know? I was starting to get really, really frightened. I was scared to tell him anything. I was terrified of him.
Adrian McManus was once a trusted member of Michael Jackson's inner circle. Now she is his accuser. From 1990 to 1994, she was his housemaid, with intimate access to the inner sanctum of the most famous person on earth. It's often said he could be a very generous man when he wanted to be. Did you find that?
There were some different sides to him. There was a kind side to him, and yet there was a dark side. And I feel that he was a manipulator. And I feel that anybody that came in contact with him, he destroyed them. They've been destroyed.
And these accusations are not being made by Adrian McManus alone. New explosive allegations have been made by 2 men who were once very close and very loyal to the singer. Claims they were abused as children and their families exploited in the worst possible way. So why now? What's driving these claims? Was Michael Jackson really a harmless, troubled genius, or a cold, calculating serial predator? Adrian McManus is nervous on the drive through the Santa Ynez Valley to her old place of work. She hasn't been back to Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch in 20 years. Just coming up this road gives you anxiety.
Yeah. It's kind of like facing your nightmare, you know?
The singer's fans still flock here for a glimpse of their idol's refuge. But for Adrian, it's far from a happy place. Up for sale for $67 million, Neverland remains empty and off limits to visitors. A place frozen in time from when Michael Jackson ruled the world. From child prodigy There was no artist like him before or since. When you started working at Neverland, what was it like?
There was rules. There were a lot of rules that you had to follow. You don't stare at him. You don't ask him for an autograph. You do what he tells you to do. You don't question it. You just do it.
Within 3 months of becoming a member of the team, she began cleaning Michael Jackson's bedroom. Michael Jackson must have trusted you.
Yes, he did. He told me that I was excellent. And I did tell him, you know, maybe I'm not the person for you. And he said, no, Adrian, you're excellent. Loyalty to me means a lot. You can be with me forever. The first time I cleaned his bedroom, I didn't even know where to start.
He was the sort of classic rock star, was he? He just sort of dropped everything behind him and let you pick it up.
Yeah, he was like that.
Home videos from the time captured the singer relaxing at Neverland. It was a place to live out his fantasies, and he shared the fun with the children he surrounded himself with.
You cheater!
What was the first thing for you? What made you first suspect that Michael Jackson had an unhealthy interest in children?
I noticed that there were a lot of little boys. That's all that would hang around there. You wouldn't see like little girls, and I knew the little boys were there. When they would arrive, they would put their clothes in a suitcase in his room. I started realizing, thinking, wondering, when he was taking baths with them, they were sleeping in his bed.
But there's sleeping and there's sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about the worst kind of sleeping with children.
Yes. I know the truth. I was there. And when I would go in the next day, there were little boys' underwears either on the floor with Michael's or they were in the jacuzzi.
So you were suspicious as soon as you saw that?
Yeah, I got suspicious. And then I would find underwears also in his bed. I did find underwears that were men's briefs in the walk-in closet, and they were, I don't like to say this, they were like crunchy, hard, with yellow stains all over them. I didn't know who they belonged to, because the little boys started wearing Michael's briefs, and they would leave their underwears inside his drawer.
The more Adrian saw, the more convinced she was that Michael Jackson was a predator. A feeling she says was shared by other staff at Neverland.
There was a lot of Vaseline at Neverland. Sometimes it was found in the golf carts when Mr. Jackson would take off with the boys.
Vaseline?
Yeah, Vaseline. And there was a lot of Vaseline in Michael's bedroom. It was actually all over the ranch.
Is there possibly an innocent explanation for that?
I don't think so.
What disturbed Adrian the most was the way the pop star would be physical with the kids who were entrusted to his care.
They were sitting on his laps, the kids. I just saw a lot of maybe fondling, him maybe rubbing his hands in kids' hair, kissing them.
When you say fondling?
Hugging, kind of petting the kids.
Petting the kids where?
Kind of by the rear end. I didn't think it was appropriate because they're not his children, you know? I just didn't think it was right.
Did you ever talk to anybody about it?
You know, I signed a confidentiality agreement, and I was already conditioned and programmed, you don't question it. And we were told to stay away from the family. You're just a maid, you do your job.
Every time we were together, it happened. There was no night that went by that I was with him that he didn't sexually abuse me.
Adrian is not the only one to be speaking out on the 10th anniversary of Michael Jackson's death.
I was 7 years old. Michael asked, do you and the family want to come to Neverland?
Hello, Wade. Today is your birthday, so congratulations. I love you. Goodbye.
Australian choreographer Wade Robson has claimed he was molested by the singer when he was a boy.
He told me if they ever found out what we were doing, he and I would go to jail for the rest of our lives.
Now he and former child actor James Safechuck have gone much further, accusing Jackson of the most despicable depravity. In a controversial documentary, Leaving Neverland, that was recently unveiled at the Sundance Film Festival.
There are fans of Mr. Jackson who don't believe your story or perhaps don't want to believe it. Is there anything that you feel that you can say to them?
In a way, not that long ago, I was in the same position they were. Even though it happened to me, I still couldn't believe it. And I still couldn't believe that what Michael did was a bad thing.
Would you have thought 14 years later all this would be regurgitated?
I would never have imagined such a thing happening. I just still have trouble comprehending it.
For lawyer Tom Mesereau, the latest allegations are the claims of opportunists out to make a buck.
I can't get over it. I mean, I just don't put any credibility in any of this. I just don't.
Justice was done. The man's innocent, he always was.
In 2005, he helped clear Jackson of child molestation charges and defends the singer to this day.
I am 100% convinced Michael never abused a child, never harmed a child, certainly never molested a child. I think this is hogwash.
Are you on any sort of retainer at all from the Jackson estate?
No, I'm not on any retainer at all.
So no one's paying you any money to say nice things about Michael Jackson?
No. I will always say he was a nice person. He was. He was one of the nicest people I ever met.
But you, of all people, know the smoke and fire argument. Is there any fire?
There's no fire here whatsoever.
Coming up.
He used his fame and power in very loving and also very childish and mean ways.
Inside the playground of evil. Did you at any time see Michael Jackson molest Jordan Chandler?
It was terrible.
Desperate bribes.
$300. That was for covering for him.
Death threats.
That they could hire a hitman to take me out, slice my neck.
And Michael Jackson's darkest secrets. We just want to show you this.
I remember that. I was working there when he was taping that.
That's next on 60 Minutes.
He was enormous. It shouldn't have been King of Pop. It should have been God of Pop, Emperor of Charisma isn't even the word for the spell he had on people. So I was caught up in it too. Everything around him was a fantasy.
Jeannie Wolfe is an old-school entertainment reporter who followed Michael Jackson's career right from the start.
In Jam, the latest video from the hit album Dangerous.
She regarded Jackson as the ultimate creative genius, but also saw a dark side.
I couldn't help but observe what a spoiled King of Pop he was, how he used his fame and power in very loving and also very childish and mean ways.
Jeannie remembers how, at the height of Jackson's fame, it was easy for starstruck families and their kids to be drawn into the singer's magical world. Surrounding himself as he did with children, didn't you ever find that unusual?
We didn't think much was unusual. He tried to be the Pied Piper. When I was around him, they were in groups. And all these little kids, some costumed, some just regular kids following him. And it just seemed like a comfort for him. And his explanation was he didn't have a childhood. Yes, did it seem strange? Did it seem eccentric? Yes. But that eccentricity allowed him to get away with a lot because it's Michael.
In the 1990s, busloads of children would be invited to Neverland to enjoy the theme park and the zoo.
As you come down this way, you're gonna see the game room is right there. Don't fall out.
But Jackson's maid, Adrian McManus,
says there was always a lucky few who seemed to receive special attention. Young boys like Home Alone actor Macaulay Culkin, who she claims she saw being touched inappropriately by the singer.
You're on record, you're on public record, court record, is talking about Macaulay Culkin. Do you stand by that story?
I stand by what I said during my deposition. You know, I think it's best just leave it at that.
Because Macaulay Culkin says it's preposterous, doesn't he?
Yeah,
He denies it to this day.
he does.
But you say it did happen.
I say I saw what I saw.
Macaulay Culkin has always supported Michael Jackson and denies the singer ever molested him. But back in 1993, another of Jackson's young male friends turned against him. 13-year-old Jordan Chandler accused Jackson of sexually abusing him during sleepovers at Neverland.
Did you at any time see Michael Jackson molest Jordan Chandler?
I saw some stuff that I didn't think was appropriate with Mr. Jackson and Jordy.
What sort of things did you see with Jordan Chandler?
Michael kissing on him. Michael's hands kind of very close to Jordy's crotch. It was terrible to see.
Police launched an investigation into the abuse allegations. And Jordan Chandler's family announced they were preparing a civil case. But despite her strong suspicions to the contrary, in a sworn deposition, Adrienne McManus said she had never witnessed Jackson molest children.
I was scared to say anything bad about Michael, Mr. Jackson. And then after that, after I did the deposition, probably 30 days maybe after, Michael called me at my home.
She claims Jackson demanded to know what his personal maid had told investigators about his behaviour. Adrienne found herself in an unenviable position.
I didn't think I was supposed to be doing that. I was kind of worried about that. But then I thought, well, you better do it, you know? So I did it. And then one day in the afternoon, he came up to me and he said, Adrienne, this is for you. And he handed me a little index card that was like stapled on the sides. And it said, thanks for everything. I opened it and it was $300. So that was for covering for him. He paid me $300.
He was buying your silence for $300.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson fired back at his accusers in a live televised announcement from Neverland.
There have been many disgusting statements made recently concerning allegations of improper conduct on my part. These statements about me are totally false. Don't treat me like a criminal, because I am innocent.
I remember that. I was working there when he was taping that.
1993.
Mm-hmm.
Don't treat me like a criminal because I'm innocent. Does that bring back strong memories?
It takes me back to that day. And it makes me mad that I had to be involved in something like that. Why me?
So you don't believe those protestations one tiny bit?
I don't.
Jackson was never charged with molesting Jordan Chandler, but the young boy and his family received a $20 million settlement from the singer. It led to intense criticism. Jackson was buying the silence of his victims.
Did you ever sexually engage, fondle, have sexual contact with this child or any other child?
Never, ever. I could never harm a child or anyone. It's not in my heart. It's not who I am. And it's not what I'm not even interested in that.
This is Joy Robson.
You've known Michael Jackson. How would you describe your relationship with Michael?
Well, Michael's like family to us. He's been very supportive personally and with Wade's career. He's a very...
At the time, many came to Jackson's defence, including Wade Robson and his family. Wade was the 10-year-old Australian boy who developed an extremely tight bond with the singer and was still having sleepovers at the Neverland Ranch.
Wade, how would you describe your relationship with Michael?
It's a real close relationship. It's both sides friendly and business. We love each other both very dearly. We're just real good friends.
How did you feel when you heard that a boy was alleging that Michael had abused him?
I was shocked too, and I think it's sick, because I know Michael well enough that he wouldn't do anything like that. I know that for a fact.
After Jackson paid millions to settle the case against Jordan Chandler, things changed for the worst for the workers at Neverland. Adrienne McManus claims she and other staff were victimised by Michael Jackson's security guards because they knew too much.
I was threatened. His bodyguards told me that if I ever came up on TV, that they could hire a hitman to take me out, slice my neck, would never find my body.
And you believed them?
Yeah, I did. I lived in fear for many, many years.
Adrienne lived with the fear, and Michael Jackson lived with the rumours.
Boy.
Come on, just get up and show me.
shy.
Oh, come on, just show me. Just show me. Just show me.
But in 2003, he made a monumental mistake. By inviting journalist Martin Bashir to show his life at Neverland.
Do you come out here on your own?
Yeah.
How often?
All the time.
You just come out on your own?
Yes.
What, and go on a ride?
Yep. Usually the carousel, I'll play music. I love playing classical music on the carousel.
The documentary, Living with Michael Jackson, gave an insight into the madness that engulfed the singer's every move.
Michael Jackson had just dangled his new baby out of the window of a Berlin hotel.
Here's the bottom. Wait.
It's okay, just get this off.
Ow! Oh, please don't cry, blanket. Oh, blanket, put it away. Okay, here we go. Abu, 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 Abu. Yes, Abu. Blanket. I love you, blanket. Yes.
Michael Jackson hoped the documentary would turn his reputation around. Instead, it destroyed it.
Have you been hearing about what people have been saying?
That's totally ignorant. I would never do that to my children or any child. Try to kill them? Come on, stupid. And why would I put a scarf over the baby's face if I was trying to throw him off the balcony?
I think the Martin Bashir documentary was a disaster for Michael Jackson. I think he never should have trusted Mr. Bashir to do an objective, professional documentary.
Jackson's lawyer, Tom Mesereau, believes it was a turning point.
Why do you think that? You think the result was slanted, do you?
I think Mr. Bashir turned it all against him, tried to create a sensationalist documentary for personal gain. That's my opinion. And it was spliced together and put together in a way which, in my opinion, was designed to make Michael look bad.
What looked particularly bad was this. 12-year-old Gavin Arvizo had been recovering from cancer when Jackson met and befriended him. In the documentary, Martin Bashir asked the young boy about the sleeping arrangements at Neverland.
And then he finally said, okay, if you love me, you sleep on the bed. I was like, oh, man. And so I finally slept on the bed.
But Michael, you know, you're a 44-year-old man now. What do you get out of this? What do you get out of this?
Why can't you share your bed? The most loving thing to do is to share your bed with someone. You know?
You really think that?
Yeah, of course.
After the broadcast, Michael Jackson accused Bashir of betraying his trust and manipulating the interview. But the fuse was lit. Police raided Neverland Ranch.
Well, there's also a door.
Approximately 70 sheriffs raided Neverland, scoured every building, every room for computers, for documentary evidence, anything they could find. They were relentless in their efforts to find evidence to convict Michael Jackson with.
And in a raid of that size, what did they find?
Nothing, in my opinion.
Michael Jackson was arrested and charged. It was a humiliating downfall that would see Jackson's dirty laundry aired before the world. Coming up, the Jackson fight back.
So you think it's all tied into money?
Yes, money and fame and publicity.
The Maid under pressure.
How do we know you're telling the truth now?
But always defiant.
I know the truth. I can sleep very good at night.
That's next on 60 Minutes.
Adrienne McManus claims she has been left penniless by her 4 years working at Neverland as Michael Jackson's housemaid. When she left in 1994, she and 4 other employees sued the singer for wrongful termination and lost.
Do you still owe the Jackson estate money?
I probably do, but Michael's dead now, you know.
You must know the amount.
Well, you know, I know that I can't remember. It might have been, oh God, it was a lot of money.
You were ordered to pay legal fees initially.
Yeah, for breach of contract, for suing Mr. Jackson.
Which was what, 1.6 million?
It was probably, yeah.
Just to refresh your memory.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
The sheriff hasn't come knocking at the door yet.
No.
And you hope they don't.
Well, they do, they do.
In a countersuit, Jackson's estate accused her of stealing belongings from Neverland to sell to the media.
There was a sketch that I found in the trash.
You then on-sold that sketch, the sketch of Elvis that you supposedly found in the trash.
I figured, well, I found it in the trash. It didn't mean anything to me, which I shouldn't have did that, you know, but I did.
And the jury said that you then owed Michael Jackson $34,000.
Yeah.
From that theft.
Yeah.
So did you pay the $34,000 back?
No, I didn't. No.
You haven't paid any of that back either?
No.
The credibility of Adrienne McManus has again been questioned because of her changing account of what she saw at Neverland. Sworn evidence she gave in 1993 that she never saw any inappropriate behaviour by Jackson towards any child.
At Michael Jackson's trial, you were found to have lied under oath.
Okay, now I'm going to explain that. When Michael threatened me, I was scared of what was going to happen to me and my family and my son.
You admit to not telling the truth.
Yeah, because he threatened me.
How do we know you're telling the truth now?
Well, let's put it this way. I know the truth. I can sleep very good at night. I'm happy I did what I did by standing up and trying to do the right thing.
You've got to look very carefully at people's motives, and you've got to look very carefully at the facts. You've got the most famous person in the world, one of the wealthiest people in the world, perceived as very vulnerable, okay? And people constantly tried to exploit him throughout his lifetime.
For lawyer Tom Mesereau, so much of what was aimed at Michael Jackson was about cold, hard cash.
People wanted to make so much money on watching the great Michael Jackson rise high and then splatter. They wanted the story to have a miserable ending for him. They hoped they would see him in the courtroom in chains and jail clothes, without makeup, without his hair fixed up, without the clothing he liked to wear. they were looking forward to seeing the final chapter where Michael Jackson gets destroyed. And it was very disheartening to observe.
So you think it's all tied into money?
Yes, money and fame and publicity.
Including what he views as the latest trumped-up charges of child abuse.
Some of these accusers have not just changed their story slightly, they've done a 180. Is there a possible explanation in the Me Too movement where people now feel more comfortable saying publicly, look, I was abused. Can we now please do something about it?
Right now, if you are accused of this type of thing, you are almost judged guilty before you can defend yourself. I think right now we're going a little too far, and a lot of people who are not honest, who are trying to capitalize on this particular movement, are raising accusations that need to be challenged.
You don't think the freedom of the Me Too movement could be explained for these latest accusers coming up and saying that Michael Jackson molested them?
I think the freedom of the Me Too movement has allowed false accusations to be made as well as real accusations. And we've got to be very careful to make sure we sift out what's real and what's false.
Coming up, the King of Pop in court.
I think it's worse to be charged with something like this than homicide.
Disputed testimony.
I saw a good bunch of people who I felt very deeply were lying.
And an extraordinary result.
Were you surprised by the outcome?
Celebrities can do no wrong in today's world.
That's next on 60 Minutes.
Why can't you share your bed? The most loving thing to do is to share your bed with someone.
By agreeing to participate in Martin Bashir's documentary, Michael Jackson, with the innocent assistance of his 12-year-old friend Gavin Arvizo, had given police all the reason they needed to investigate.
Well, there's also a door.
America, indeed the world, had never seen anything like it. In 2005, Jackson's case came to court.
And so the stage was set for what would be one of the biggest trials of the century. It was a showdown more than a decade in the making and covered by twice as many media as turned up for the O.J. Simpson trial. Jackson faced 14 counts, from child molestation to conspiring to imprison the accuser and his family at the Neverland Ranch. If found guilty, he faced at least 20 years in jail.
These are horrific charges. These are ugly, nasty charges. I think it's worse to be charged with something like this than homicide. I really do.
The 14-week trial was a circus.
I think you have just seen that it takes about 20 minutes to make it 100 yards when you're in the Jackson's company.
I love my fans. I love my fans.
Every day, crowds would gather to see the King of Pop.
This case is about one thing only. It's about the dignity, the integrity, the decency, the honor, the charity, the innocence, and the complete vindication of a wonderful human being named Michael Jackson.
Hollywood journalist Jeannie Wolfe saw things very differently.
I saw people who were out to get Michael Jackson. I saw people who were angry at Michael Jackson. I also saw people who adored him. And then I saw a good bunch of people who I felt very deeply were lying, were getting paid, were getting influenced. And I found the whole thing frightening.
On which side do you think people were lying?
They were lying in favor of Michael Jackson.
In his defense?
In his defense, saying that nothing ever happened.
Adrian McManus took the stand to give evidence against her former employer.
It was pretty crazy. I wasn't shocked that it was happening again, because I knew it was going to happen again. Do you know what I'm saying?
You always thought a trial sooner or later was going to come along, did you?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did. Sad to say, but yeah.
Wade Robson, who's now accusing Michael Jackson of abusing him throughout his childhood, was the star witness for the defense.
He was very, very strong in his defense of Michael Jackson. He told me in no uncertain terms he had not been molested, he had not been abused, and that these claims were ridiculous. I mean, this man was so strongly supportive of Michael Jackson, so powerful in his defense of Michael Jackson, that it just shocks me that he's changed his story in recent years. I just can't get over it.
As the trial reached a conclusion, the strain on Michael Jackson was starting to show.
I watched him deteriorate physically and emotionally during the trial. He lost weight, his cheeks became more sunken in. By verdict day, he just looked like a shell of his old self to me.
After 8 days of deliberation, the jury reached its verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of attempting to commit a lewd act upon a minor child.
A unanimous decision of not guilty on all charges.
That moment in the courtroom when they said not guilty, how many times?
14.
14 times. What was that like?
That was one of the most unique, powerful, unusual experiences of my lifetime.
What did Michael Jackson say to you?
He said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Never forget it.
For Michael Jackson, it was vindication. But the damage was done, and life at Neverland would never be the same again.
Were you surprised by the outcome?
No, I wasn't surprised because I think in today's world, a lot of jurors, they don't like to say that a celebrity is guilty.
Why not?
Because they think they're above everybody else. They look up to them. And they right away think everybody wants money. That's why, celebrities can do no wrong in today's world. That's what I think.
Coming up, the biggest headline of all.
We have a gentleman here that needs help and he's not breathing yet.
Very eerie to even be around here. I've never visited this place before.
The stories that won't go away.
Talk about their abuse, make these new accusations. Do you believe them?
It would be very hard not to believe them.
And returning to Neverland one last time.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm coming back here. Very mixed emotions.
That's next on 60 Minutes. Michael Jackson might have been found not guilty of child sexual abuse in 2005, but the trial and the lurid headlines it created irreparably damaged his career. Never again would he hit the highs of the musical stardom he had once known.
These will be my final show performances in London. This will be it. This is it. And when I say this is it, it really means this is it. Because
In 2009, though, at 50 years of age, he announced one last shot.
Sorry, rehearse. It's okay, it's okay.
Jackson called his farewell tour This Is It, and sold out 50 concerts at London's O2 Arena.
We have a gentleman here that needs help and he's not breathing yet.
But less than 3 weeks from the start of the tour, Michael Jackson made his biggest headline ever when he overdosed on prescription drugs and died.
We have a personal doctor here with him, sir. Oh, you have a doctor there? Yes, but he's not responding to anything, to know.
On the day Michael died, where were you?
I came home, and their father called me, and he said, "Kat, you have to come down to the hospital."
Like the rest of the world, news of Jackson's death was met with disbelief by his family, as his mum, Catherine, told Liz Hayes in 2013.
Nobody would say anything. And I said, "Well, where's Michael? I want to go to his room. I want to go and visit him," you know. Nobody said anything. And then finally, in about 10 or 15 minutes later, they took me to a room, and nobody would say anything. So finally, I said, "Well, did he make it?" And I was screaming like, "Did he make it?" And Frank finally said slowly, "No, he didn't make it." I don't know what happened after that. I guess I must have blacked out or screamed or something, but that's what happened.
More than 1 billion people watched a funeral service that was broadcast live around the world. The curtain closing on one of the greatest entertainers who ever lived.
This is where Michael spent his last few hours.
It's very eerie to even be around here. I've never visited this place before. I've never even wanted to.
Returning to the mansion where Michael Jackson died is a reminder for Jeannie Wolfe of what has been lost. Once blinded by his star power, she now views him differently.
Do you think, Jeannie, that these latest accusations have affected the Michael Jackson legacy?
I definitely do. I don't think people will look at him in the same way. I don't think his music will die. It's just too great. I think his music is beyond him, but the myth is gone.
But for Tom Mesereau, the lawyer who defended him, it's Michael Jackson who is the victim, not the boys who ended up in his bed in Neverland.
You're one person that knows in life there's a lot of grey, not a lot of black and white. But you're adamant, aren't you? You don't think Michael Jackson has molested one single person.
Michael was a creative spirit. He danced to his own drummer. He saw things we don't see. He heard things we don't hear. He was a creative genius. He was eccentric, he was different, and he was an artist. I don't believe he was a molester for 5 seconds.
If we look at the history of this, though, the number of accusers, Chandler, Gavin Arvizo, Wade Robson now, Jimmy Safechuck, I mean, are they all making it up?
Let's look at them individually. Safechuck swore under penalty of perjury that he wasn't abused. Robson swore under penalty of perjury that he wasn't abused. Arvizo wasn't believed by the jury. 2 other people were paid off to end the litigation, to end the lawsuits so he could get on with his career. So when you look at everyone under a microscope, what do you really come up with? Not much.
Well, a lot more than most mere mortals face in their lifetime.
But he's the biggest target on the planet. He was the most famous person on the planet. He was immensely wealthy. He was perceived as immensely vulnerable. This made him a target throughout his life. And he's being attacked even in death by people who want money.
The days were filled with magical childhood adventure experiences. Playing tag, watching movies, eating junk food, anything you could ever want as a child. Out of a storybook, right? Out of a fairy tale.
Michael Jackson gave the world his music. But to his accusers, he took away so much. More than most, Jeannie Wolfe has listened to what they've said and believes their accounts of what happened at Neverland are convincing.
Jeannie, you've seen and heard Wade Robson and Jimmy Safechuck
Yes, I have.
talk about their abuse, make these new accusations. Do you believe them?
It would be very hard not to believe them.
How do you explain their complete reversal of their stories?
They were both in love, as only a kid could be with Michael Jackson. Both of them have repeatedly said that Michael Jackson told them over and over again, we can never tell anyone, because if we do, I'll go to jail for life and you'll go to jail for life. So embedded in their mind was the imperative that we never tell this secret.
I can't believe I'm coming back here. Very mixed emotions.
Adrian McManus insists she's also telling the truth about Michael Jackson and what went on in Neverland, a place she would rather forget.
When you see these gates again, what's the abiding memory?
Anxiety, misery. I would never go through those gates again, ever.
That's how you think about all those years here, is it? Misery?
Misery. A bad choice that I made.
If Michael Jackson was still alive today, do you think you would be speaking out like this?
If he was alive, I would say it. I would say it to his face. I really would. You know, I was 28 when I started working for him. These boys were young. If it was hard for me at that age, can you imagine how it was for them? It was another side to him, and I saw it. And I don't feel sorry for that. I just don't. I feel sorry for the children.
This is the Los Angeles criminal courthouse, and just another frenzied day for the swarms of journalists feasting on the story of the decade, the trials of O.J. Simpson.
There's never been one like this, guys. This is unprecedented in American life. It is almost as if John F. Kennedy had been accused of murdering Jackie. That's how high profile it is.
Ben Stein is an author, actor, and Hollywood lawyer who thought he'd seen it all in this town of celebrity scandal.
Imagine, if you will, a member of royalty plus a sports star plus a millionaire plus an actor all rolled into one. That's sort of what O.J. was in American culture, and he is now accused of not only murder, but an incredibly brutal murder.
As a kid, I always knew I would be a professional baseball or football player, and it never dawned on me that I would. What is driving O.J. Simpson is that need to be known, that need to be liked, that need to be said, hey, that's O.J. Simpson. When I walk down the street, I want people to know me.
O.J. Simpson was the legendary footballer who ran 2,000 yards in a season, the equivalent of, say, scoring 30 rugby tries or kicking 150 AFL goals. He was that rare sporting jock able to translate fame on the field into a career as an actor in movies like Naked Gun.
Police! Throw down your guns!
It's the kind of scene you'd expect at a Hollywood movie premiere. The cameras, satellites, fans on the pavements, the stars arriving in limousines. But they're not stars coming down the stairs. They're lawyers, O.J. Simpson's lawyers. And the occasion, a brief court appearance at which the most famous man ever to be charged with murder in America is expected to utter just 2 words, not guilty.
And are you ready to enter a plea at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to counts 1 and 2?
Absolutely 100% not guilty.
And do you deny...
The entire country's been mesmerized by this case. People are riveted on it, on every bit of information and every bit of pseudo-information.
Former LA District Attorney Ira Reiner has overseen some of this city's most dramatic courtroom tussles, including the Rodney King case, which sparked the LA riots. It seems that people here don't want to believe that OJ's capable of the crimes he's been charged with.
Well, you know, it's sort of like having one of your very close friends charged with a horrible crime. You don't want to believe it.
How difficult is it to prosecute someone like that?
It is always difficult to prosecute a celebrity because people, jurors, do not want to think the worst of them. But OJ is more than a celebrity. OJ is an authentic American hero. And how difficult is it to prosecute a hero? I can't begin to say because we've never tried that before.
My wife, Nicole, who came into my life at what is probably the most difficult time for an athlete at the end of my career. And she turned those years into some of the best years I've had in my life, babes.
Can you send someone to my house? What's the problem there?
The public face of O.J. Simpson as a loving husband was, it seems, a long way from the reality.
Okay, what does he look like? He's O.J. Simpson. I think you know his record. Could you just send somebody over here? Has he been drinking?
According to tapes released by the prosecution, he'd been beating his wife for years.
He just drove up again. He just drove over? Hey, wait a minute, what kind of car is he in? He's in a white Bronco, but first of all, he broke the back door down to get in.
The murder investigation continues, with the police focusing on the blood stains found in Simpson's
June,
car.
police found Nicole dead. Along with a friend, Ronald Goldman, she'd been brutally murdered. Before police could charge OJ, he was on the run, leaving a friend to read a parting message.
I can't go on. No matter what the outcome, people will look and point. I can't take that. I can't subject my children to that.
So I looked at my wife and I said, sounds like a suicide note. Let's go find this guy.
Out searching for OJ and his big scoop was television reporter and helicopter pilot Bob Turr.
And we decided the best place to go would be, just like a Hollywood movie, go to the cemetery where Nicole Simpson was buried. Can you think of a better Hollywood ending? O.J. Simpson going and killing himself at the grave of Nicole Simpson? How melodramatic. So we flew down there and we were staking out the cemetery. Well, sure enough, just a short time after we get there, there's a police band call where they say O.J. Simpson's been spotted a mile away from the cemetery. Well, we were overhead in minutes, and the rest is history.
This is Bob Turr. We're over the...
Bob's report began the coverage of this now infamous 2-hour police chase that was beamed live around the world. In America, 100 million people watched on television as OJ, holding a gun to his own head, was driven slowly along LA freeways by fellow footballer A.C. Cowley.
At one point during the pursuit, we were about 35, 40 feet away. We wanted to be able to shoot through the window and see if we could see O.J. Simpson holding this blue steel revolver to his head.
He is back there with the gun.
Didn't think he might point it at you?
Hey, I've been shot at a lot. You know, it's a big sky and we're a very little helicopter.
I have long ago come to regard the city as the derationalized zone. When I saw the people on the freeway cheering, saying, "Go, OJ, go," holding up signs saying, "Go, OJ, go," I thought to myself, these people have lost their minds. They think they're part of a movie or a TV show. They are cheering for a man whom their city government has accused of severing the head of his wife to the spinal column and stabbing a person he didn't even know 30 times. This is real life. This woman really died. Ronald Goldman really died. People don't seem to understand that in this case.
America's morbid curiosity with this case is drawing thousands of sightseers here to Brentwood, all hoping for a glimpse of O.J. Simpson's house. Now, this suburb is more exclusive than Beverly Hills. Michelle Pfeiffer has a house here, so does Mel Gibson. The residents of Brentwood are so furious their neighbourhood has become the hottest new tourist attraction in town. They've even suggested throwing a tent over O.J. Simpson's house to keep the sticky beaks away. As one social commentator put it, it's going to take a major psychological task force to shake Americans out of this one.
Does it say no parking?
Yeah, down farther in the board.
The gawkers and the hawkers have souvenired anything they can carry from Brentwood. Street signs, bark off trees, even clumps of lawn. And they just keep coming.
I've seen that you've been here for a while, and you've seen the traffic that's come by. There's several hundreds just in the last 20 minutes that you've been here, so that's quite amazing.
What's this? The last two pictures of OJ doing the advertisement for the boots, 1980, October.
Why would someone set him up?
Because he got money, they want to see him broke.
What could I sell in a day? About 100 sheets a day.
And now O.J. Simpson's trial is a business. It's a business for his lawyers. It's a business for the media. It's a business for the people selling T-shirts. It's a business of selling fame, selling gore, selling attachment to something bigger than yourself. It's a business.
Entertainment Tonight now chronicles the downfall of a superhero.
The question everyone wanted to know was, would he surrender or kill himself in front of the cameras?
Americans can't get enough of this case. Every court appearance is covered live. Every news bulletin carries another episode of America's most compelling soap opera.
Our hotline number is just the latest in a series of new defense team moves.
In the United States, and particularly in California, journalists can cover a court case as freely as they might cover football. There's not a thought here about prejudicing a trial or influencing jurors. The real trial hasn't started. The trial by media is in top gear.
Let's stand behind you, man, please. It's ridiculous to think that the media has done anything improper or the media is going to affect the way the jury is going to see this case. O.J. Simpson is going to get more than a fair trial. He's going to get off. They're not going to find 12 people to find him guilty.
In America, the law is that if you're a black defendant, you have to have some blacks in the jury. Question: has America become so racially angry and polarized that a black juror will no longer vote to convict a black man no matter what? It sure looks that way in high-profile cases.
In this city where the '92 riots are still fresh in memories, that's the other strand in this landmark case. O.J. Simpson is likely to be judged as much on race as on evidence.
Both the prosecution and the defense are trying to poison the well from which any potential juror may drink.
Are you suggesting that it's nigh on impossible to find an impartial jury?
It will be virtually impossible for the prosecution to deal with the problem that about 2 out of 3 blacks, generally across the board, are favorable to O.J. Simpson.
This case is about the worst nightmare of the white community, namely that even the most socialized, privileged, upscale black would revert to gang behavior. He was the model American. He was the guy who came up from the streets, from the slums, from the gangs, made it through his physical prowess and bravery and smarts, turned himself into a respectable citizen. He was the model for what Americans desperately want their black citizens to become.
Los Angeles Police Department is actively searching for Mr. Simpson.
Most people who have eyes and ears are thoroughly convinced that he's probably not innocent, but I think we would all be shouting hosannas if he were innocent.
Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Welcome back to 60 Minutes. As a footballer, there was none better than O.J. Simpson. As a human being, many would argue there aren't too many worse. It's 22 years since Simpson was famously charged with murdering his former wife, Nicole Brown, and her friend, Ron Goldman. The court case, an 8-month spectacle fueled by the public's obsession with celebrity, ended with the jury's not guilty verdict. A civil court later found Simpson was liable for the deaths and ordered him to pay more than $30 million in compensation. In 2008, O.J. Simpson was jailed for 33 years after a botched armed robbery in Las Vegas. It's likely he'll be paroled next year, but the story of this one-time American hero is now Hollywood fodder, and for the victims' families, It's a story that only continues to haunt them.
It's 6:30 in the morning, and I get awakened to this horrific scream. Like, I can't even explain it.
Tanya Brown was just 24 years old when her family's world fell apart.
And I saw my mom sitting at the kitchen table, white, just like her soul was just taken away.
The family had just received a call to tell them her older sister Nicole had been viciously stabbed to death.
I went to the bathroom, and there was my dad with his head on his forehead, and he was just pounding the sink. And I said, "Daddy, is it true? Is she dead?" And he went, "Yeah." And from then on, it was just, everything changed. Everything changed.
35-year-old Nicole Brown Simpson, the former wife of NFL star O.J. Simpson, and her friend Ron Goldman were found dead outside her home. Their brutal murders became instant news. The thing that struck me is how horrific it must have been to see this on television.
Oh, yeah. I just remember standing in the living room, and my mom and I, we were holding hands, and there was Nicole's body covered by a sheet. All I heard was my mom, she squeezed my hand and she said, "That's my kid."
What followed was this. O.J. Simpson tried for the murders in a court case that divided a nation and captivated the world.
Mr. Simpson, would you please stand and face the jury?
An extraordinary 8-month-long trial that ended with Simpson's acquittal.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187.
Watched live on television by hundreds of millions of people.
Of murder in the first degree or second degree to be not true.
Oh, my word.
Do you remember that day?
Oh, yeah. I was just sitting there, that anxiety just in my chest, in my stomach, and sweaty hands. I remember sitting on the edge of the seat just going like this, just I couldn't breathe.
O.J. Simpson was the all-American hero, the football star turned actor.
Hiya, buddy.
He became a trusted public face. When he and Nicole married,
And she turned those years into some of the best years I've had in my life, babes.
they were the glamorous celebrity couple, and with their children, a perfect family. But what many didn't know was that O.J. Simpson had been repeatedly beating his wife.
911 emergency. Can you get someone over here now to 325 Gretna Green? He's back.
And even after they divorced, it didn't stop.
Please. Okay, what does he look like? He's O.J. Simpson.
This frantic emergency call made by Nicole just 8 months before her murder.
You're going to hear him in a minute. He's about to come in again. Okay, just stay on the line. I don't want to stay on the line. He's going to beat the shit. Wait a minute. What is he doing there? He just drove up again. He just drove over. Okay, wait a minute. What kind of car is he in? He's in a white Bronco. But first of all, he broke the back door down to get in. Okay, wait a minute. What's your name? Nicole Simpson. Okay. Is he the sportscaster or whatever? Yeah.
You had your fingers around her throat, correct?
I could have touched her neck, yes.
At the civil trial brought against him by the victims' families, O.J. Simpson disputed punching his wife, but admitted to being violent.
And you never hurt your wife either, correct?
No, I hurt my wife, yes.
You never struck her with your hands, correct?
I never punched her, yes.
Did you ever strike her?
No.
Did you ever hurt her?
Yes.
Did you ever physically hurt her?
Yes.
Did you ever bruise her?
Yes.
Did you ever make her black and blue?
When you reflect now, what kind of life did your sister actually live?
My sister was treated like a circus animal on many occasions, but she hid it so well.
You said she was a prisoner.
Mm-hmm. She was in her own prison.
I know we're talking about your sister, but what about Ron Goldman? Do you think about...
All the time. You know, and I'm glad you raised that because domestic violence doesn't just affect the victim. You know, look at Ron. He was an innocent bystander.
What many believe was a case of vicious domestic violence is now Hollywood entertainment. The O.J. Simpson story is an industry.
All right. He's a black man being haunted by the police.
And 22 years later,
I can't go to jail, boss.
TV shows and documentaries about him are more popular than ever.
Bronco's gone.
The latest offering features Simpson's manager, close friend and confidant, Mike Gilbert. What did you love about O.J.?
His kindness, his being approachable to the fans.
For almost 20 years, Mike Gilbert's job was to build upon and protect the football hero's public image. What did America love about him?
He was a hero that knew what it meant to be a hero.
Was he also the black man who conquered the white world?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I think back, before O.J., there had never been a black person that was a national spokesperson.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
But at the time of the trial, racial tension was bubbling over in Los Angeles. Many believe it contributed to O.J. Simpson's favorable outcome.
Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 1.
But this horrific moment in history, Mike Gilbert says, might have been prevented if many had stepped up, including him. You said you never particularly liked Nicole, and she didn't particularly like you.
She was a player's wife. My job was to take the player away from the family, speaking engagements, endorsements. Nicole wanted O.J. to be home, be with the kids. She wanted a family. And I couldn't see that. I couldn't identify with that because my task is make money for my client.
So she was an impediment?
Absolutely. I didn't dislike her. I disliked that she was a competitor of mine. It's Coke and Pepsi, you know, it's like, you're my competitor.
Look, in just moments, the instant return computer prints out your receipt.
O.J.'s fame and fortune, Mike Gilbert claims, clouded everyone's judgment about the domestic violence many knew of or suspected.
O.J. pulled the knife across Nicole's throat, but everybody that sent her back, everybody that didn't, just pull her out, everybody contributed.
Everybody who didn't speak to O.J.?
We're all guilty. We're all guilty for June 12th. O.J. is the guy that went to trial. But you know what? In all of our hearts and all of our minds, we all know that we helped.
O.J. Simpson was a sociopathic gentleman. He had to have control of everything.
The last person to see O.J. Simpson before the murders was Kato Kalin. Even though he was a friend of Nicole, he was staying in O.J.'s guest house, and on that night shared a meal with his star landlord.
He said he was going to get something to eat, and I invited myself. And I could see by his reaction that he wasn't too happy about me inviting myself, and there was just a very, very long pause. And then he said, okay, you can go. You can come along.
You're one of the few people to see him prior to the murders and get a sense of how he was in those pivotal hours beforehand.
Right.
How would you have summed him up at that point?
He was a man in thought, and he seemed very sad. There was no dialogue. He just looked like he would be staring off in space, one of these looks while he's driving. He definitely was in thought, and something just wasn't right.
Kato Kalin was a witness for the prosecution, giving evidence about what he saw and heard on the night.
Can you demonstrate for us how loud it was?
Somewhat, yes.
Go ahead. Here. Yeah, go ahead.
But the trial saw him mocked and humiliated in the media. He became a punchline, dubbed a freeloader, a ditz, and the pool boy. Well, it became a show, a spectacle.
it became a soap opera. It became a soap opera with characters, and everybody had their characters.
And what was your character?
My character was comic relief.
Did you know where he was at 9:45?
No.
Did you see the defendant at 9:50?
No.
Did you see the defendant at 10:45?
No.
Did you see the defendant at 10:50?
No.
All these years later, he remains deeply affected by the case. Does it haunt you? Those few hours?
It haunts me. Yeah, it haunts me very much. It's been almost 22 years. The woman that I date, anytime I drop her off, I make sure that I know exactly what was on the radio at a certain time. I make sure that I see a car that I write down. I saw this car at 11:12. Everything I revolve around time, and so I know exactly where I am if anything else would happen in my life. It's very bizarre, and it's a terrible way to live, and that's what I do.
The vehicle is registered to Al Cowling, a former teammate, close friend of O.J. Simpson's, who has been a fugitive from justice now almost 12 hours.
Of all the images during what was dubbed the trial of the century, it is the vision of this white Bronco that most remember.
It is apparent that the police believe it.
Well,
and
it's
that
not
is
great.
Cowling's car, and that Simpson is in the driver's seat. We've received a report of a gun in the car. The car is heading
3
north.
days after the murders, O.J. Simpson, now a wanted man, led authorities on a low-speed police chase along a Los Angeles freeway. The Bronco was driven by O.J.'s friend, A.C. Cowlings.
Right now, we're okay, but you gotta tell the police to just back off. He's still alive, and he got a gun to his head.
And every moment was carried live on television.
Seems to know they've been recognized.
And he stared us down like he was deaf.
In fact, they said that it is the second most viewed vehicle in world history, behind the car that President Kennedy was assassinated in.
I believe that. I think the world was glued to this Bronco. Today, the infamous white Bronco is owned by Mike Gilbert. A lot of truth, it seems now, might have been going on inside this Bronco.
Absolutely.
AC seemed to know much more than he ever let on.
Oh, he knew. He knew.
And he knew, in your opinion, that OJ was guilty.
Oh, yeah, we knew.
Cowlings had driven OJ to Nicole's gravesite, where it was claimed he was going to commit suicide. But OJ didn't, and he was now heading home, armed with a gun and still threatening to kill himself.
Not a high-speed pursuit.
The Bronco chase? Mm-hmm. Your dad actually tried to talk OJ into not committing suicide.
Yeah.
What an incredibly generous position to take.
That's how I was raised. I'm a blessed girl.
Count 1, conspiracy to commit a crime. Guilty. Count 2, conspiracy to commit kidnapping. Guilty. Count 3, conspiracy to commit
More
robbery.
than a decade later, the O.J. Simpson story took another twist. Here, CCTV vision captures him entering a Las Vegas hotel to steal what he claims was his own sports memorabilia. Simpson was given a hefty 33 years prison sentence, seen by many as justice overdue. Do you think he will ever make an admission?
I believe that O.J. Simpson will make an admission, but I think that he'll probably come clean on his near his deathbed. Hollywood may make him an incredible offer, and he may be crazy enough to take the offer.
Hollywood.
Yeah, it's Hollywood.
O.J. Simpson is expected to be released on parole next year. It may be the final chapter in a shocking and violent real-life story hijacked by Hollywood. What do you think O.J. Simpson is feeling?
He doesn't.
So even as he sits in his jail today,
he doesn't
hoping
feel.
to be paroled, he's not reflecting?
Probably not.
He's not thinking with regret?
No. He didn't do anything wrong.
He's still in denial?
Probably.
The world's most famous prisoner, O.J. Simpson, is about to be a free man
On Friday, the now 70-year-old OJ was granted parole after spending nearly 9 years behind bars, and Americans once again tuned in to watch if the former NFL star would go free. We've covered the chapters of this saga closely over the years. Now it's time for the epilogue.
I've done my time. You know, I've done it as well and as respectfully as I think anybody can. I think if you talk to them.
It was the latest episode of America's ultimate reality show.
I've always thought I've been pretty good with people, and I've basically spent a conflict-free life.
Early Friday morning, millions tuned in live as prisoner 1027820, O.J. Simpson, was told he'd walk free.
So based on all of that, Mr. Simpson, I do vote to grant parole when eligible, and that will complete this hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you did run into him, if you did have an opportunity to say something to him, would you?
I get that question a lot, and you know what? You don't know until you're faced with that.
Tanya Brown is the sister of Nicole Brown Simpson, whom 3/4 of Americans believe was murdered by ex-husband O.J. Simpson. Liz Hayes spoke with her last year.
I don't know what I would say. Or he's just vapor to me. He's like somebody who I used to know.
Mr. Simpson, you organized this crime.
O.J.'s high-profile legal history wasn't a factor in Friday's decision.
It was a serious crime, and there was no excuse for it.
The 4 commissioners were focused on a robbery, not what became known as the murder trial of the century.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder.
Back in 1995, O.J. was acquitted of murdering his ex-wife Nicole and her friend Ron Goldman. Since then, the O.J. Simpson story became an industry, and 23 years later, TV shows and O.J. docos are more popular than ever.
What did you love about O.J.?
His kindness, his being approachable to the fans.
For almost 2 decades as O.J.'s manager, Mike Gilbert had the tough job of protecting the O.J. public image.
Count 1, conspiracy to commit a crime, guilty. Count 2, conspiracy to commit kidnapping, guilty. Count 3, conspiracy.
More than a decade after the murder trial, security cameras showed O.J. entering a Las Vegas hotel to steal sports memorabilia. He was sentenced to a maximum of 33 years in prison, seen by many as justice long overdue.
They believe O.J. should be in jail in Vegas. Not for Vegas, but we got him for what we didn't get him for in L.A. That's not our system, but it's okay because it's O.J. Because we want him punished, because we couldn't punish him before.
As a free man, O.J. will live in Florida and can access his NFL pension, but he'll never shake the suspicion that he got away with murder.
What do you think O.J. Simpson is feeling?
He doesn't. He doesn't feel. We never got an I'm sorry. I mean, yet alone, I'm sorry that this happened to Nicole. I'm so sorry.
He's not thinking with regret?
No, he didn't do anything wrong.
The end credits are rolling on Harvey Weinstein's once stellar movie career. The Hollywood producer, whose films have been nominated for a staggering 300 Academy Awards, has finally been exposed for his extraordinary abuse of power and position. For decades, he preyed upon young, attractive women who'd been trying to make their way in the film industry. And just as unfathomable as the man's disgraceful lechery is that he was enabled by a coterie of colleagues, now accused of turning a blind eye. Tonight, Zoe Brock, who grew up in Australia with ambitions to be in the business, adds her name to an ever-increasing list of Weinstein victims.
I'm lucky to have gotten out of that experience with Harvey physically unscathed. The more that I hear come to light as the story breaks and keeps on breaking and growing, the more lucky I realize I was and am. I thought that he was creepy and I thought he was a pervert and I thought that he was lots of things, but I kind of felt that he was a bit pathetic. Now I realize how dangerous he is. I don't feel sorry for him anymore. I think he's absolutely getting what he deserves right now.
What was your experience?
So I was invited to the Cannes Film Festival. I was told that it would be great for my career and we'd meet lots of people, and we were invited to dinner and I was seated next to this guy, Harvey. I didn't know him by sight, so I didn't know who he was. I had heard of Harvey Weinstein, but I didn't put two and two together. After dinner, we all went out. There were probably anywhere between 10, 15 of us all together. And we start driving and we drive out of town. And I ask where we're going and what the hell's happening. And I'm told that there's been a change of plans and that we're all meeting at the Hotel du Cap for a drink, which is 30 minutes out of town.
And did any of this alarm you at this stage?
At that stage, no. And when we get there, we all go up to the room. We crack another bottle of champagne. We're sitting there and then someone leaves and then another person leaves until it's just the assistant, Weinstein, and I, at which point my alarm bells are going off. I know something is really wrong here. And I'm assessing the situation and I turn to the assistant and say, where are my friends? What's going on? And he says he'll go down to the lobby and check to make sure that they're not having any issues getting up to the room. Stupid. I should have just gone with him.
But you believed him at this stage?
Sort of, but I was in that no man's land of starting to understand that something was wrong and not really sobering up fast, but still a bit tipsy, you know. And so he left the room and I was alone with Harvey. And it was sudden. He just left the room, came back in naked. Just like that. It was just full on. He was just suddenly naked and he wanted a massage and I didn't want to give him one. And I remember being quite frozen. He touched my back and shoulders and I quickly knew that I just couldn't let him do it. And I got up and I ran to where the bathroom was and I barricaded myself in there and he chased me. And he started banging on the door and pleading with me to come out and yelling at me to come out. And at that point, I was just completely freaked out.
What did you think was going to happen to you if you didn't escape, if you didn't run to the bathroom?
He was just getting too handsy. I didn't know what he was going to do. I was uncomfortable. You know, he wanted a lot more than I wanted to give him. I didn't want to give him anything. I wanted to give him my friendship. I thought he was a cool guy.
Mm. How far do you think he would have taken it?
By the sounds of it, all the way. I mean, he clearly wanted sex. And somehow my fear manifested into this bizarre statement that came out of my mouth, which was, "Put your clothes on, you naughty boy."
So you have to make this very fateful decision. Do you stay in the bathroom or do you come out?
Mm-hmm.
And you make the decision to leave the bathroom.
Yeah. He was sitting on the bed wearing a robe and I was furious. And he started to cry. And that was bizarre. And he said this statement that confuses me to this day.
What was that statement?
He said, "You don't like me because I'm fat." And in that moment, I kind of had this compassionate flash of, oh, Harvey's childhood, Harvey's time in high school, maybe women rejected him, maybe he just felt so insecure and unattractive.
Do you accept you were being manipulated in that moment?
Yeah.
So at this point, you'd already assessed that this was deliberate, that you'd been left alone
Oh, for sure.
with this man
For sure.
on purpose. It wasn't just an opportunity.
Oh, I knew. I had been played by not just one predator, but all his accomplices. Yuck.
Well, the evil of that must be confronting, that there are so many people complicit in such an act.
I hate the bro code. I don't like men that subscribe to this bro code where they keep each other's secrets and, you know, giggle about what they do to women and manipulate women together into situations like this. I think it's one of the biggest problems in our society.
So as a 23-year-old, you recognise that that's what you were in the middle of?
Oh, for sure. For sure. I think there's a lot of shame going on in Hollywood right now. I'm sure that there is a lot of shame. I'm sure those people are taking a good look at themselves. I hope they are. I don't think there's a word that I can say on 60 Minutes that I think I could describe them as without being censored.
Give it a go.
Fucking pricks. Selfish. Disconnected, discompassionate people. If they truly knew what was going on, anyone that truly knew what was going on all these years, there's, you know, I'm an atheist, but there's a nice place in hell waiting for them.
What about the women who are involved in helping procure other women who would also walk away and leave them alone with this man?
So messed up.
It's all pretty messed up, isn't it?
Yeah. But for women to help a man abuse other women, I can't imagine what kind of woman would do that.
So Zoe, I'll just get you to listen to this recording made by the NYPD after a complaint was made to them about his treatment of another model.
I'm telling you right now.
What do we have to do here?
Nothing. I'm going to take a shower. You sit there and have a drink. Water.
I don't drink.
Don't
Can I
glass of
stay
water.
on the bar?
No, you must come here now.
No.
Please.
No, I don't want to.
I'm not doing anything with you. Now you're embarrassing me.
I'm sorry. I
No,
cannot.
come in
No,
here.
yesterday was a kind of aggressive for
I
me.
know-
I need to know a person to
I
be
won't
touched.
do a thing.
I don't want
Do a thing, please. I swear I won't. Just sit with me. Don't embarrass me in the hotel. I'm here all the time.
Yesterday you touched my breast.
Oh, please, I'm sorry. Just come on. I'm used to that. Come on.
Are you used to that?
Yes, come in. Because
No, but I'm not used to that.
I will never do another thing to you. 5 minutes. Don't ruin your friendship with me for 5 minutes.
I know, but it's kind of like, it's too much for me. I can't.
Please, you're making a big scene here.
No,
Please.
but I want to leave.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
What's it like to listen to that?
It's like going back 20 years. That's Harvey being nice. That's his nice persistence. So you ask why women haven't come forward. Imagine him being that persistent and being angry and furious and scared. Imagine what he's then capable of.
You look like you're almost having a visceral reaction to hearing his voice.
Yeah, I feel really sick. I feel really sick.
We're glad to see you doing okay.
Thank you. Guys, I'm not doing okay.
You're not?
I'm trying. I gotta get help, guys. You know what? We all make mistakes. Second chance, I hope. Okay?
No problem.
Thanks, guys.
What out of all of this sticks with you the most? What worries you or horrifies you the most?
That I was singled out and hunted. Not by one predator, but by a pack of them, it seems. We've all experienced, you know, one bad guy, you know, trying to get us in the sack or talking down to us or whatever, with one. But when they worked in unison to separate me from my friends, and peeled out of that room, it's like a pack of hyenas hunting together. Like I'm some kind of wounded gazelle or something, and separate me from the herd. I'm really lucky that I got out of there, and I'm really lucky that my go-to reaction in a situation like that is anger, because I think it saved me from much worse.
So despite what you've been through, you consider yourself lucky, one of the lucky ones.
It could have always been worse, couldn't it?
We asked Harvey Weinstein for a response to Zoe Brock's accusations. His spokesperson said any allegations of non-consensual sex are unequivocally denied by Mr. Weinstein.
It's Harvey Weinstein's 66th birthday tomorrow, but he shouldn't be expecting any happy returns. Blinded by power and with an ego completely at odds with reality, the man who has produced and starred in the worst scandal to ever shame Hollywood is now its greatest pariah. And that's thanks to the scores of brave women, many of them high-profile actresses, who've exposed Weinstein's sexual misconduct. But tonight, we can reveal there's an added level of Weinstein wickedness. To cover up his crimes, he had at his disposal a so-called army of spies. They collected sensitive and embarrassing information about his victims, which he then used against them to shut them up. Among Weinstein's trusted allies was Australian Dylan Howard, who a few days ago went to court to try to stop his part in this story being broadcast. As you'll see, he failed.
If I say to you, Harvey Weinstein, that name, those two words, what do you think of?
I contract, even just seeing his face in the news.
A repulsive contraction.
Yeah, and fear, and just, it's hard to describe, but it's like just a shutdown.
The arrogance of Harvey Weinstein knew no limits. Put simply, the predator thought he could do whatever he wanted to women like Jasmine Loeb. 12 years ago, he pretended to be her friend and promised to make her acting dreams come true. Today, he's the monster inside them.
This wasn't the friend or the mentor that I had known. I felt terrified, and all I could think is, I want my parents.
What's extraordinary are the numbers. So far, more than 100 women, just like Jasmine, have come forward with similar claims.
He pulled his thing out.
He was rubbing my breast and had me gripped very tight, and I was trying to resist.
Sexual harassment, assault, and in some cases, even rape against Weinstein.
I said, I can't believe you're doing this to me. You're undermining me in a way that is so painful.
It's stunning and discombobulating because this person has been acting like a mentor, making you feel like you're fabulous. And all of a sudden, there's a dick in your face, literally.
This is the inside story of how Harvey Weinstein kept shocking allegations of sexual abuse against him from being made public.
False identities, the most elaborate kind of human intelligence work in the world.
How he used undercover operatives to gather information.
Weinstein must have been incredibly desperate.
Yeah, companies call this a you bet the company case. You throw everything you have to try and fight however you can.
In other words, you think you've got nothing to lose.
Or you have everything to lose.
And
g'day, Dylan Howard.
How the actions of an Australian journalist working with the resources of one of America's largest media organisations helped keep Weinstein's predatory behaviour Hollywood's dirty little secret.
Can we talk about the work that you've been doing for your friend Harvey Weinstein? It's here in New York City that Weinstein first began to build his power base and movie empire. Along with brother Bob, the pair started a production company that would make them rich, famous, and very influential. Miramax went on to have a string of hit movies, making many of its actors major stars. If you're on Harvey's team, you're almost automatically Hollywood royalty. That's why every actress and model in town went knocking on his door. Perfect fodder for Weinstein's insatiable appetite for lust and power.
He was the gatekeeper. He was like the king of Hollywood, and everyone wanted to know him. But I could tell by the type of man he was that he was both larger than life and really smart and charming, but at the same time, he was scary. He was big, and he was a big force.
Jasmine Loeb was 24 years old and a successful model when her world collided with Harvey Weinstein's.
I met him socially.
He knew you were an aspiring actress.
Yes, absolutely. It seemed really legit, and then he also would send me scripts and really sort of groomed me, also as a friend, and I saw him as a mentor. Yeah.
He was going to give you big roles and you were going to be Maid.
Yes. You know, there was a flirtation that he was, but I was always telling him that I had a boyfriend, and I was very clear. And I think that's when he, at a certain point, he got angry about that.
Well, you wouldn't exactly see him as a boyfriend, would you? I mean, have a look at him.
Yeah, no, of course not. But the fact that he kept sort of, he would push that, and I would always be very firm.
Jasmine says the first time she saw Harvey Weinstein's true colours, the unhinged megalomaniac, was one afternoon at a department store in New York City.
I'd done a modeling job at Bloomingdale's, and he called me to see what I was doing that evening. I told him that I couldn't meet him and that I was going to go see my grandmother afterwards. And he showed up to Bloomingdale's.
Didn't take no for an answer.
No. And he roamed the halls looking for me, calling out my name. And then he said, "I came to give you a ride home." And I was clearly terrified, and I went downtown with him in the car, and he grabbed my hand, and I pulled my hand away. And at that point, he got really fed up, and he said, "I want more than this, and you know, I can't do a platonic relationship anymore." And so I said, "Then I can't be your friend anymore." And he said, "Do you know who I am? You can never speak to me again if we don't take this further."
So what did you say?
I said, "Well, then I guess we can't speak again."
That's smart.
But then I got depressed afterwards, and I felt like he could potentially hurt my career.
That fear played on Jasmine, and so a month later, she did something she now regrets. She tried to make amends with the Hollywood producer at the 2006 Cannes Film Festival.
I didn't want anything physical with him. I didn't want anything romantic with him. I just wanted to make everything okay. I called him. He cleared his schedule. And I brought 2 girlfriends with me to protect me. And he brought me into the other room, and he said, "Either you leave with your friends or tell them to go away." And I panicked, and I told my friends to go away and that we were going to have lunch on his terrace.
This is in his hotel room?
Yes. I went there to make things right, and I soon realized that was the wrong decision, because my instincts told me to get out.
Jasmine had no way of predicting what Weinstein was capable of, but knew the situation was becoming dangerous. She tried to leave, but he had other ideas.
I said, I have to go. And he sat me down on the couch, and he started to give me a massage. And I pushed his hand away, and then he put his hand back and he put it down my dress, and he grabbed my right breast. I said, "I have to go." And he said, "Well, I gave you a massage. It's only fair if you give me a massage."
He's not taking no for an answer.
He's not taking no for an answer, and I'm trying to figure out how to get out of there. But I thought, okay, it's just a massage. And I started massaging his back, and he took off his shirt and he started like moaning into the bed. And then he pulled me into his arms, and then he brought me into the bathroom. He lifted up my dress and he said, "Let me just look at your legs." And then he said, "Well, can I just quickly masturbate in front of you?" And I said, "No." And I pushed past him. I think that at that point, if he had wanted to rape me then, he would have been able to. So it's one of those situations that I actually feel like, was I lucky? And then we got to the elevator and he said, "You're lucky I behaved." And I thought, you know, what would misbehaving entail?
In 2010, 4 years after Jasmine Loeb says movie mogul Harvey Weinstein attacked her, she wrote about the encounter in The Observer magazine. It was a blow-by-blow account, except for one small detail.
Why didn't you name him then?
Because I was too afraid to, and because I don't think our society was ready at that point. I had told my editor, and he said he wished he didn't know that.
As if to say, "I wish you hadn't told me."
Yes. But I wouldn't have had any support if I had come out against him, and it would have been me against him, and I didn't have the means to fight him.
Little did Jasmine know, Weinstein had been misbehaving for decades. And there was a long list of rolling credits: actresses, models, assistants, and producers, who all say they were targeted and assaulted by the powerful producer.
I was in this crazy old hotel in the middle of nowhere. Then Harvey walked back in and he was naked.
He said, "If you won't let me kiss you or touch you or something, God, I don't know, will you at least lift up your shirt and show me your tits?"
He turned me around whilst he unbuckled his trousers and exposed his penis and said to me, "Don't worry, I'm not gonna ask you to suck it." And he started to masturbate himself, and he forced my hand and used my hand to help him with the process until he ejaculated all over the bathroom floor.
I thought, he's coming after me. You know in that moment that you may not make it.
He just stepped over it as though nothing had happened.
It was easy for Weinstein to pretend nothing had happened because for decades, nothing did. The women he chose were either too scared or too traumatised to go to the police. But in 2015, that all changed when a glamorous Italian model was invited here to Weinstein's Tribeca office for a meeting. Ambra Battilana Gutierrez says that after only a short time, Harvey asked her if her breasts were real, then proceeded to grope them, tried to put his hand up her skirt, and tried to kiss her. She quickly left and went straight to the police. Now, the NYPD Special Victims Unit was so convinced of Ambra's story, they set up a sting for the following night, putting a wire on Ambra to record Weinstein's response.
I'm telling you right now.
What do we have to do here?
Nothing. I'm going to take a shower. You sit there and have a drink.
I'm sorry, I
No,
cannot.
come in
No,
here.
yesterday was a kind of aggressive for me. I need to know a person to
I
be
won't
touched.
do a thing.
Ambra's secret recording was astonishing. There was no hint of embarrassment or apology from Weinstein.
Come in now. When the guy comes with my
Why
jacket, you can go.
yesterday you touched my breast?
I'm used to that.
Are you used to that?
Yes, come in.
It proved his behaviour from the previous day was not unusual.
Come on, sit here, please.
No, I don't want.
I will never do another thing to you. 5 minutes. Don't ruin your friendship with me for 5 minutes,
No,
please.
but I want to leave.
Okay, goodbye.
After I left the hotel, I was with the police. They were super happy and like saying, "Wow, now this person is completely finished. You saved a lot of women."
For the first time, Harvey Weinstein's sordid behaviour was about to be uncovered.
Movie mogul Harvey Weinstein's facing sexual assault allegations this morning. Police in New York confirmed they're investigating an accusation against Weinstein.
But he wouldn't go down without a fight. Weinstein went into damage control and hired a very expensive corporate intelligence company called K2. Their brief was to find dirt on Amber that could undermine her and her story.
Harvey Weinstein came to K2 initially with a matter that they probably wouldn't take on if it was somebody else. Nobody likes to develop information on somebody who's accusing a client of sexual misconduct. But Harvey Weinstein being Harvey Weinstein, exceptions were made.
The K2 operatives dug deep and found gold. It was embarrassing information about Amber's past in Italy. And when Weinstein received it, he couldn't wait to start leaking it.
The New York Post then went after the Italian model with the story, Secret Life of Harvey's Shy Accuser, the paper saying that she once filed a sexual assault suit against a 70-year-old, quote, sugar daddy.
It lasted for like a week. Everything was about me being a blackmailer, me being a prostitute. They were asking me questions like, are those news real? Like, you were a prostitute? They were questioning me like I was a predator or something. Guys, I mean, I'm the victim.
Weinstein's muckraking worked. The New York District Attorney suddenly got nervous about proceeding with the case and decided Amber's past legal issues made her a problematic witness.
Why yesterday you touched my breast?
I'm used to that.
The DA also now found the secret recording of Weinstein did not prove any criminal intent. There would be no charges laid.
He seemed really powerful, and he was, and he did everything in his power to keep that. And it's really terrifying how it happened, and that people let it happen, and that people were trying to cover up this massive, well, I was about to say secret, but it wasn't a secret.
For decades, Harvey Weinstein had successfully evaded being named as a sexual predator. But in 2015, he had come close to being publicly outed when Italian model Ambra Battilana Gutierrez went to the police after being attacked in Weinstein's New York office. The NYPD needed proof, though, and so a very brave Ambra, wearing a recording device, went back into Weinstein's lair and secretly recorded this confession.
I will never do another thing to you. 5 minutes. Don't ruin your friendship with me for 5 minutes.
Despite this evidence, the district attorney did not press charges.
But Amber's case appears to be the tipping point in this whole sordid story. After years of rumours and near misses, magazine and newspaper editors were determined to break this story and turn Hollywood gossip into fact. The pressure was building, and Weinstein employed extreme measures to shut it down. He was happy to spend up big on corporate intelligence companies who used former spies to rake over the background of his accusers.
One of the firms behind those undercover agents was Black Cube, an Israeli firm that on their website touts the fact that there are former Mossad agents in their chain of command, and they really pride themselves on being the most elite at this kind of work. False identities, front companies, really the most elaborate kind of human intelligence work in the world.
While agents from the highly secretive intelligence firm, Black Cube, were busy trying to stop negative stories about Weinstein being published, Ronan Farrow from the New Yorker magazine was following their trail.
When I first talked to you, and then we had that conversation at the end of that interview where I said, are there others? And you said, I know there are others.
His entry to their stealthy world came through actress Rose McGowan, who'd accused Weinstein of rape.
A woman named Diana Phillip reached out to Rose McGowan, and over the ensuing months, infiltrated herself into Rose McGowan's life, became her friend. They had ice cream together, and it was all completely fake. This woman, Diana Phillip, secretly recorded tens of hours of audio of her and route it back to Weinstein.
This so-called sympathetic friend, Diana Phillip, was in fact Stella Penn-Pashanak, an ex-Israeli Mossad agent working for Black Cube.
They were also pretending to be members of victim support groups.
Doesn't get much lower than that, does it?
No, it doesn't. That is something that I find objectionable.
Philip Siegel is a private investigator in New York City. He says what Black Cube did for Harvey Weinstein was not only unethical, but also legally questionable.
Black Cube insists that it applies high moral standards to all its work. How high do you think they are?
I don't think they held up because they pretended to be people they weren't. And right there, you're not allowed to do that.
We look at details of the contract that was leaked. We're talking about 600,000 US plus 300,000 for a bonus for success rates plus.
Yeah.
Big money.
If your entire reputation rests on success in this, then if you're someone as wealthy as Harvey Weinstein, and if you look at what his legal fees would be, many, many millions of dollars, this is the kind of money that you would want to pay.
And so by being outed, is that a disaster?
Yeah, this did not go well for the Black Cube, and that's unfortunate for them. But I'm glad it happened because it does expose what I view as an unethical way of fact-finding, and it's never good for the business when someone really bad gets really famous.
But as it turned out, it was all very good business for Australian journalist Dylan Howard. He's a former Channel 7 reporter who, after being sacked by the network, moved to Hollywood to mix with the rich and famous. He's now the chief content officer at American Media Inc., an organisation that boasts esteemed mastheads like the National Enquirer and US Weekly. We caught up with Dylan on a cold New York morning on his way into the office.
G'day, Dylan Howard. Liam Bartlett, 60 Minutes Australia, Dylan.
I know exactly who you are, Liam. You're an absolute icon and champion of the industry.
Dylan Howard used his position at AMI to dispatch reporters to dig dirt on Rose McGowan, information that he then passed on to Harvey Weinstein. In one instance, one of Howard's reporters approached the ex-wife of movie director Robert Rodriguez and confirmed that Rodriguez had had an affair with Rose McGowan. It's embarrassing and very private information, but Dylan Howard is straight onto Weinstein via email.
I have something amazing. Eventually, she laid into Rose pretty hard.
The Australian appears keen to please and reassures Weinstein that none of the skullduggery can be traced back to him.
This is the killer, especially if my fingerprints are not on this.
They are not, and the conversation is recorded.
Can we talk about the work that you've been doing for your friend Harvey Weinstein?
I've been doing absolutely no work for Harvey Weinstein.
Well, you've been digging the dirt.
No.
On Weinstein's accusers. Why have you been doing that?
Our responses have been well articulated about exactly.
Well, can you talk to me about that?
You can actually read our responses.
Dylan Howard says he's done nothing wrong. He says he was dealing with Harvey Weinstein as part of a television production agreement, which has since been terminated. But incredibly, he also admits that none of the information his journalist gathered on Rose McGowan was ever intended to be published, which begs the question, why was it gathered in the first place?
Why would you want to do that for an accused rapist?
Nobody knew he was an accused rapist.
You're an Australian, come on. You'd be familiar with the term scumbag. Dylan? He tasks his journalists with digging the dirt on Rose McGowan and then passes it in emails that have been uncovered to Weinstein. And then says later in his defence, we were never going to print the story. We would never have used that sort of information to publish. Which makes it even weirder, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just reprehensible. No, I not only can't support that, but it goes against everything that we want out of our journalists.
Safe to say it's a hard action for Dylan Howard to defend.
I don't know how he would defend it.
Ironically, Dylan Howard has faced his own sexual harassment allegations by women in 2 separate companies he's worked for, including American Media Inc.
You've had problems yourself with sexual harassment allegations, haven't you? 2 different.
He denies all the allegations.
Are all those women wrong? But why would you help Weinstein? Can you explain that to me?
In October 2017, the decades of abuse and cover-up came crashing down on Harvey Weinstein.
The fall from grace for movie mogul Harvey Weinstein keeps getting worse.
The New York Times reporting allegations by numerous women.
New revelations about the great lengths he allegedly went to silence his accusers.
He was fired from his own company, and the Attorney General of New York launched legal action. Though he denies all allegations of non-consensual sex, he's been in therapy in Arizona and says he's hopeful for a comeback.
I gotta get help, guys. You know what? We all make mistakes. Second chance, I hope, okay?
That's if he manages to avoid prison.
Weinstein's statement says that you have a wild imagination.
Yes,
Essentially, they're saying you're a fiction writer. What do you expect?
right. But if he's denied all of the allegations, and there must be like 80 to 100 women at this point. So then if everyone's making that up, I mean.
Would you like to see him go to jail?
I think I would. The whole thing is really sad. But what he did was so wrong to so many women. I'm still afraid of him.
Do you think he's finished?
I hope so.
Once upon a time in Hollywood, Harvey Weinstein was an icon, but no more. His failing was a belief that he was so potent he could have anything or anyone he wanted, and damn the consequences. Weinstein lured young women to be his sexual playthings, knowing such was his influence, they'd be too frightened to call him out. And the plan worked for decades until finally his victims said enough. The movie mogul was publicly exposed. Now he's being made to account for his predatory behaviour in a New York court of law. But Harvey Weinstein's not going down without a fight, and he's worked out the best man for the job of taking on the Me Too movement is a woman.
He has set up a whole life and a company as a front for a rape factory, a human trafficking factory. I think it'd be best for everyone if he just ceased to exist.
Harvey Weinstein, once the world's most celebrated movie mogul.
His name is Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey.
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 Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein. And God, Harvey Weinstein.
Now better known as the evil face of Me Too. Crushed by an avalanche of sexual assault allegations. More than 90 women coming forward from within Hollywood and beyond.
Harvey, are you claiming all of these women are making this up?
Go to the bathroom.
Please, I don't want to do something I don't want.
Don't ruin your friendship with me for 5 minutes.
It's like David and Goliath.
They underestimated you.
Yeah, big time. Very much.
Tonight, as we wait for a verdict in his historic rape trial in New York, we turn the spotlight on Harvey's henchmen, the spies that hounded his victims. You don't care what people think of you?
I'll go away and say he's a dick, and I'll live with that.
And the controversial lawyer in his corner.
It's not unusual for women to lie. Women are attracted to powerful men. Women are attracted to older, powerful men.
This is the court case the women's movement Me Too has been waiting for. Harvey Weinstein finally facing trial for rape. But to the disgust and disbelief of many, it's a woman that's been by his side every step of the way. His lead attorney, Donna Rotuno. How does it feel to represent arguably the most hated man in the world?
I don't know if it's really fair to say that about Harvey Weinstein, but I know that that's definitely the way that the media has painted him. I was completely prepared for the scrutiny that I would be under when I took this on. I think what I wasn't prepared for was the Twitter attacks, prepared for people screaming at me when I walk into the courthouse, and, you know, prepared for the direct messages I get on Instagram saying, you know, I hope you get raped.
In this great country, you are innocent until proven guilty.
Despite being so widely loathed, the 44-year-old is steadfast in her belief that Harvey Weinstein is not a rapist, and his accusers are just making all of this up.
I think the problem in a case like this up to this point is the fact that the emotion of this case has been taken over and common sense has been left outside.
But it's Rotunno's blunt, some say brutal way of delivering her message about the alleged victims that's particularly enraged so many people.
Women are attracted to powerful men. Women are attracted to older, powerful men. Women don't care what they look like. They don't care how big they are. They're attracted to the lifestyle and the benefit of the lifestyle. Women were throwing themselves at Harvey Weinstein.
The question that so many people come back to in all of this is, why would so many women make all of this up?
Well, I think there's a couple reasons. I think one, there's definitely a financial and a monetary gain that's possible. I also think the motivation is not wanting to be the person who says, I had consensual behavior with Harvey Weinstein. I think that once people started coming out, women who, by any other account, if you look at the evidence, engaged in consensual behavior, now says, I don't want to be that person.
A major reason Weinstein chose Rotunno to represent him is because she's a woman, trying to soften the image of his defense team's cross-examinations at trial.
This type of a case requires the right lawyers. I think a woman standing here could make a difference.
And her record, well, it certainly speaks for itself. She's defended 40 men in sexual assault cases and only ever lost once. The lawyer sympathises with men accused of rape in this day and age, claiming it's become so hard for them to prove consent.
And I mean, people laugh at me all the time when I'm the one that says if I was a man in today's world, I'd make people sign consent forms. And they think I'm kidding, and I'm not.
So what, you think that's what the world's come to? A
yes.
Young man goes home with a girl and he's got
I do.
Sign up.
I do. Or ask somebody to, record consent on your phone. I absolutely do. We want to have it both ways. And we also want to live in a world where men take on all the risk and women do as women want to do. And then at the end, we say, well, we have to believe all women. How is that a just, fair system for either side?
But women should be able to take risks without being raped.
Well, of course. But at the same time, to then say, I swipe right on Tinder, and then I go home with somebody and not think that they then may try to proposition me.
That almost sounds like you're saying when you go home, you're asking for it.
No, not at all. That's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when you go home with someone after swiping right, to act as if you have no idea what that interaction may be or what you may be consenting to seems ridiculous to me.
This is what democracy looks like!
On the one hand, Rotunno claims to be a feminist, but at the same time says women have now actually got too much of a free ride on other fronts, particularly when claiming to have been sexually assaulted, suggesting nowadays they're believed far too easily.
Sexual assault and rape are the only crimes in our statutes where we can walk into a police station and say, I was raped and someone believed me. And that's it. That's all you have to say.
But when you talk about the idea of women facing no ramifications for just coming forward with claims like this, I mean, it's a traumatic experience. And you look at one of the women who took the stand here, the alleged victim, she ended up in tears from your cross-examination. She had a panic attack. I mean, that's hardly a walk in the park.
Well, and it isn't a walk in the park. But again, when we talk about this, even starting with the question, it was a traumatic experience, that means that you're presupposing it actually happened.
No, I'm saying to be able to garner the strength to take the stand and effectively be torn apart and have your life examined to a minor detail, that is not a scot-free experience.
No, it is not a scot-free experience. But if you are lying, or if you're bolstering, or if you're relabeling, or renaming, or changing the narrative about the truth, it's my job to figure that out.
I've never understood why people sell their soul to aid and abet a criminal.
Dear Harvey.
Rose McGowan is the most prominent force behind the Me Too movement.
Today, Lady Justice is staring down a super predator.
At just 22, she shot to fame after landing a leading role in the blockbuster movie Scream. The young and ambitious actress was bound to become Hollywood's next big star, but also Weinstein's next victim. At the 1997 Sundance Film Festival, he coerced Rose to a business meeting at his hotel, where he allegedly raped her. Give us a sense of the toll that it takes on you, the suffering after an attack like that.
Well, your life is really never the same. You know, you want it to be desperately. When you do get attacked, there's a huge part of you that's like, can we just go back to the hour before this happened where I was me?
Weinstein is obviously, in your mind, the lowest of the low, but all those people that are...
I think they're lower.
Honestly?
I do. I've always thought people that are complicit, whether through silence or through monetary gain, especially through monetary gain, what is wrong with you? He has set up a whole life and a company as a front for a rape factory, a human trafficking factory. And he had a lot of people there to help him with his big rape fantasy and his rape machine, right? I think it'd be best for everyone if he just ceased to exist, however that happens.
Donna Rotuno is happy to concede Harvey Weinstein, like most of her clients, is a sinner, but insists that doesn't mean he belongs in jail. You say there's a difference between sins and crimes.
Well, a sin is cheating on your wife. A sin is sleeping with multiple women. A sin is treating people badly at work. But a crime is a crime. And so, you know, is Harvey guilty of committing sins? Sure. That doesn't make you a criminal. And there's a lot of real estate between making bad choices and committing crimes.
But you have no issues representing a sinner?
No, because we don't criminalize morality in this country.
The natural flow on from that is that people would say you don't care about your morals.
Well, you know, they can say that all they want, but my job is to defend the system of justice under which we all live.
The most common criticism of Rotuno is that she engages in victim blaming, particularly when she recently declared she'd never been sexually assaulted because she'd never put herself in that position before. The Me Too movement's public enemy #1 was always Harvey Weinstein, but now Donna Rotuno might not be far behind. You've also said, I feel that women may rue the day Me Too started when no one asks them out on a date, no one holds a door open for them, or tells them that they look nice.
I was in Las Vegas. Gentleman in the elevator says, "You look very nice today." And I said, "Oh, thank you." And he says, "I hope you don't find that offensive." And I said, "No, I think it's very nice, thank you." And he said, "I don't want to get Me Too'd out of here." And I laughed, thinking you have no idea who you're talking to about this topic. But I thought, this is how men think today. And I think, wow, it's like the pendulum is swinging too far in the other direction. And do I think that it's good that men think about their actions or women think about their responses? Or, of course. But if it goes so far that somebody thinks they can't even give you a compliment, that's when I think it's gone too far.
I saw a headline in New York Magazine the other day that said there's a special place in hell for Harvey Weinstein's lawyer. Does it hurt?
Sure. I mean, you're a human being. And I mean, to say that there's a special place in hell for me, especially when you know nothing about the other things that I do in my life. So sure, it hurts, but I know that that's not who I am. And I'm confident with that.
Seth Friedman has made a living operating in the shadows.
There is an adrenaline rush. There is a kind of sense of mission that I've got.
He's a gun for hire, a spy digging for dirt on behalf of powerful, cashed-up clients. Oligarchs, business barons, but most notably, the notorious Harvey Weinstein.
Not there to think about, is he a nice guy? Is he a good dad? Does he pay his taxes? This was another job. This was a big executive with a problem.
The first rule of being a spy is that no one knows you're a spy. But in the widespread coverage of Weinstein, Seth's cover has been blown. And now he's revealing all to us about this sordid story. When you're filling out a form that asks your occupation, what do you put down?
These days I put spy because I might as well admit it.
Do you love your job?
I love it.
Why?
Because one, it's a natural fit for me, and also I think, you know, I don't have any moral issues with it.
In 2016, Seth was approached by the intelligence agency Black Cube and asked to conduct covert operations for Harvey Weinstein. He claims he was initially told Weinstein was investigating corporate rivals, not trying to defend himself against numerous accusations of sexual assault. Seth was given a hit list of 91 targets the Hollywood producer saw as threats, including the likes of actress Rose McGowan. When someone's name ended up on here, what did that mean?
If someone's name was listed in red, they're like a top priority target. But basically the idea was go through the list and try and find out who is saying negative things, because he wants a heads up as to what he thinks is going on. He wants it confirmed.
Black Cube certainly knows how to hunt a target. The firm is run by several former heads of Mossad, Israel's elite spy agency. Seth himself was also previously a member of the Israeli Defense Forces. It's not beat around the bush, Black Cube. It's run by some pretty hard bastards.
It certainly is. I wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of them, but luckily, well, hopefully I'm not.
It's the dark arts, essentially, isn't it?
It is the dark arts. That are we in agreement on. I mean, like, of course it's the dark arts because that's the nature of spying.
Black Cube agents are suspected of intimidating dozens of Harvey Weinstein's accusers. The operatives, in some cases, befriending the women, even pretending to be from victims' support groups, with the intel then being sent straight back to Weinstein. Seth's tactic was simple. The seasoned spy would assume the role of a newspaper reporter, a job he genuinely once had, and then trick his targets into opening up.
Hello?
Hello? Hi.
Oh, hi, thanks for calling back.
That's the exact approach he took when he called Rose McGowan.
And I was just hoping I could maybe talk to you about a piece that we're doing.
So do you have specific questions? Or?
I said to her, like I said to pretty much everyone, I'm interested in doing a piece on life in Hollywood now, in 2017, whenever, compared to life in Hollywood when people started out, say, 20, 30 years ago.
That's straight out deception.
In what sense? Like, I mean, what deception is in, do I have an ulterior motive?
Well, you weren't working on a piece.
What if I then, let's say I did publish a piece a month later on life in Hollywood, but I was still passing that information back. Is that still straight out deception?
I mean, you're claiming that you're writing a piece. I mean, it's just fanciful.
Yeah, that's a cover. I wasn't writing a piece, but I said that I was because that's a way in. And then if you were looking back at your younger self...
Rose, unfortunately, walked right into the trap.
Well, that's because I actually have a signed document from the time of the attack.
She trusted Seth and opened up to him in this 75-minute phone call, including detailing her abuse by Harvey Weinstein. Information that Seth then sent straight back to the boss. Would you describe yourself as a moral person?
What does a moral person, I mean, against what benchmark is morality set? As long as I can live with what I do, and I've never had a sleepless night thinking, oh, that's so evil what I do or have done.
But there were alleged victims of sexual assault who, many cases where they say that these double agents came to them, of which you were one of them, and it did muddy the waters for them, and it made them hesitant then to come forward and speak out because they didn't know who they could trust. And like it or not, that silences people.
Sorry, there's one person who says that. That's Rose McGowan.
Black Cube came after you personally.
Yeah.
What toll did that take on you?
I think it shaved years off my life. I think them coming after me spun my brain and still does in a way that's fractured a part of me that I don't think will ever fix. But these are people that hurt people, and that's their job. Their job is to hurt other people, so, I hope they're proud at night.
Rose McGowan was targeted by Black Cube because she was seen as a threat.
I feel scared here. I don't feel safe, you know?
Like many of Weinstein's rape accusers, Rose was intimidated into signing a non-disclosure agreement, paid $100,000 to stay silent.
I went to a therapist in New York for trauma issues, and she suggested I get a puppy.
Almost 2 decades after her attack in the wake of Me Too, Rose finally garnered the strength to share her story. But she quickly learned it wasn't just Weinstein she was taking on.
In your mind, you're at war.
Yes. I have been, ever since I got raped.
But the thing with Harvey Weinstein is he has an army behind him.
He has a real one. But he has an army of spies, lawyers, minions. It's an army of the complicit, of people that they're going to the mat for a serial rapist. Because he makes movies that win an Oscar? What?
Do you see it just basically as evil?
Yes, it is evil. It's literally a web of evil.
It's like she's got a screw loose. She's not hero and I'm villain unless you're in a very childlike, someone has to be good and someone has to be bad. I mean, her saying I do the bidding of evil, still I'll probably sleep tonight, I reckon, yeah.
I will mentor you, I teach you, whatever, but you have to, you know, relax with me, have fun, enjoy, you know.
You're listening to Harvey Weinstein in full flight. Part of this secretly recorded audio from 2015 has only just been released.
What?
A massage, something fun.
I'm shy.
I know, but a massage, something nice.
Cold, hard evidence of Weinstein pressuring a young woman into his hotel room.
Can I stay on the bar?
No, you must come here now.
Not today, maybe. No.
A little bit.
Please. No, I don't want to.
All right, we'll see, we'll see.
Threatening her and her career.
If you don't trust me, then we have no reason to do anything, and you will lose big opportunities.
Harvey Weinstein paid $1 million to have that audio destroyed, and it's pretty obvious why. It shows just how sleazy and manipulative the movie mogul could be. But that was just a taste of his tactics, as the woman you heard there, Amber Battalana, found out. Intimidation, attack dogs, media manipulation, they were all part of his arsenal to abuse and silence vulnerable young women. But as you'll see, this victim outsmarted Weinstein. Amber moved to New York at the age of 22 to further her modelling career, and soon after was headhunted by Harvey Weinstein for a casting at his office. That morning, it quickly became clear that while she was there for work, he was there for pleasure.
He kept saying, so nice to see you again, so nice to see you again. And anyway, there was a moment he stared at me and asked me, "Is your breast real?" And I'm like, "What? Yes?"
First, it was Weinstein's eyes on Amber. Quickly, it was his hands.
It was first my breast, and then he put his hand on my leg and tried to kiss me. So yeah, it was very fast. Like, I couldn't even react.
Amber was horrified and fled the office, soon after breaking down in tears and then going straight to police.
When I spoke to the police guy, I said, "Harvey Weinstein assaulted me." And he answered, "Again?" And I'm like, "What do you mean again? This happened before?"
Police were desperate to land the big fish, so asked Amber to take a huge risk. They wanted her to wear a wire and meet Weinstein for a drink at a hotel bar the very next night.
I was so distressed, but I really want people to believe me. Like, it was my voice of a 22-year-old model against, you know, that powerful person. It's like David and Goliath.
Yesterday you touched my breast.
Oh, please, I'm sorry. Just come on. I'm used to that. Come on.
Are you used to that?
Yes, come in. Please come in. On everything. I'm a famous guy.
I'm feeling very uncomfortable right now.
Please come in now. I will never do another thing to you. 5 minutes. Don't ruin your friendship with me for 5 minutes.
It's amazingly brave that you managed to record this, because when you listen to Harvey in that mode, he's scary.
Yeah, it is scary. I mean, you have big, strong man in front of you, and you know that is aggressively pushing with his words, but for sure at one point is gonna push with his body.
This recording was exactly what police needed. They brought Weinstein in for questioning the following day. But he fought fire with fire, spearheading a salacious smear campaign in the media to intimidate and discredit his victim.
She once filed a sexual assault suit against a 70-year-old, quote, sugar daddy.
It worked. Amber found herself under siege when she met with the district attorney's sex crimes chief a few days later.
First moment I saw her, I said, great, she's a woman. First question she asked me, were you a prostitute? And I'm like, what, sorry? Did you hear the recordings? And she's like, yeah, I heard that, but could you answer me these questions? Have you ever had a whole boyfriend?
It must have felt like that was Harvey Weinstein's own personal lawyer attacking you at that stage.
Yeah, I walked out of that room and I said inside my head, that's not good. That's not gonna be good.
And she was right. Weinstein once again turned to the dark arts, this time paying a friend of the district attorney to dig up dirt on Amber and feed it back to the DA's office. Not long after that, the investigation was dropped. Eventually, Amber caved to the constant intimidation and harassment and signed a non-disclosure agreement in return for $1 million. Another victim had been silenced, or so they thought.
For signing this NDA, they asked me to destroy every single piece of evidence of those recordings.
They underestimated you.
Yeah, big time. Very much.
I need to know a person to be touched.
I won't do a thing.
Thankfully, before submitting to their demands, Amber downloaded a secret copy of the recording and hid it under lock and key for more than 2 years. Now, she's violating that $1 million gag order to share her story and this rare piece of evidence with us tonight. Her message is clear. She will do whatever it takes to show the world that Harvey Weinstein is a twisted and dangerous man.
When you were finally able to release that audio and show everyone just what Harvey Weinstein was like, how empowering did that feel?
I think that day I smiled for 20 hours straight. And me thinking more than myself of all the other women. I did something that helped others. And that's what I, was most proud of myself for doing.
This trial still has, it seems, a long way to run.
The world is watching and waiting.
Well, he faces 5 charges, meaning the jury will have to find 5 separate consensus verdicts.
The jury in the historic trial of Harvey Weinstein has now been deliberating on a verdict for 4 days. His legal team has already declared that if the 67-year-old is sent to jail, His health is so poor that he'll probably die behind bars. But the longer deliberations drag on, the more observers worry that he's going to get off these charges. Even if Harvey Weinstein is found not guilty here, he's still far from a free man. He's already facing separate criminal charges in Los Angeles relating to alleged attacks there, and that'll drag on for months, if not years yet. And then there's the prospect of civil suits, numerous women suing him for hundreds of millions of dollars in damages.
The road to justice is long.
But you're on the way.
But we are moving towards justice for those who are victims.
Gloria Allred is the lawyer representing a number of Harvey Weinstein's alleged victims, including one in this trial in New York.
It's her hope that justice will be done.
It's been a battle even making it this far, with only 2 of his 90 accusers getting their cases to criminal trials.
What do you think of the prosecution's case so far?
I have good lawyers.
Some incidents happened too long ago, so have passed the statute of limitations. In other instances, prosecutors didn't think the cases were strong enough to go ahead, simply because they were cases of he said, she said. But Gloria believes we are now witnessing a defining moment in legal history, where women are finally being heard.
It's very significant. I have never seen so many criminal prosecutions of rich, famous, powerful figures who are being charged with gender violence, rape, sexual assault, sexual abuse of women.
Why is it? What set off the avalanche?
This is the age of empowerment of women, and they're just not willing to suffer in silence anymore. They want to do something about it.
You cannot take that from me. My small reprieves, your heart of gold.
Rose McGowan continues to inspire the army brought to life by the Me Too movement.
We are free, we are beautiful, we are strong, and you will never take that from us.
The only thing worth fighting for.
And she's adamant that even if Weinstein wins this battle, they'll be making sure he still loses the war.
And he will be tied up in courts for a very, very long time, hopefully as long as he lives.
If the justice system won't hold him to account, you will.
Oh, I'll be there. He unleashed the hounds of hell on me. I've got some powerful allies too.
When Elvis Presley first took to the stage in the mid-1950s, conservative America had a heart attack. But his young fans, particularly his young female fans, couldn't get enough of the soon-to-be king of rock and roll. Many of those admirers are now distinguished elders, and while they continue to adore Elvis, they're also revealing some long-held secrets. It seems the king actually dated quite a few of them when they were young teenagers. And for those with suspicious minds, Elvis Presley's obsession with 14-year-olds raises questions about him really being a devil in disguise. It was 1956 and the world had never seen anything like this.
I was on the second row. I was up front. It was just wild. We were crazy little teeny boppers.
Hysterical young women whipped into a frenzy by Elvis Presley's wild hip thrusting and sultry voice.
I remember how amazing he looked. I was just totally in awe, just screaming and hollering and carrying on. I wasn't pulling my hair out or anything like some were.
Within months of this concert, Frances Forbes would become a secretive member of a teen pack of girls dating Elvis Presley. While we've always known that Elvis fell in love with 14-year-old Priscilla Beaulieu, what has been hidden until now was his infatuation with young girls. Tonight, we reveal the string of women, now in their 60s, 70s and 80s, who all dated Elvis when they were barely teenagers. How old were you when you met Elvis Presley?
14.
Oh my goodness. I was just a baby. I was 14 years old.
You're a child.
Yes, I guess so. I practically grew up at Graceland. My mother used to call out here, early in the morning and start yelling at me about being home in time for school.
Francis lives just half an hour from Elvis's Memphis home. But since his death, she's stayed away from the place that holds so many special memories.
It hadn't changed. It looks exactly the same, except...
Today, she's decided to bring her granddaughter to Graceland to finally tell her story.
I was out here just about every night that he was home.
Yeah. It was here at these gates where Elvis spotted 14-year-old Frances in the crowd and invited her inside. What was your very first impression of him when you met him up close?
He was better looking than I thought he was. He was incredibly good looking. His pictures, the pictures of him do not do him justice. He had the most perfect face a person could ask for. He would call me Little Frances.
It wasn't long before 22-year-old Elvis was asking little Frances here to Graceland on a regular basis. Sometimes for parties with friends, but more and more often, they were alone. Were you in love with him?
Very much. He was my very first love, my very first kiss, everything.
Was it a physical relationship?
So-so. No, it wasn't a sexual relationship, not really. It was more like, you know, teenagers, they neck, they kiss and carry on, but that's as far as it goes. At least that's the way it used to be.
In those early years, Frances knew she was one of many, in competition with the local girls and a revolving door of Hollywood starlets. What was it like to share Elvis?
Well, in the early years, when I was 14 and 15, you know, you didn't like to share him, but you did. You understood he was Elvis, you know. Everybody wanted Elvis.
I understand there were nights when you would spend all night at Graceland and then go home just in time to go to school.
Many. And there's a lot of times I didn't go to school. I know my mother called out there several times, raising Cain with me about being home in time for school. But he got on the phone several times and he just kind of soothed her feathers a little bit and said, "I'll have her home in time."
Elvis's behaviour is hard to believe, even for author Suzanne Finstad, who's had a decades-long obsession with the singer, especially his unusual relationship with 14-year-old Priscilla. Suzanne wrote the first Priscilla biography 20 years ago, but was recently shocked to discover the King's numerous teenage love affairs.
And I didn't know that Priscilla was not the only 14-year-old girl, that he had a proclivity for teenage girls and that she was one in a long line.
There was a series of 14-year-olds and up until, really, he was 40.
Yeah, no, it never stopped. And Elvis is someone who, because he became famous so young, he, I think, suffered from kind of an arrested emotional development. He, you know, was suddenly a big rock and roll star, and he was still kind of frozen at a more elementary level.
When Elvis was away from his Memphis girls shooting movies in Hollywood, his appetite for young teenagers never eased. In 1960, when he was 25, he spotted Sandy Ferrer in a photograph at her father's nightclub and asked to meet her. Despite Sandy being only 14, her parents eventually agreed.
I had a frilly dress, a ponytail. He had a date with a beautiful, sexy actress, held my hand, kissed me on the cheek, and he was absolutely gorgeous. And then he called and said he wanted to date me, and my mother said, I don't care if you're King Farouk. My daughter's only 14. She doesn't date. And he said, oh, well, Mrs. Farah, you can come on the dates.
How did that work?
Yeah.
What was that like?
I thought, oh, well, this is kind of embarrassing, but it was the only way I could go. So it was at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. He would order pizzas, banana splits, would sit and watch television, we'd dance, and it was fun. I mean, I had a really good time, and then my mom would take me home.
But on the fourth date, Sandy's parents allowed her to go alone. The beginning of a whirlwind romance that today would be considered completely unsuitable.
It was a lot of hugging and kissing. He would shave very closely for me, but my skin still, because he still was a man's face with little whiskers, I'd go to school the next day and my face would be all red and kind of raw.
Did you ever feel jealousy, or did you notice, or did you know about, other women, other girls in his life?
I was just so happy that he was calling me. I could have cared.
Their relationship intensified, with Sandy working on some of Elvis's hit films as an extra. Incredibly, the superstar even asked the teenager to move from Los Angeles to Memphis to live with him at Graceland, not long before Priscilla moved in.
And my mother said over her dead body. So that was the end of that.
Could have been you in a way. Do you ever think that? That was the plan?
Yeah, the thought, of course, it would be impossible for that thought not to be there.
During many hours interviewing Priscilla Presley, Suzanne Finstad gleaned a deeply personal and revealing insight into Elvis's behaviour, which she now thinks might explain the rock star's desire for baby-faced teens.
Priscilla told me a really interesting thing when I was working on the biography of Priscilla. She said that Elvis confided in her more than once that he felt this tremendous pressure to perform sexually because he was Elvis. He was the king, he was the sex symbol, and he felt more comfortable and more, I guess, in control and more sexually authoritative if he was with an inexperienced girl because they didn't know any different. His sort of sweet spot, I guess, with women or girls would have been a 14-year-old girl.
And as you're about to see, his taste never changed, even as he approached 40.
My father had a really long talk with him. Say, Elvis, here you're 39 years old. My daughter's 14. What's I don't understand, the attraction here.
Was Elvis Presley a pedophile? Risa Gosson still gets chills when she tries on this floor-length blue denim rhinestone coat. It was the height of fashion back in the 1970s, when Risa was treated to a once-in-a-lifetime shopping trip with the king of rock and roll, the beginning of an intense 6-month relationship.
How old were you when you met Elvis?
Oh my goodness. I was just a baby. I was 14 years old.
That is very, very young, isn't it?
Yeah, very young.
It was 1974, and Risa was hanging out with Elvis Presley's younger stepbrothers when Elvis showed up.
We get in this white Cadillac, pulls up a little later, and we get in the car. He was a gentleman right away because he looked through the rearview mirror. He turned around, smiled at me, and said, I've heard all about you. He seemed like such a gentleman that he just was so curious to know about me right away, right off the bat.
The infatuation was instant and mutual. Elvis sweeping Risa off her feet during the high-end shopping trip, a dream come true for a 14-year-old girl.
They closed down the whole store, and I had never been into a store like that in my life. And up behind me walked Elvis, and he said, that coat looks like it's just for you. So before I knew it, we were walking out with over $2,700 worth of clothes he bought me.
That same day, Elvis invited Risa back to Graceland, the first of many visits to his Memphis home, where they spent more and more time alone.
And what sort of things did you talk about? Because, I mean, you're 14 and this is a 39-year-old man.
So we were just talking about things I liked, and I was talking about all of his cars he had. And then I asked him, you know, I said, why... I'm curious to know why you're even interested in a girl my age, you know, being so young. And he just mentioned to me that it took him back to his younger years, made him feel alive to where he just didn't, like, I wasn't expecting much from him. And so it just made him feel more comfortable when he could just be around maybe younger, you know, someone my age.
Clearly he was attracted to you and he told you that. Was it a sexual relationship?
No, not at all. I mean, there was some kissing, but that was as far as it would go. So it was just like a young teenager with a boyfriend. When we would start kissing, then he would say, no, you know, no, we have to stop this, you know.
Do you think back now, though, and think, my goodness, I mean, if a 39-year-old man now was making out with a 14-year-old, he'd be in jail.
Yeah, I know.
We kissed for hours. And it was wonderful.
Sandy Ferrer, now Martindale, who also dated Elvis when she was just 14, insists there was nothing inappropriate going on. Do you look back now and think it was a bit odd that this man was attracted to young girls?
No, didn't even occur to me. No.
No?
No, not at all. He wasn't a grown man at 24. He really wasn't. He was a kid. He was a kid, and he wanted to be with people that he felt he wasn't, you know, inferior to.
There are people who call it pedophilia. What's your response to that?
There was no such thing as pedophilia in those days anyway. I never even heard a word like that. I mean, it just wasn't happening.
It's that common denial of anything untoward that's striking among these women. Frances Forbes was also 14 when she dated a 22-year-old Elvis Presley. She says back then, the age gap wasn't considered unusual.
My mother was 14 when she married my daddy, who was 22. So I didn't think too much about it, tell you the truth.
You're a little old for the teenagers now? That's the first time I'm going to ask that one. I don't know. I don't feel too old. I can still move around pretty good.
As someone who knows more about Elvis than most, biographer Suzanne Finstad remains uncomfortable with the reality of his love life.
Was Elvis Presley a pedophile?
You know, I think part of it was there were psychological elements at play with Elvis. Not that that excuses the age of the girls that he was dating. And I think part of it is that he grew up in the Deep South in America and at a time when, you know, it was somewhat commonplace in rural areas for young men to date young girls.
From the accounts of these girls, now women, Elvis was very aware that there was a line.
Yeah, he would tell them quite regularly, 14 will get you 20, meaning he would be in prison for 20 years. So he did know that this was something that was against the law.
Elvis's teenage girlfriends clearly still adore him and reflect fondly on their liaisons. But they concede, by today's standards, the relationships would be unthinkable.
Would you let your 14-year-old date a 39-year-old?
No, because I was thinking, thank God I didn't have a daughter, because I can't imagine, you know?
Do you look back with the benefit of hindsight and think, my goodness, I wouldn't let my daughter or granddaughter spend the night at a 20-year-old man's house?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't like that, but then again, they wouldn't be Elvis.
Frances's memories of those years are intoxicating, overwhelming, And ultimately, when she knew she had to end it, bittersweet.
And what was that conversation like when that came to an end, when you'd made that decision?
He wanted to know why. And I told him, you know, that it was time that I got over him, because I knew it wasn't going anywhere. I don't think Elvis ever really wanted to get married at all, period. He would have liked things to have stayed the same forever, and he would have been perfectly content with that.
For the women he loved, his timeless voice still brings back cherished memories of an extraordinary but unusual bond with a man whose life ended far too soon.
I felt so complete in his arms. Here I go again. If I died at that moment, it would have been fine. But you know what? He was only on this planet 42 years. And when you think of his body of work, of recordings, of movies, he didn't have too much time to be screwing around with girls. He worked most of his life. So whatever enjoyment he got, other than that, God bless him for it, you know?
He's been known by many names over the years, from Puff Daddy to P. Diddy, even Love. But now, hip-hop megastar Sean Combs has to face the music of being called an accused rapist and sex trafficker. Much like Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein, he's at the centre of his very own Me Too reckoning. Alleged victims say for 3 decades the rapper's out-of-control debauchery meant they endured terrifying abuse. With graphic video now backing up their claims, many of them hope Sean Combs will soon be trading his obscene lifestyle for a jail cell. Sean Combs' celebrity parties were legendary, lavish affairs. Glamorous spectacles for the elite, which, for this billionaire music mogul, had also served as window dressing to his allegedly dark, sinister world, until the veil was lifted.
This is incredibly disturbing footage, so I do
Last month, this 2016 video leaked to CNN, showing Combs viciously assaulting his then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura in a Los Angeles hotel. It's become the smoking gun for a litany of shocking lawsuits filed by Cassie and 7 other accusers, alleging years of control, abuse, rape, and sex trafficking.
Diddy hosted what he called freak-offs, sex parties so brutal that the young men and women would sometimes vomit and pass out from being drugged. They would be beaten, they would be raped. They alleged that Diddy filmed it.
Its depravity completely at odds with his glossy public persona. But some who witnessed the real Sean Combs claim it's long been an open secret.
I've kept this very quiet for 14 years. I mean, it's been a very long time. And once I saw the video, I just felt like I need to say something.
Cassie Ventura's friend and makeup artist, Mila Morales, says she saw Combs commit horrendous abuse, but was too scared to act. Seeing the security footage brought it all back and breaks her heart.
It was hard for me to watch. Like, it was so hard for me to watch. And I cried for days because I just couldn't believe that that man was physically abusing her like that. That really upset me. I could, and I just thought about the years of that. He's a monster. He's literally a monster.
Sean Combs has gone by many monikers: Puff Daddy, Diddy, and Love. Not just as a rapper, but a hit-making record label boss who made or broke careers as the go-to man in hip-hop. Rumours of Diddy's bad behaviour have followed him throughout his career. How much was ignored?
I am certain that the amount of stuff that we've heard about is probably not the half of it. I imagine that there are many people who will take whatever it is that they know with them wherever they go because they believe that that was the price of participation.
Dr. A.D. Carson is a professor of hip-hop at the University of Virginia. He says the seeds of Combs's bad behaviour can be traced back to the start of his career.
I believe that Diddy has been a person who, since the very beginnings, he was always a person who was incredibly invested in his own image and curating that image in such a way that he came across to people as being the kind of person that everybody loved and everybody loved to be around. And whenever he wanted to evoke a certain kind of fear, then he was able to do that as well.
Savage! I'm a savage! Oh! I'm a savage! Whatever I want, I'm going to get! Whatever I want, I have to get!
And we also know that the nickname Puffy comes from this temperament that he has, that he's a kind of guy who is easily angered, and when he gets angered, then he huffs and he puffs, and so people start to call him Puffy.
When Puffy met Cassie, he was the 37-year-old powerful producer boss, and she was the aspiring, starry-eyed singer at just 19. Their relationship would eventually become intimate.
What's up, y'all? It's your friendly neighborhood international rap mogul superstar, designer extraordinaire, actor, marathon runner, father, friend. You know, I do it all, baby.
In this rarely seen video,
About me. It's my homegirl Cassie right here.
the power imbalance between the two is eerily obvious.
She's a human being. That's what we all love about her. The people that love her. The people that hate on her, they was gonna hate her anyway. You know what I'm saying? But y'all will love her one day. This bad boy, we ain't never gonna stop.
Mila Morales knew Cassie at the peak of her innocence and the start of a promising career.
Cassie, when I first met her, she was the sweetest girl. I always looked at her as like my little sister, and she was young. She was like always so sweet and such a beautiful spirit.
But Mila says there was one incident in 2010 that particularly haunts her.
We were just coming from a photo shoot and we were in the hotel room. I fall asleep on the couch because, you know, we were just out all day. I wake up to him storming in the room and screaming, "Where is she?" They shut the door and everything just started happening. And I saw the aftermath, you know, the bruises, the busted lip, the knots on the head, and it was really bad. Like, I don't know how any man could hurt another human being that way.
Mila says she called a doctor friend to patch the singer up. She and Cassie were too afraid to take her to hospital, let alone go to the police. You felt like you couldn't?
No, we couldn't. You think we could have done that back then? No, hell no. Absolutely not. That would not be safe for any of us.
That's terrifying to think, Mila, that you didn't feel safe actually going to an emergency room when your friend was really badly injured.
Yeah, I mean, we're not dealing with like, you know, a normal person, and the person that actually did the abuse is somebody who's like powerful, you know, and that's not something we can take lightly.
What is it about Diddy's circle that makes them so loyal? So many people, as you say, would have ignored what was going on.
I mean, to be honest with you, these are their jobs, you know, and it's not about being loyal. It's more so like, this is your job. And I mean, it goes back to centuries when they're like people in positions of power
what are the servants gonna do?
Why'd you move to LA? Oh, for the kids, the family, the weather.
Being one of Combs' servants was even sought after. In 2008, at the height of his power, contestants competed on a television reality show to become Diddy's assistant. Susie Siegel had no experience in the entertainment industry when she signed up. Why did you want to work for Diddy?
I thought it would be something that would actually help me succeed in my career. I thought it would be something that would help me get famous. It seemed very exciting and glamorous and sexy and all the reasons why I thought, okay, this is not where my life was headed before this, but it's an adventure and I'm gonna take a chance.
For Susie, it became a chance insight into the manic, and she says unsettling environment the music kingpin had forged, and she instantly regretted it.
A red flag was we were doing a meeting with him and he took the meeting in his silk pajamas. And you look back, you know, talk about things not aging well. Like, you look back at that and you're like, wait, that was on national television, on VH1, with a man, a CEO, a founder, conducting business in his PJs. Like, why was that okay, right? So, and those were the sort of power moves and weird, inappropriate behavior where you just felt like this person's doing everything he can to like show me that I'm small and he's big, that he's got power and we don't have power. It was clear in that first moment, not a good person.
Suzanne, you ready to come make some history with me?
I'm so ready. I'm more ready than I ever been, than I ever knew I could be.
All right, congratulations.
To Susie's surprise, she was the ultimate winner of the competition. But she now questions the value of her prize to wait on Combs' every whim for a short but eye-opening 6 months.
We are working for Diddy!
I never heard anybody say no to Diddy. You know, jump how high, right? I slept with my BlackBerry under my pillow. Because if he calls or wants something, and nobody said no. Nobody said no. You wanted to stay in that environment, you wanted to be around him, you wanted to hook yourself onto that train and go where it was going.
While Susie herself was spared any physical abuse at the hands of Diddy, she says she was witness to a culture of fear and yes men, with Combs' inner circle protecting him at any cost.
I mean, his squad ran deep and thick. You know, he had security, he had drivers, he had stylists, he had barbers, he had multiple EAs and PAs, and I have no idea who was his fixer, but there's no way that he was doing this alone. He was enabled. But this is, to me, it's like a Greek tragedy. It's like a Shakespearean tragedy, how this man is gonna go down.
And, as you'll see, it's not just accusers, but federal agents determined to tear down Sean Combs' empire. So do you expect to see Diddy in handcuffs?
I do expect an indictment to come down.
The heinous allegations against rapper Sean Diddy Combs were for many years an open secret. Before this, very public reckoning. In March, FBI and Homeland Security agents raided Combs' properties after victims filed lawsuits against him alleging horrific abuse, rape, and sex trafficking. Former federal agent Tracy Walder says it could cost Combs more than his billion-dollar empire.
In my opinion, I think that they're probably looking at RICO or racketeering charges. Each one of those charges carries with it a 25-year sentence. And those are extremely difficult cases to defend yourself against. Very difficult.
Especially if it's caught on tape. When agents ransacked Combs's two estates in Los Angeles and Miami, they were looking for video evidence of the alleged physical and sexual abuse, be it intentionally filmed or stored on security camera recordings. Wardrobes were trashed, doors ripped off hinges, while every safe, desk, drawer and dresser was meticulously emptied and searched.
Digital evidence can be very, very tiny. And so when you're looking for flash drives, cameras, those kinds of things, cameras that are recording, those kinds of things, you are going to have to start looking in walls, taking apart furniture, all of that.
And being digital can be quick to delete, right?
Which is exactly why, in my opinion, they searched the homes simultaneously at the exact same time. That was my tip-off to why this evidence was probably digital in nature.
So agents were concerned that Diddy or his associates were deleting evidence?
My guess is that they knew that there was a chance that evidence could be destroyed or was going to be destroyed, which is why they had to act when they did.
The claims detailed in a lawsuit filed by Combs's former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, triggered the raids. Her allegations are among the most damning, accusing Combs of not only assaulting her, but forcing her into sex with sex workers while he watched and filmed the depraved encounters. Lawyers for Combs say he is innocent and describe the raids as a witch hunt based on meritless accusations.
You know, I think there was a lot of fallout against Cassie herself, right? When all of this initially occurred, people were very quick to call her a gold digger, or looking for money, or looking for opportunity. But the reality is that she was a victim of a crime.
Combs initially also denied he had ever assaulted Cassie, but when video of that leaked, he had no option but to fess up.
My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
Yet, to his growing list of critics, it wasn't a sign of remorse. It was Diddy in damage control.
I think Diddy knew. Obviously, we know now that he paid the hotel $50,000 to keep that video under wraps. I think Diddy knew full well that that video was out there. And what that tells me is that he is a very violent individual who really doesn't have control over his own self, over his own emotions, and quite frankly, and I'll just be very blunt, that he's a liar. I mean, he said that this video didn't exist. And I think this proves that he is not a truthful individual.
It's enough! Not easy being a parent!
As federal agents build their case against Combs, the music industry hasn't been spared criticism.
Now this is what the music industry is all about.
Accusers believe its culture enabled their abuse. And for Professor of Hip Hop, A.D. Carson, it's time for the industry he's devoted his life to wake up.
I don't need Puffy as a role model. I don't need him as an icon. I don't need him as an artist. I don't need him in any of the roles that he's played over the past 40 years in pop culture. What I do need is to know that the people he harmed are going to have their lives restored in some way, that there's going to be some recourse for them because of what he's done in their lives.
Is this the music industry's Me Too moment?
Well, one can only hope. It seems to be a similar case with, with the Weinsteins and the Epsteins of the world, is that no, there's not a whole bunch of hiding. And so people are told, make sure you're not alone with the person, rather than that person is an abuser, so you should avoid them. They say, well, that person is someone you need to watch yourself with.
Mila Morales is thankful Combs is finally being held to account, but she says Diddy's downfall won't erase years of pain for Cassie Ventura and other accusers. What does justice look like for those victims?
Honestly, I don't know what's going to happen to them. Because what's going to happen now? Like, where do they go from here? My own guilt made me feel crazy from my experience, and I can't even imagine what they're going through. And the only way we're going to hold him accountable is if, something is done to make him stop. And I think that what's happening now, Cassie opened up the floodgates. So hopefully, he realizes the damage he's done to so many different people and so many different families and so many different lives. Hopefully these people can move forward from this. Hopefully.
If this story has raised issues and you need to speak with someone, help is available. Call 1-800-RESPECT, which is 1-800-737-732. For the last 2 weeks, Sean Diddy Combs has been getting used to living in a new home, a New York jail cell. The billionaire US rapper is now awaiting trial, accused of serious sex trafficking and racketeering crimes. The federal indictment against Combs reveals graphic details of so-called freak-offs, brutal sex parties he organised and hosted that allegedly left multiple victims severely battered and bruised. Earlier this year, we reported the raids on his mansions that led to the music mogul's current charges. It now seems as if, back then, investigators found much more than they thought they would. For decades, an invite to one of Sean Diddy Combs' infamous parties was a ticket to rub shoulders with Hollywood's elite. The likes of the Kardashians, Jay-Z and Leonardo DiCaprio basked in the music mogul's wealth and power. These days, though, A-listers are distancing themselves from Combs and the horrific claims of what really went on after those parties behind closed doors.
You're gonna hear about my party, they're gonna be shutting them down, they're gonna probably be arresting me.
Breaking news tonight, Sean Diddy Combs has been arrested in a Manhattan hotel.
12 days ago, federal agents marched Combs out of a Manhattan hotel in handcuffs. Years of rumour were finally legitimised in a grand jury indictment accusing the music heavyweight of sex trafficking and racketeering.
The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct.
It's all played out exactly how former FBI agent Tracy Walder predicted when she spoke to 60 Minutes earlier this year after armed raids on Combs' Miami and Los Angeles properties. She knew then it would take 6 months at least before agents would have enough evidence to arrest him.
It was very clear that a lot of the information that they got was from digital evidence that was taken from the raid.
A lot of the stuff we're reading in this pretty heinous indictment could be on video as proof.
I feel a good 80 to 90% of what we see in the indictment is from video evidence because it takes time. It takes months to go through that evidence to identify who some of these victims and witnesses are, to reach out to them, to then hope that they will be willing to testify.
The confronting allegations are laid out in graphic detail in Combs' 14-page indictment. In it, he's accused of trafficking women and male sex workers to perform depraved freak-offs, drug-fueled sex parties for his own twisted enjoyment, and, so brutal, those involved required IV drips to rehydrate. Prosecutors claim Combs filmed the freak-offs to ensure the continued obedience and silence of the victims. And if that wasn't shocking enough, firearms, narcotics, and 1,000 bottles of lubricant were seized from Combs' properties.
I believe the indictment is the tip of the iceberg.
That's a scary thought, isn't it?
It's an incredibly scary thought. I mean, there's countless victims who we likely won't know the identities of, but my hope is that they get some sense of justice from this.
For years, those alleged victims felt they were denied justice. It took a lawsuit from Combs' former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, And this leaked video of his 2016 assault of her for people to finally believe his accusers. As scrutiny builds on Diddy and his closest supporters, Tracy Walder suspects they may be the ones to bring down his empire.
There's no charges against them yet, and I think that that is for a reason, because they are cutting deals with them to testify against Diddy.
So people in Diddy's inner circle could be turning against him?
I think that they may turn against him. It depends on what is being offered to them. Whether the opportunity to not serve time in jail, I don't know where they're going with that, because it obviously depends on what their involvement was in these freak-offs, in trafficking individuals across state lines, whether or not the government is willing to accept a plea deal from them.
For now, Sean Combs is defiant and has pleaded not guilty to all charges. But locked up in one of New York's most notorious and violent prisons, the Brooklyn Metropolitan Detention Center, Combs may never be a free man again. Former federal agent Tracy Walder says it's an open and shut case that may still provide more surprises.
I do suspect more people could be caught up in this. I also think that more charges, quite frankly, could be brought against Diddy as they unfold this investigation. And so I think it will be very interesting to see how all of this shakes out. Combs is facing no shorter than life in prison, and I do think that he will be found guilty.
Good evening and welcome to 60 Minutes. I'm Amelia Adams. Dishonest, violent, horrible. A promiscuous swinger who lied to and cheated on multiple partners. Incredibly, that's how Sean Diddy Combs' own lawyers described the billionaire music mogul, currently facing serious sex trafficking charges in a New York court. The defence tactic seems to be this: convince a jury that while Combs might be extremely unlikable, that doesn't mean he's guilty of criminal offences that could see him locked up for the rest of his life. As Nine's Christina Hearn reports, as risky as this approach clearly is, it's probably better than nothing, especially considering the evidence that's mounting against him.
Having $1 billion, multiple mansions and a private jet is pretty worthless when you're banged up in a New York prison. For the last 8 months, a cell has been Sean Diddy Combs' home after he was arrested on sex trafficking charges.
This is about consensual relationships. That's what she's saying about all of it.
Now, a court is deciding the hip-hop mogul's fate. And if he's found guilty, it's possible he'll be extending his prison stay for life.
We out of space and we breathe each other.
The allegations against Combs are sordid and shocking. Domestic violence, rape, blackmail.
Behind the scenes, he was forcing women into sex.
And what they describe as his swingers lifestyle.
And that is just the start.
The rap mogul once forced a male escort to urinate in ex-Cassie Ventura's mouth.
For those who worked closely with Diddy, what's being revealed is an unwelcome reminder of what a scheming megalomaniac he is. Are you surprised by the evidence that's already coming out in the criminal trial?
No, I'm not surprised. I experienced some of those things. Witnessed violence.
Tonight, the brave Diddy insiders finally able to tell all.
Well, the things that I experienced with him were monster-like. That stuff almost destroyed my life.
Plus the hundreds of other accusers lining up to launch their own lawsuits.
This case is shocking. It is alarming. How many people came through his orbit? How many people could this have happened to? And how did he get away with it for so long?
For 2 years, Phil Pines knew Sean Combs better than almost anyone. As his senior personal assistant, Phil was the go-to guy, a trusted confidant and keeper of secrets. He thought getting the job would be his big break into the music industry.
I was excited. I mean, look, this man is one of the most powerful, one of the most influential, so it meant a lot to me to actually have the opportunity to work with somebody of that magnitude.
What is the job of an executive assistant? What do you do?
Well, the job of an executive assistant is to staff him. You know, 24/7, essentially, he needs staffing, unless he's asleep.
In Diddy's world, staffing included organising the mogul's over-the-top social functions. It was hard work, but at first, Phil couldn't believe his luck. He loved that the job was so eye-opening.
They were celebrity-driven parties. I happened to come in at a time where he was throwing his 50th birthday party, and they spent millions of dollars building this outside structure in his backyard in Los Angeles. I couldn't believe, like, wow, I'm a part of this now. Like, it was so, again, exquisite. It was just huge.
But the gloss quickly wore off as his tasks became more sinister. Phil was not only ordered to source a constant supply of drugs for Diddy, he was then forced to carry them around the country.
So we had a laundry list of items that needed to be with us at all times. You know, we'd have their marijuana joints on us. We would have the mushrooms on us. We had a kind of a Diddy pack is what they would call it. And we would keep a satchel on us, and that's what we would have in that satchel.
I need you to dance, I need you to strip, I need you to shake your little ass and hips.
Always on call, Phil witnessed many things he now wishes he hadn't. He says he worked on the periphery of Diddy's now infamous sex parties known as freak-offs, although he knew them by another name.
They were referred to me as Wild King Nights. And what a Wild King Night was when him and a guest would go to a hotel room or be at his home, his bedroom, and they would have intimate gatherings. I would have to go and prep that hotel room, which consisted of baby oil Astroglide, candles, incense, liquor, lights, tons of toiletries, drugs.
Phil wasn't in the room for the parties, but he didn't have to be. He knew exactly what went on behind closed doors because one of his jobs was deleting the very incriminating videos of the Wild King Nights from his boss's iPhones and iPads.
I thought he was this clean businessman who rise to the top because he was such a powerful and, you know, smart, educated man. I had no idea that he had this other side to him. And when I started to get exposed to his lifestyle, I started to really realize, like, this guy has an addiction. It's not just, you know, once every few weeks, it's every day, every hour.
Hey, yo, Phil, can y'all come straighten it up over here? Not looking luxurious.
The personal assistant also became the personal maid. Diddy's sex parties meant hotel rooms were often trashed. Phil was expected to get his hands dirty cleaning up, with the priority being to ensure no evidence was left behind. No secrets could ever escape.
Initially, when you walk in, you have to start to clean up the mess and the wreckage that's left from the room. And that's the alcohol that's halfway open. Some bottles are cracked, glasses are cracked. There's baby oil everywhere on the floors in the bathroom. There's lube everywhere, half open, some of it oozing off the sides. And you have to get all that stuff, clean it up. Luckily, I would wear even a mask and I would wear gloves because it was disgusting.
Phil, what would have happened if you said to Diddy, look, that's just not my job, I'm not going to do it?
If I said that to Diddy, I wouldn't have worked there. They would find somebody else. He knows everybody. He knows what's going on behind the scenes. He knows every manager, every executive, every attorney, Everybody who's important in the industry, he knows.
And Puff, where did that come from?
I can't tell you that.
The implied threat was if you crossed Sean Combs, you'd never work in the industry again. He used his volatility to control his inner circle.
Savage! Oh!
His employees knew his fits of rage well. But it wasn't until this CCTV of Diddy assaulting his then partner, Cassie Ventura, in an LA hotel was leaked to CNN that the rest of the world knew what he was capable of. As shocking as this was, Phil Pine says there were other incidents where his boss was violent with women, including one time in Florida he'll never forget.
It was at Star Island, which is his Miami residence. Him and his guest were starting to argue, and they just started really, really going at it. And I just remember him pushing her, telling her to remove his hoodie. She removed the hoodie, but in between that time, he had kicked her twice. And it was frightening because I saw his eyes. His eyes, they were just black. And it just scared me. And the girl was topless. She had nothing on.
As more and more reports of Combs' violence and generally vile behaviour have emerged, more and more people have felt empowered to speak. Sarah Rivers met the rapper on his MTV reality show in the early 2000s.
I have to do things that are a little unorthodox.
Like Phil Pines, back then, she had dreams of making a career in the music business. And when a contract with Diddy's record label appeared, she thought he was a god.
I like your style. You know what I'm saying? I like the way you get down.
It was like, wow, for Diddy? What? You know, that was a person that I looked up to. He was a mogul. So, and I listened to all the artists that he made superstars. And so to have a chance to be able to be signed to him, it was amazing. It was like, oh my God, I'm here. I finally did it.
But sadly for Sarah, it didn't take long before the real Sean Combs emerged. An arrogant bully who was out of control with almost everyone he encountered.
He told one of my band members, "You make me so mad, I want to eat your flesh." You know, he told one of them, you know, I can get a crackhead $20 to make him smack the out of you. So that's another reason why, like, how am I gonna speak up? And that shaped me, my mind, to be like, oh, you ain't gonna say nothing. Because if he can say stuff like that, what can he do for real?
Coming up, the moment that changed Sarah's life forever.
I didn't want to be alone with him, and that's the truth.
Why was that?
Because of what he did.
In the extraordinary effort to expose the extent of Sean Diddy Combs' behaviour, this call centre in Billings, Montana, has played a vital role.
I'm not making any comments about the case.
While the disgraced music mogul, charged with sex trafficking offences, is on trial 3,000 kilometres away in New York, here, the phones have been ringing off the hook. Ads on social media have prompted 15,000 calls from people detailing decades of alleged abuse by the rapper.
Right, allegedly, this man was doing this for a period of almost 30 years. What we have been told is he was brazen in his attempts to coerce people into these compromising sexual acts.
Notwithstanding the outcome of the criminal trial, attorney Andrew Van Arsdale is launching civil action against Combs.
We represent thousands of survivors of abuse.
Already, he's taken on 37 cases from people who dialed in to the Diddy call centre. One client was just 15 when the alleged offending occurred. So some of these people that have come forward have been sitting with this secret for 30 years?
And so these individuals, they've been afraid of coming forward. They've been afraid of what he could potentially do to them within the industry, what he could do to them professionally, maybe even personally. And so, yes, it's been a dark secret that they've held on to for a very, very long time.
Phil Pines knows their pain. He too has been keeping secrets. From 2019 to 2021, Diddy's former personal assistant helped organise and then covered up his boss's debauched lifestyle. Did Diddy constantly test your loyalty?
Absolutely.
Was there a moment that test for loyalty went too far?
Sorry.
It's an incident that will forever haunt Phil. Something Combs made him do at one of the sex parties.
Then he says, prove your loyalty to me. And I'm thinking like, you know, what is he talking about? He grabs a condom, rubs his hands on my shoulders and pushes me to a female guest that's on the couch. And I froze. I look at the girl, you know, and are you okay with this? And she's, yeah. So I perform for a little bit. And when I say a little bit, I mean just a little bit. And as soon as I kind of know that he's not looking or he's not around and he's not in my peripheral, I quickly just pull up my pants and get out of there and run downstairs and take off. I felt powerless. I felt like I couldn't tell him no.
Sarah Rivers also felt powerless when it came to having Sean Combs as a boss. She was one of the stars of his MTV reality show, Making the Band. But says she had to endure inhumane working conditions. On one frightening day, she remembers how the music mogul cornered her when she was by herself on set.
And so when I went up to the studio, you know, the MTV cameras didn't follow me coming down the hallway, and he happened to see me on his security camera. And then he just bust out of the door. He cornered me. And then he asked me, with his arm up, he asked me, "How you doing?" I'm kind of like, wow, what the heck? Very uncomfortable. And then he rubbed his hand down my breast. He said, "If you need anything at all, you let me know."
Even though it was 2 decades ago, just thinking about Combs's creepy and unwelcome advance still causes Sarah distress.
I didn't ask for that. I don't approve of that. I was intimidated. And then I ran out of the studio as fast as I could and left.
Did you feel you could tell anyone?
I didn't think anybody would believe me, honestly. I didn't.
But her rejection of Combs had even more consequences. After the MTV show ended, Sarah believes he had her blacklisted from the music industry, effectively killing her career.
I'm sorry, I'm just like really, I'm in this moment right now. This is crazy. Sorry. People don't really know how much what it does to you when something that you love is taken from you and thrown away like it don't even matter, and then they move on with their lives and you're stuck. You're stuck during those years. You're still stuck 21 years later.
Sean Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges against him and denies any wrongdoing. But lawyer Andrew Van Arsdale says the New York criminal trial is just the beginning of what will be a very long judicial process.
We have hundreds of other lawsuits being prepared to be filed. I think if he's ultimately found guilty in the federal trial, we'll see a lot more people come forward.
If he could have his time over, Phil Pines probably never would have accepted the job as Diddy's assistant. The experience led him into a deep depression. It's only now his condition is starting to improve. But he's determined to do what he can to let other survivors of abuse know they're not alone. Support is always available.
I'm getting out there and telling my story, telling my truth. There's power in it. This is like a whole huge therapy session for me because I've become so much stronger. Because it's tough. But the first step is to come forward, talk to somebody about it, get help. Sean Diddy Combs, he's one of the most charismatic individuals you'll ever meet. But there's another side to him. It's a very, very dark side. And I had to experience that for 2 years. And I'm hoping that no one else moving forward has to experience what I've experienced.
What does justice look like?
Jail time. Everyone has their day. And he has to pay for that.
Remember, if you or anyone you know is a victim of domestic violence, help is available. Call 1-800-RESPECT, which is 1-800-737-732.
From famous funny man to loathsome creep, Russell Brand's star couldn't have fallen much further in a week. But the reason for his demise couldn't be more serious. It's claimed he's a sexual predator. Brand admits to being promiscuous, but strenuously denies wrongdoing. He says all of his sexual encounters with women have been consensual. On assignment for 60 Minutes, 9 News US correspondent Alison Petrowski reports a very brave Australian woman living in Los Angeles has now joined a growing list of Russell Brand accusers.
She's a hard-working Australian with decades of experience in the TV industry.
I just felt shame and embarrassment, and I can't believe this man did this to me.
We'll call her Rachel. In June 2008, British comedian Russell Brand came to her office. It's a day she'll never forget.
There was somebody in our front atrium who would not stop ringing the bell to the office. So I got up and I started walking around to the front of the office. And I was actually saying, all right, you can stop ringing that bell. I can hear you, just stop, stop, stop. Just stop ringing the bell.
Accompanied by his entourage, the larger-than-life Lothario was there to record a radio show for the BBC, which shared space in her building.
And when I opened our front office door, there was Russell, by which stage he'd come in along with the 3 other men he was with.
Do you have much of an interaction with him then?
No. I didn't know who he was, and I didn't know anything about him.
What happens?
The BBC producer came to meet them, then took them to their radio studio.
It was an ordinary moment in an ordinary working day. But things took a disturbing turn 15 minutes later when Rachel needed medication for a sinus issue.
I went for a walk back through our corridor to make my way into the bathroom, went past the studio where the door was open, where the 4 men were.
So Russell Brand has seen you. You've gone into the bathroom.
I've opened up a cupboard where the first aid kit is kept, along with our medicines. And when I turned around, there was a groin in front of me. What are you doing in here? Like, what are you doing, mate? And he goes, oh, you're a bit all right, aren't you? You're a bit all right. And I thought, oh, okay. And then he goes, I'm going to call you Betty. I'm going to call you Betty. And I went, but that's not my name. He said, I'm going to you. And I went, no, you're not. And he goes, yeah, I am. And I said, no, you're not. And before you know it, his penis was on his hand and he was pretty much serving it to me as he would a dish or as you'd serve someone some food.
Russell Brand pulls his penis out in front of you. He presents it to you.
On his hand.
What did he say to you?
He just kept saying, I'm going to f*** you, I'm going to f*** you. And I thought, what is this man doing? Like, why would he be doing this to me? And then before you know it, there was a loud banging on the door. They were calling for him to come into the studio. And I thought, oh my God, thank God I've been spared this creep. I sat back at my desk and I had to think about what just happened. And I texted the BBC person to say, I was just in the bathroom and Russell Brand shut the door and he showed me his penis and he said, yes, I know he's talking about it on air.
You're listening to the Russell Brand radio show. We are in Los Angeles. It is not live. This is
Unbelievably, just seconds into his pre-recorded radio show with fellow comedian Matt Morgan, Brand was bragging about exposing himself to the woman in the bathroom.
I won't be able to drag her off into a cubicle and show her my pubicles. That would never.
How long ago did you do that last?
Been a long while, Matt, since old Rusty Brand.
25 minutes since he showed his willy to a lady.
Very easy to judge. Very easy to judge.
You're a receptionist.
I like threesomes with two women. Not because I'm a cynical sexual predator, oh no, but because I'm a romantic. I'm looking for the one, and I'll find her more quickly if I audition two at a time.
Russell Brand built a glittering career off his outrageous, hypersexualised persona, trading a well-documented addiction to drugs for a self-proclaimed addiction to sex. And somehow, we all laughed along.
I like them blowjobs, right, where it goes in their neck a little bit. I would never suggest it. I'm not suggesting it. It's her idea.
But the laughing stopped this week when extraordinary allegations of predatory behaviour were made by 4 women on Britain's Channel 4.
He's grabbing at my underwear, pulling it to the side. I'm telling him to get off me, and he won't get off. Like holding me up against the wall, pushing himself in me.
He grabbed me and got me on the bed. I was fully clothed and he was naked at this point, and he held me down and he was just aggressively trying to, you know, f*** me.
I was like, oh my God, he raped me.
It's only since those accounts emerged that Rachel realised that her own ordeal had been fodder for Russell Brand's radio audience.
So for the longest time, I thought that the audio, what he had said, didn't make the final program, if you would, the final edit of his show.
She was astonished the BBC hadn't vetted it and cut it out.
Am I supposed to ring that little bell with my finger? Have
He
you
got
ever
told
eaten
off for
peanuts
ringing a
at
bell.
bar?
Minutes later, he was showing his willy.
Tell me, how did you feel when you heard that radio broadcast?
Disgusted and ashamed and embarrassed. He was misogynistic. He put me down. It made me sick. But I felt it corroborated my story that he is a predator, he is a leech, he's not a very nice man. And so in a way I felt vindicated because it was there and he actually admits to doing it.
He said it on air.
He did say it on air.
To her deep shame and regret, Rachel never made an official complaint about what Russell Brand did in 2008. When she brought it up with friends, they laughed it off.
Kind of jocular, yeah, almost like, oh, that's rather funny, but it is Russell Brand, it's kind of okay.
These were the days before Me Too, when women, particularly those in the entertainment industry, were expected to put up and shut up.
You don't want to be that one that brings this to light, that brings attention to someone's behaviour. In hindsight, I wish I had, but I actually thought nobody would have believed what I had to say, and I couldn't be that person to do it. It's really that simple there. And the shame that I would have brought upon my family, my mum and dad, I just thought, I can't do it. It's pretty embarrassing.
Russell Brand's glory days are long gone. In the last few years, he's turned his back on mainstream entertainment to become an alt-right conspiracy theorist and vaccine skeptic. Ahead of the women's allegations being aired, Brand went on the offensive, denying them all and telling his millions of followers on YouTube he was the victim of a witch hunt.
Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual. I was always transparent about that then, almost too transparent. And I'm being transparent about it now as well. And to see that transparency metastasized into something criminal that I absolutely deny makes me question, is there another agenda at play?
3 days later, YouTube suspended advertising on his channel, stopping Brand from making money from the site. What's left of his empire crumbling as the BBC launched its own internal investigation.
We'll look at any complaints made about Russell Brand's conduct during his time, what was known at the time, what was done. So full transparency, we're going to dig into anything that we've got there.
But Rachel wonders why that didn't happen 15 years ago.
I think that's what I'm kind of struggling with right now, is that I think back and I think, no one's ever called me. No one has it. No one back then. Did they actually listen to it? Did they listen to the output and go, oh my God, Russell has just shown someone his penis in a bathroom, poured out his willy? They didn't.
Now you know that the audio exists, that it did go to air, that thousands, hundreds of thousands of people heard it, that the BBC heard it, and nothing was ever done about it. How does that make you feel?
A bit upset, a bit sad. It's sad.
Are you guys gonna have kids soon?
We're just gonna take other people's.
In 2009, Rachel would have one more encounter with Russell Brand, by which stage he was loved up in an ill-fated relationship with one of the world's biggest pop stars.
Months after the incident, when I was having a coffee in a suburb not so far away from the office, I was leaving with a friend of mine who knew what had happened, and he pulled up with Katy Perry, and he saw me and put his head down and ran off, and she was behind me, to which my friend said, I think he knows. He recognised you and was worried that you may go up to him.
And did you think that he recognised you?
I did.
That interaction sounds very different from the Russell Brand that you had met.
Night and day. Night and day.
Rachel and the other women who have spoken out have endured years of torment and guilt, but they now have a growing sense that truth will win the day. So far, all we've heard from Russell Brand is that he is a victim of conspiracy. Do you buy that?
No. I don't know. There's no, these things are happening. There's no conspiracy. No, he's a liar. He's a predator.
What would you say to those 4 women that have made very serious allegations against Russell Brand? What would be your words to them?
I'm deeply saddened that they had to go through that, but happy that they're brave enough and strong enough to actually confront this elephant in the room and actually do something about it, because I wasn't.
Until now.
Until now.
It's a Hollywood drama like you've never seen. With an A-list cast, it's full of intrigue and fiery dialogue, and it's topped off with lashings of sex and drugs. There's even a pivotal scene set right here in Australia. But this production isn't playing at your local theatre. Centre stage is a London court where actor Johnny Depp is suing an English tabloid for calling him a wife-beater. No one's going to win an Oscar, but Depp and his one-time bride, actress Amber Heard, have been putting on the performances of their lives, airing every sordid detail of their bizarre and doomed marriage. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's wild relationship began before our very eyes.
Thank you for my roses.
I didn't think you noticed.
Of course I noticed.
Hooking up on the set of the 2011 movie The Rum Diary, those steamy scenes certainly looked like this wasn't just acting. And now the relationship ends as it began, with the world watching on, playing out for all to see in a courtroom.
It hits me, bam.
She threw a vodka bottle at me.
revealing the real-life drama captured on the couple's own cameras behind the scenes.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. Are you crazy?
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
Just started it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really?
We've had drunken tirades, drug taking. We've had something to do with defecating on a bed. We've had fingers cut off. It's bonkers, really. It's crazy stuff.
Amidst the madness, the case boils down to Johnny Depp suing a newspaper for calling him a wife-beater.
One time, Johnny was hitting me. And he was hitting me hard and repeatedly.
But every aspect of the troubled relationship is being examined, including their tumultuous months in Australia, with new details on what really happened with the bizarre saga surrounding their dogs, Pistol and Boo.
I'm truly sorry that Pistol and Boo were not declared.
The couple ended up at war with Barnaby Joyce after smuggling their pets into Australia. And now Barnaby's ready to bite back again.
Hello, defamation lawyers. There might be royalty in Hollywood, but we don't give a toss about that.
But this is definitely not a story with a Hollywood ending.
And I think everybody walks away from this case, whoever is the winner, staying.
Johnny Depp, aka Captain Jack Sparrow, is Hollywood royalty.
Well, go on, go get them!
For the actor, twice voted sexiest man alive, his red carpet reputation was only enhanced when he started dating the stunning young actress Amber Heard. But for this glamorous couple, things were ugly behind closed doors.
I want promises. I told you that at the beginning of this conversation. I need promises. You're gonna f***ing be there.
I know this is a circus. It's celebrities. It's tabloid headlines. But all in all, this is a serious and sad case when you really drill down into it.
Tristan Kirk has sat through the extraordinary case at London's High Court, reporting for the Evening Standard. The evidence on both sides has been shocking, as Johnny Depp sues over reports in the Sun newspaper that he assaulted Amber Heard on at least 14 occasions. The court's been shown numerous images of Amber Heard with bruises on her face. How does Johnny Depp explain that?
Well, Johnny Depp says this whole thing's a hoax. He's been set up, basically. From almost the get-go on their marriage, Amber Heard was concocting this Me Too victim narrative where he was abusing her, and so she had a sort of an insurance policy.
Motherfucker!
This is video Amber recorded in 2016, setting up a camera to capture one of Johnny's fits of rage.
We're not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
As Johnny pours himself a tall glass of red wine, he realises what's happening.
Oh, you're crazy. Are you crazy?
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
Just started it.
Oh, really? Really?
There was clearly no trust in the relationship because Johnny was making his own recordings as well, which have now also been leaked.
I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not f***ing deck you. I f***ing was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know
deck
what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine.
Oh,
That's the difference
you
between
poor
me and
girl.
you. You're a baby.
Because you start
You
physical
are
fights?
such a baby.
Because
Grow
you,
the f*** up,
because you start
Johnny.
physical fights?
They had a habit between them of recording various things that went on. It's a really peculiar thing because when you cover these kind of domestic violence cases, divorce, there's very rarely any first-hand evidence of what was going on at the time. But in this case, rather oddly, they were taping everything. It's been really peculiar, actually.
It feels a little bit like there's been evidence presented in the High Court, but then also evidence leaked in the court of public opinion to try and shape the PR narrative as well.
Oh, definitely. So you've got Johnny Depp's side who are pushing his lines. Amber Heard's PRs are feeding out their lines.
The evidence, while sensational, also gives a sad insight into the couple's troubles. Amber provided photos that she alleges showed Johnny passed out while on drug and drink binges, including this one where a tub of ice cream has melted on his lap. And text messages from Johnny certainly help support the narrative that he has substance abuse issues, one boasting,
"No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champers on the plane."
But Amber also stands accused of a drug problem, as well as being an unfaithful wife. Johnny has alleged she had affairs with at least 8 other men, including Leonardo DiCaprio, James Franco, and Elon Musk. How many times did you see Elon Musk visit late at night?
Multiple times. And I used to see him coming out late at night, like approximately like around 11, 12.
Alex Romero is the doorman at the apartment complex Amber and Johnny shared in Los Angeles. He was called to give evidence in their court battle, and now is speaking publicly for the first time about what he saw going on at the building, claiming Elon Musk would only visit when Johnny was out of town. It is unusual for Elon Musk to be visiting Amber at, 11 o'clock at night, midnight. But is it possible he was just coming around as a friend for support?
Well, there's video footage of him being more than a friend.
From within the building?
There's pictures. There are pictures. They look more than friends.
What do you see in that vision?
Well, I see Amber and Mr. Musk hugging and kissing.
Elon Musk has previously denied any suggestions of an affair. Alex also gave evidence about the aftermath of one of the times Johnny allegedly assaulted Amber at the apartment, backing up Johnny's claim that the bruises Amber had photos of didn't match the reality of that day.
I didn't saw anything on her face. I don't recall seeing anything. She was standing in front of me. I didn't see any bruises, any marks.
So were you surprised then when those photos came out from Amber saying that she had been attacked and that was the aftermath?
Yes, I was really surprised because when I saw her, she didn't have any marks. And then I saw the pictures, then I said, no, I thought they were like fake. For me, I was there and I saw her, like I said, there was no marks at all.
While this case centres on domestic violence in the relationship, so much of the bombshell evidence from both parties has felt like a smear campaign. It might be hard to pick, but what's been the strangest moment in all the proceedings?
One of the oddest things from this case is that both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard have been discussing who defecated on a bed. I mean, it's not the kind of thing that comes up normally in court anyway, let alone to have these household names, these megastars, fighting, essentially, over who might have done it. Was it a dog? Was it Amber Heard? Was it a friend of Amber Heard? Was it Johnny Depp? I mean, who knows? It's an utterly bizarre thing to be talking about.
And I think one of the problems is that there's no winner here.
Mark Stevens is a defamation law expert and says part of the problem for Johnny Depp now is that in trying to clear his name on domestic violence allegations, the court has heard countless claims that damage his reputation on other fronts. If you were representing Johnny Depp, someone with such a colourful past, and he came to you and said, I want to sue for defamation because they called me a wife beater, even if he was 100% innocent, would you say, it might not be worth it?
Yes, I would. And I have to give that message to many celebrity clients over the years. You have to weigh up the potential reputational harm as against to the benefit, sometimes an illusory benefit, a Pyrrhic victory, if you will, of getting a vindication in the libel court. So very often you can win a battle, even if you're successful in your case, but long term, you lose the PR war.
You feel like that might be the path Johnny Depp's gone down here?
Yes, I think Johnny Depp is self-immolating in bringing this proceedings. So I think he's been very ill-advised to go down this route.
The 57-year-old actor is adamant he never assaulted Amber, But it's not the first time they've gone before a judge on this issue.
She threw a vodka bottle at me.
These depositions from their divorce hearing were only released recently and give an insight into their rocky marriage.
He was about to push my sister down the stairs. She was attempting to break us up. I am protective over my baby sister. When he laid hands on her, I don't know what I did. But I know I jumped in between the actions that I saw could lead to a fatal injury to my sister. She was standing on the top of a flight of stairs, and she has never hurt anyone in her life, and she does not deserve to be pushed down the flight of stairs. And it looked like she was about to be. And I would have done what anybody who has a child or a sister would have done.
The judge now has the unenviable task of deciding who's using their acting skills and who here is really telling the truth.
So, for me, it's possible that there's a bit of both stories that are right. But for both of them, this has been a damaging exercise. So, whoever emerges the winner, there's been a lot of dirty laundry aired and a lot of damage done to reputations on both sides.
Tucked away from the Gold Coast's beaches and glitter strips, this mansion to the city's north is where Johnny Depp and Amber Heard called home when he filmed Pirates of the Caribbean in Australia. The luxury 16-hectare property is owned by motorcycle legend Mick Doohan and previously played host to Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie when they were in town. The secluded estate is renowned for its privacy, and that's why Johnny and Amber chose it just months after they tied the knot in 2015.
Johnny and Amber wanted their wild lifestyle here to be out of the public eye, and it turns out for very good reason. Bombshell evidence in a London courtroom has now spelt out for the first time what really went on behind these gates. Out-of-control parties, drug binges, furniture smashed, windows broken, graffiti on the walls, and both sides accusing the other of domestic violence.
The Australia incident is perhaps the craziest part of this case.
The incident the Evening Standard's Tristan Kirk is referring to finished with this: Johnny Depp in a Gold Coast emergency ward with his finger cut off.
Amber Heard said that over the course of 3 days, she was basically held hostage as he went mad on drink, drugs, and smashed up this house. At one point, she says he sliced off his own fingertip and then started painting the walls, first with his blood, then dipped it in paint, started daubing messages around, smashing windows, breaking mirrors, painting on the sofas. It's all mad.
Do you find yourself scratching your head and thinking, how does this happen?
Oh, it's hard to fathom. This was not Johnny Depp's own house. It was a rented property where I think it took them something like 13 hours just to do the initial cleanup because of the damage that had been done. Burnt cushions, paint everywhere, glass bottles tossed around the room, broken glass everywhere, alcohol spilt. And in the midst of that was Johnny Depp's fingertip lying somewhere.
The court was shown text messages from Depp to his doctor in the aftermath of that incident, where he said Amber was
as full of shit as a Christmas goose. A malicious, vindictive, and evil c***. Here's the real deal. Her obsession with herself. She's so f***ing ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was acquired.
5 minutes later, he texted another friend saying,
"Need more whitey stuff ASAP, brother man. And the E business."
It's believed they were references to cocaine and ecstasy. But it was another incident on the Gold Coast that would cause far more headlines at the time.
It's time that Pistol and Boo buggered off back to the United States.
Australia's then Agriculture Minister Barnaby Joyce caused an international stir when he threatened to euthanise Johnny and Amber's teacup Yorkshire Terriers.
What kind of a maniac is this?
After the couple smuggled them in on a private jet.
Did you smuggle the dogs into the country?
There might have been other things smuggled.
But not dogs.
Well, they seem to miss that bit.
Your wife actually, they've threatened to put her in jail. Isn't that true?
If they did that, I'd just fly to Australia and assault that man.
Yeah, right.
He was talking a big game, though. I think what did he call you? A sweaty, big-gutted man from Australia who was inbred with a tomato?
Well, hey, Johnny, look where your life ended up, old trout.
Most of the bad blood between Barnaby and Johnny relates to this hostage-like apology video he forced them to record.
When you disrespect Australian law, they will tell you firmly.
I am truly sorry that Pistol and Boo were not declared.
As far as I was concerned, they looked like two people in a basement in Beirut. It's just what I wanted. I thought it looked totally humiliating.
We've got a message that is going all around the world right now that is going off like a frog in a sock.
Was there much pushback in the party room about the way you went after these two?
Oh yeah, some of the beautiful people were all upset. To be quite frank, there was a lot of hoo-ha within Canberra. Oh, Barnaby, you can't do that. You can't go so hard. They're Hollywood royalty. I was going, oh, get lost. And then the foreign affairs minister, Julie Bishop, was oh, we got to tone this down. Give me a break.
There are much bigger legal issues for Johnny Depp and Amber Heard to deal with now, with their case in London wrapping up this week.
I stand by my testimony, and I now place my faith in British justice.
The judge isn't likely to hand down a decision until September, and according to defamation law expert Mark Stevens, neither side is likely to win big. What does Johnny Depp stand to make financially if he is successful here?
I think if it's successful and this is a false allegation made by the Sun and Amber Heard, then I think he's probably going to walk away with somewhere between £75,000 and £100,000.
Well, figured that small. I mean, it's barely enough to cover the costs of putting fuel in the jet to fly back to Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean, the damages that he'll get won't even pay, for his drinks bill, for his legal team, for last night's dinner. I mean, he is going to be severely out of pocket, but he has, in fairness, always said this isn't about the money, it's about vindication, it's about proving that I am not a wife beater. And I think that is, for him, the verdict that he seeks.
If ever proof was needed that when two stars collide, there's an almighty explosion, just look at the court case of Johnny Depp versus his former wife, Amber Heard. After only a few days, the trial is already a blockbuster, and the critics are raving, mostly in disbelief. Why is the pair exposing the grubby, and I warn, very grubby details of their failed marriage? Well, Johnny claims his career was destroyed after he was defamed in a newspaper article Amber wrote about domestic violence. Now he's demanding millions in damages. Amber, not surprisingly, is countersuing for millions more. But the truth is, in this star war, they'll both pay dearly.
Your next witness?
Your Honor, we call Mr. John C. Depp.
Who needs to watch a Hollywood drama when you can just tune in to the daily vaudeville of the Fairfax County Courthouse in Virginia? Even in their wildest dreams, Tinseltown scriptwriters couldn't come up with lines quite like this.
Amber will testify about how Johnny would get so drunk and so drugged out that he would vomit all over himself and worse, lose control of his bowels. She would clean him up.
It really is very clear this is all unscripted, particularly when the Pirates of the Caribbean star himself takes the stand.
Good afternoon, Mr. Depp.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the jury why you're here today?
And with evidence like this, the case could take quite a while.
About 6 years ago, Miss Heard made some quite heinous and disturbing, brought these disturbing criminal acts against me that were not based in any species of truth.
The testimony lurches from disturbing to downright bizarre.
And you would sometimes drink whiskey in the mornings too, right? During this time period.
Isn't happy hour any time?
And what's extraordinary when you hear all of this is that the whole reason Johnny Depp launched this court action is because he's trying to improve his reputation.
Lies build upon lies and build upon lies.
Is the sad reality that, Johnny Depp's reputation is now so damaged that in some ways he has nothing to lose by trying to swing the bat and have another crack at this case?
Yeah, yes, I think that's a legitimate strategy. I've got nothing left to lose. I've found a jurisdiction that will allow me to take Amber Heard to court one more time, and I'm going to have a crack at it because otherwise, what do? Retire, essentially, in disgrace, going to my grave, as he said, carrying these allegations of violent abuse, which he says he thinks he knows aren't true.
When he became an investigative reporter, Nick Wallace never expected to become an expert on the rise and fall of Johnny Depp.
Johnny!
He covered the Hollywood star's first attempt at defamation when he sued the Sun newspaper in the UK 2 years ago. And now he's in the US as Depp sues for libel again, this time taking on his former lover.
And on my side of the bed, was human fecal matter.
The result in that first case in London, how did that pan out?
The judge in the case, who is a renowned expert on libel, looked at all the evidence and decided that, he joined up the dots and decided that on the balance of evidence, it was substantially true that Johnny Depp was a wife-beater. So it didn't go that well for him.
So a resounding defeat for Johnny Depp first time around in London. Why then is he doubling?
Yeah, resounding. I mean, really, really resounding. I mean, the judge's verdict was damning on Johnny Depp.
So if he's so thoroughly defeated in the UK, why then double down in the US and go through it all again?
If Johnny Depp loses this trial, his career is toast. I mean, it's not in that good shape anyway. And this is the last throw of the dice. He's trying to persuade some good American citizens in Fairfax County, Virginia, that actually everything he's been saying all along is right. But there is now a body of public opinion, evidence, high court rulings in London that paint him as someone capable of physical violence against his spouse.
Get in. Blurred vision, no balance, numb tongue. The mind recoils in horror.
This time, Johnny's got it in for Amber because she wrote an article for the Washington Post about domestic violence. Although Depp wasn't named, he took it personally.
If the drinking doesn't get you into trouble,
how does anybody drink 161 miniatures?
Are they not complimentary?
But it wasn't always all-out war between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Their worlds collided on the set of the 2012 comedy drama The Rum Diary.
Oh, God. Why did she have to happen? Just when I was doing so good without her.
Their chemistry in the movie was palpable, and romance quickly blossomed off-set.
I think there was something in the shower that was very real.
This spark that he said he felt was literally pure Hollywood. But he was also very much aware that he was almost twice her age, and he called himself Steve, and she called herself Slim after a Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart movie in which he was that much older than Lauren Bacall. So they were aware of the age difference, but he said they had so much in common. They had this spark and they had this passionate love for each other, which developed into this tempestuous relationship, which slowly became progressively more and more toxic. And then, God, when it went toxic, I mean, it is proper dirty linen being washed in public. And to sit there and listen to it, it's not nice.
Suddenly, I'm just getting clobbered from behind and...
While cameras weren't allowed in the UK court proceedings, the game changer in this case in America is that every minute of evidence, every facial expression is being broadcast live around the world.
This is going to be like watching a movie, and people are not going to get enough of it. They're absolutely going to be glued to watching that coverage.
Hollywood lawyer and legal analyst Christopher Melcher is gobsmacked it even got to this point. Do you think there's just a fascination with these two? That it's almost like a car crash. You can't look away.
It is. And there's a bit of self-destructive behavior that we're seeing on both sides. And why have they allowed it to go this far? Why couldn't they just break up and go in peace and move forward? Why are we seeing a court case about a failed relationship?
There really is a bit of the O.J. Simpson case about this one in terms of the public fascination.
This is a big trial in the amount of attention that it's getting. O.J. had a lot of attention because there was a murder. There was 2 victims there. There was a lot of very complex evidence. This case is not that complicated. It's the people that are complicated, and we're getting to learn more about them.
And I said, go ahead, hit me.
In many ways, we're learning too much more about them.
Bam.
And worryingly for Johnny, new details of his bizarre lifestyle might now even lead to criminal charges right here in Australia.
You got this going? Oh, really?
It is a taboo, it is a horrendous thing, it is a criminal act in itself. Then there will be lots and lots of people looking at this to see whether or not charges can be brought.
When Hollywood heartthrob Johnny Depp came to Australia to film Pirates of the Caribbean in 2015, pandemonium ensued. With him was his stunning young wife, Amber Heard. They seemed a picture-perfect couple. But in a US court last week, Amber made bombshell new revelations that Johnny Depp sexually assaulted her while on the Gold Coast.
As you go through those 3 days of Australia, some pretty horrendous things happen to her. He rips off her nightgown. He has her jammed up against a bar. He has hurled bottles and bottles at her. He has dragged her across the floor on the broken bottles and the liquor. He has punched her. He has kicked her. He tells her he's gonna f***ing kill her. He f***ing hates her. He's pounding at her, pounding her, and then he penetrates her with a liquor bottle. That's the Johnny Depp that you're going to hear about in this case.
It is a horrendous thing, it is a criminal act in itself. But if the jury goes with Amber Heard and says, yes, you are also a victim of sexual violence, a violent sexual assault whilst in Australia, then there will be lots and lots of people looking at this to see whether or not charges can be brought.
Nick Wallace has covered many of Johnny Depp's legal trials and tribulations. While it may seem bizarre that a couple from Hollywood is in a court on America's East Coast debating alleged violence and sexual assault incidents in Australia, he says there is a semi-logical explanation for it.
It is very strange that most of the protagonists are based in California, that the damage that was done to Johnny Depp's reputation was to the Hollywood producers in California who stopped calling him as a result of these allegations. But the judge in Virginia agreed that this Washington Post article was published on servers in the state of Virginia, which then went around the world. So she said, yes, there is jurisdiction in this state, you can sue for libel.
Is he effectively jurisdiction shopping? Just keep going around until he gets the result he wants?
He clearly believes in what he's doing. He clearly believes that he has never laid a finger on Amber Heard.
After you said, let's drown her before we burn her, Mr. Depp, you said, I will her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead. That's what you said that you would do after you burned her and after you drowned her. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes.
And you wrote that about the woman who would later become your wife?
Yes, I did.
The more times that he keeps going to the well, the more allegations come out as a result. And I mean, this goes beyond dirty laundry. I mean, if he is guilty of some of the things that Amber Heard is accusing him of, he should be under criminal investigation.
But no matter what the evidence, there is one group of people who are already convinced Johnny Depp is not a sinner. In their eyes, he'll always be a saint. There's a lot of Johnny Depp fans out there. Where do you rank?
I'm number one after 36 years, so I'm the number one fan.
How do you become number one?
Well, you start following him after Edward Scissorhands and follow the Hollywood vampires through Europe. Go to every movie premiere, every event, anything that Johnny does that you can get to. I love him, and like I said, it's been a long time. I love the person that he is. To me, he's an angel.
There are many words you could use to describe Yvonne de Boer. Perhaps devoted is the most fitting. Would you take a bullet for Johnny?
I would, and I've told him as much. And he looks at me like, no, don't think that. I said, no. If somebody were going to hurt you, I would jump in front of you. He's that person that you want to do that for him. So Johnny here, he's still wearing the ring and bracelet that I gave him.
Yvonne gets to the courthouse at 1 a.m. each morning, guarantee herself a prime seat right behind Johnny. And after the evidence she's heard so far, it's fair to say hell hath no fury like a woman whose idol has been scorned. Dare I ask what you think of Amber Heard?
I think she's an evil person, a despicable person. I don't feel she or anyone has the right to make up the kind of lies that she's making up about him. She utterly wants to destroy him, and she'll never be able to because he's very strong.
Yvonne is part of the Justice for Johnny movement, which is hell-bent on delivering on its motto. How will you feel if Johnny loses?
Nothing's gonna change for me. I'll still love him as much as I do. I'll still support him. I'll be there for him if we need to pick him up or cheer him up or whatever we need to do. I'll be there. Nothing will change.
How will you feel if Johnny wins?
I'll be ecstatic. I want him to be happy, to have peace, to have tranquility, and go on with his life. That's what I hope.
But the reality is that the verdict in this case might be irrelevant anyway.
That cocaine, those white lines, those are cocaine. That's cocaine, right?
I would assume.
Yeah, and that's your cocaine that you kept in that box that says "property of JD" with the skull and crossbones, isn't it?
Well, the beautiful composition of the photograph would suggest that, certainly.
You can't say that you carried cocaine in that box?
No, but it looks like it would fit some cocaine.
Hollywood lawyer Christopher Melcher believes both sides are self-destructing in this unedifying spectacle. Given the amount of pretty damaging evidence that they've got to go through in the courtroom here, even if Johnny Depp wins, does he kind of still lose?
This is a problem that all celebrities and public figures face. When they feel that they're defamed, they want to fight back and clear their name. But we as legal advisors tell them that they're just bringing more attention to that statement. And sometimes it is better just to let it die. Because if you sue, you bring a lot of attention to it, and then you also open yourself up to everything else. Any controversy like this is bad for their brand. It's actually toxic to their brand. They've lost control of how they are viewed when you have a court case like this going on.
It's not only exposing for myself, it's exposing for my family, it's exposing for Miss Heard. It never had to go in this direction. I can't say that I'm embarrassed because I know that I'm doing the right thing.
One-time sitcom actor and Church of Scientology devotee Danny Masterson is now also a convicted rapist. 10 days ago, he was jailed for 30 years for his violent crimes. But what's been revealed since his sentencing is the support he received from fellow Hollywood stars, including Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis. In letters to the judge asking for leniency for Masterson, the married couple described their friend more like a saint than a sinner. They said he was a role model and an exceptional character. Not surprisingly, their comments have caused outrage.
Did you steal my Cheetos again?
By their very nature, Hollywood stars Ashton Kutcher and wife Mila Kunis love attention. But their enthusiastic support for convicted rapist Danny Masterson, their co-star and friend, has caused such a furor, even they wish they could turn off the spotlight.
We are aware of the pain that has been caused by the character letters that we wrote on behalf of Danny Masterson.
I knew people were going to be really interested to see that 2 of the letters were written by Danny's co-stars from that 70s show, Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis. And boy, did it cause a firestorm on social media.
Journalist Tony Ortega first published the power couple's character references a week and a half ago. The rest, as they say, is history, forcing this public relations-driven apology.
The letters were not written to question the legitimacy of the judicial system or the validity of the jury's ruling.
They were intended for the judge to read, and not to undermine the testimony of the victims or re-traumatize them in any way. We would never want to do that. And we're sorry if that has taken place.
Why do you think there was such a reaction?
I guess people were shocked to find out that Ashton and Mila, who kind of have branded themselves as activists for victims, would write letters on behalf of a person who had been convicted already. These letters were written post-conviction. Their friend had been convicted of 2 violent rapes, and they had still written a letter to the judge asking for leniency.
Breaking news now, an actor in Hollywood convicted of rape.
It was always going to be a headline trial, an atrocious crime committed by a sitcom celebrity who was a favoured son of the controversial Church of Scientology. Throw into the mix famous friends who had a habit of helping out, whether it was performing at Scientology events or, in this case, doing their bit to reduce whatever jail sentence Masterson faced for raping 2 women in 2003. What do you make of their apology?
I guess it got to such a fever pitch they felt they had to say something. I don't know what they were thinking, but I guess they're just shocked that this became a news story and they felt they had to get out in front of it.
The 47-year-old was found guilty in May. When it came to his sentencing 10 days ago, in a desperate bid for leniency, Masterson's family called on Hollywood to paint him as a decent and kind man. Ashton and Mila obliged, just 2 of 50 letter writers. In their unreserved praise, Ashton says of his 25-year friendship with Masterson, "I don't ever recall him lying to me. He also set an extraordinary standard around how you treat other people."
Do you really think we're a creepy, unnatural couple?
Come on. It's a crazy question.
Mila, who also worked with Masterson on that 70s show, said, "I could sense his innate goodness and genuine nature. One of the most remarkable aspects of Danny's character is his unwavering commitment to discouraging the use of drugs." These character references, the apology video, has almost overshadowed the news of the sentencing itself. Why do you think people are so outraged?
Well, you know, I think it's the tone of the letters and the sort of irony in some of the letters. For example, many of the letter writers refer to Danny's work against drugs. And I kept thinking, do you realize you're writing a letter for a guy who's been convicted of drugging and raping women? I mean, I think that's what outraged people so much, is that we know what he's been convicted of, and yet these people are saying he's like the best person they've ever met.
The judge didn't buy it and sentenced Masterson to 30 years in jail. While gathering character references is routine at sentencing hearings, it is now the pair's judge of character that is in question. It speaks to a bubble, doesn't it? Not only do we have a Scientology bubble at play here, but a Hollywood bubble as well, that there's no real understanding how the outside world will react to this.
Well, then that's the next question that comes up, is how much did Ashton and Mila really know? Because they were very close to him. Danny, at that time, was openly calling himself DJ Donkey Punch. This is a sexual slang term of assault, and he wore it like a badge. And so I just have to wonder, what did his friends think about that at that time? That's what I'd like to hear from Ashton, is, did you really not know what was going on? And that's kind of the opposite of what we're hearing from him in this character letter.
Our heart goes out to every single person who's ever been a victim of sexual assault, sexual abuse, or rape.
Do we know how Danny Masterson's victims are feeling about these character references?
Oh, they're outraged. I mean, they had gone into court on Thursday and gave these heart-rending victim impact statements. They're just absolutely incredible statements that these women made. And I also really like the way Jane Doe 1 repeatedly brought it back to Scientology and explained how Scientology made everything worse, re-victimized them time and time again, and has continued to harass them to this very day. So I don't want people to forget what a big part of this trial Scientology was.
Not only did it harass the victims, but it protected Danny Masterson right from the beginning.
For years and years, Danny Masterson was a Scientology celebrity who preyed on Scientology women because he knew Scientology would protect him.
Can't close my mouth. Can you close your mouth?
The church knew of the allegations against Masterson in 2003, but did nothing. And as part of church law, the women were banned from going to police. It took all their strength to go anyway.
It's in their ethics book, it's in their written policies, and you had Scientologist after Scientologist on the witness stand saying, yep, that's what I was taught. And every day, the spokesman for that church would tell reporters, it's not true, we don't have that policy, it's all a lie. And of course, the media is obliged to report that as Scientology's response, instead of Scientology's blatant lie, which is what it was, day after day after day. And I don't know, I just hope that it's getting through to people that this is a criminal organization pretending to be a religion.
Danny Masterson denies he raped anyone and is set to appeal his conviction.
Sometimes they get it wrong, and that's what happened here.
But there is no doubt for Tony Ortega, who has long reported on the worst of Scientology, this is an opportunity to expose the ills of this so-called church, a chance for authorities to finally do something. Could this trial in some way spell the end of Scientology?
Well, it's hard to say, but I mean, I don't know that anything has ever been served to them on a platter like this, where you've got victims, you've got harm, you've got ongoing cover-ups, you've got the subjugation of law enforcement. It's all there. You've got witnesses, you've got a conviction. What is the government waiting for?
When Donald Trump became president of the United States, he became the most powerful man in the world. That notion, though, has been constantly tested ever since he took office. Perhaps the most unexpected example of that has been his inability to shut down a woman called Stormy Daniels. She is the stripper and porn star who claims to have had a sexual encounter with Trump back in 2006. But when the president accused her of lying, she hit back in the most extraordinary way. Stormy Daniels refuses to go away, and that's because she says she is not a liar.
Who am I? I am Stormy.
Face to face with Stormy Daniels.
I'm a very ordinary person put into a very extraordinary situation.
Right now, this adult entertainer is one of the most talked about women in American politics.
90 seconds of my life of making a bad decision with a goofy-looking TV guy is not what I wanted to be defined as.
Do you think you've got the President of the United States running scared?
He's not smart enough to run scared.
He has never thought women like me matter.
It's been a bruising battle.
It's all fake news. It didn't happen.
Ever since Stormy Daniels shaped up to Donald Trump, she's been jailed, taken to the brink of financial ruin, and faced hundreds of death threats. Truth is, Stormy Daniels is as tough as they come.
I'm not a liar, and I am not a gold digger. And I did not do this because I'm starved for attention. I just wanted to stand up for myself and set the record straight and prove I wasn't lying. I think I've pretty effectively done that. You know, the message is very clear. Don't mess with me.
You would expect Stormy Daniels to be a creature of the night. But ironically, it's out here in the wilds of Wyoming, far from the city lights, where she's most at home. and where she can escape the whirlwind over the very brief sexual encounter Stormy claims she had with Donald Trump.
Together, we will make America great again.
It was 90 seconds that I never thought about really again. It doesn't define me, except now to everyone else it somehow does, which is really disappointing.
This presidential sex saga that refuses to go away actually started 12 years ago, in July 2006. Back then, Donald Trump was a loudmouth businessman and TV celebrity. And Stormy Daniels was a well-known porn star and stripper. Their lives collided at a celebrity golf tournament, where a flirty conversation led to a dinner invitation at Trump's penthouse.
I'd met lots of famous people. I wasn't intimidated. I was amused and entertained and curious, but I wasn't like, oh my God, be still my heart. No, I was like, whatever.
You just saw that as another rich man, I guess.
Didn't even matter that he was rich. He was just another male, and I was in a little skimpy outfit and have huge boobs.
Stormy's account of the night, details that remain deeply disputed by Donald Trump, make for pure tabloid joy.
Oh, he was a pain in the ass for the first 20 minutes. Because at first he was very much the caricature that you see on TV and that I was, expecting.
So you walked in the door and you basically met a very domineering man.
Yeah.
And you had to sort that out.
Oh, yeah, and I sorted it very effectively and swiftly.
Well, you slapped him on the backside with a copy of a magazine with his face on the cover.
Mm-hmm.
When you did that, you didn't think...
I remember thinking at that moment, okay, well, here's the great story I came for. I just spanked Donald Trump with a magazine, and now I'm going to leave. But then, he became nice. And I think that we shared a mutual curiosity, genuine curiosity about the business aspects of each other's lives. It was just all very interesting.
But it ceased to be interesting when you went to the bathroom.
Yeah, and that was a couple hours in, which is why I was so blindsided, because at least the last hour and a half that we were talking, it was just like you and I are talking now. How he mentally got from A to B, I still don't know.
But when you emerged from the bathroom, he's down to his Y-fronts and socks. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
It still makes you laugh?
You know what? I have to applaud his confidence.
According to Stormy, what followed was the least impressive sex she's ever had. Why did you have sex with him?
I have no idea.
Even after all this time?
Yeah, I have no idea. Either I was in the right place at the right time, or I was the wrong place at the wrong time. And my opinion of that changes about every 20 minutes.
You didn't expect he would proposition you?
He didn't proposition me.
No, I guess he didn't actually say anything.
Yeah, no, he didn't. And he didn't try to pay me, which is one of the things that's very frustrating, that people assume that I was paid for that night, and I absolutely wasn't. And I didn't even turn down money. He didn't even offer.
And if he had?
I would have definitely said no and been way more upset.
Yes, you say you weren't a victim.
No, I'm not a victim. I'm a victim of myself. I never said, no, don't touch me, or I'm leaving, or I don't want to do this. That absolutely did not happen.
Stormy claims after their liaison, Trump stayed in contact for the next 18 months, with promises he'd make her a contestant on his show, The Celebrity Apprentice. But when that failed to happen, the relationship fizzled. Stormy says she forgot about her night with Trump until 5 years later, when in 2011, the story turned up on a gossip website. So this story really started without you?
Oh, absolutely. I was completely caught off guard.
And then you had to try and...
damage control and reclaim and take power, yes.
Stormy suspects the story had been leaked by a former partner. And so, to set the record straight, she decided to give her own interview to a tabloid magazine. Despite passing a lie detector test, the magazine chose not to publish her story. A short time later, Stormy claims a man approached her in a car park and threatened her for talking.
Like, it was extremely traumatic and scary.
Is that the first time you became frightened?
Yes. Oh, for sure.
But now you've poked the bear, it seems.
Well, I didn't even know there was a bear. Because keep in mind, he was just a silly guy on TV who did cameos on wrestling and, movie. Like, he was a kind of a joke.
Stormy Daniels moved on, but by 2016, Donald Trump had set his sights on the White House. Amidst his campaigning came allegations of sexual misconduct and an audio tape of Trump talking about his approach to women.
Whoa. I did try and fuck her. She was married.
It's huge news, Sarah.
You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab him by the pussy.
Donald Trump described it as locker room talk and apologised. But it was damaging. 2 weeks later, Stormy Daniels was offered hush money of $130,000 from Trump's personal lawyer, Michael Cohen.
Which was the best day of my life. They could have given me $10 and it would have just been the icing on the cake. Like, I was just excited that, like, fuck yes, like, no one's gonna know. This is perfect.
Finally, this is gone.
Finally. But that there is a record of them acknowledging this happened so that if something terrible happened to me or my family, there are witnesses, there is a trace. They can't hurt me because this deal has been made. I am protected. And at the same time, no one's ever gonna find out.
Coming up, the fight back.
I was being ripped to shreds and backed into a corner.
Stormy gets angry. Can you remember the moment when you thought,
fuck this guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very clearly.
That's next on 60 Minutes. This is the place you feel most comfortable, probably. Around horses, huh?
Yeah, for sure. It's always been my escape.
To understand Stormy Daniels, it's important to know where she came from.
When I was younger and I started riding, it was very basic, a way to get out of, bad neighborhoods and, horses don't judge you. It's like the famous, I think it's Winston Churchill, something about the outside of a horse is good for the inside of a man.
She was born Stephanie Clifford in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, raised in a tough neighborhood by parents with little money and not much more love.
I make the joke that I'm convinced my mother stole me from the rich couple at the mall when they weren't looking.
Stephanie's childhood was traumatic. At 9, she was repeatedly raped by a neighbour and then not believed when she reported it.
No one ever cared about me or what I did or what happened. So that was the hard part, I think.
That's devastating, I think, as a child.
When you're very small, yeah. But you have two options: let it break you, or let it make you stronger.
Stephanie was caught in a cycle of poverty. But that changed when, at 17, and while still at school, she landed a job in a strip club. It was where Stephanie transformed into Stormy. It was a place that gave you more than money, though, wasn't it? You found love and support.
Yes, for sure. It gave me independence, freedom, friends who weren't judgmental.
You do cite a significant day, and I think it was July 9th, 1999. It was the day you got enough money
to get thunder and lightning.
Thunder and lightning are?
My breast. Yes.
And you don't regret that?
Absolutely not. Best decision ever.
Even though they're not quite what you were expecting?
No, they're bigger than I originally ordered, but they've served me very well.
Hi, I'm Stormy Daniels.
With the arrival of Thunder and Lightning, Stormy Daniels' career took off in a big way. We should demystify the business a bit. It is not prostitution.
No, absolutely not. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but I personally have never been involved in it.
Your fans were adult white males, 45 to 65, I think you said, Republicans.
Mostly, yeah. I mean, that's the look I have. Blonde hair, blue eyes, big boobs. You know, that was my demographic. We're, you know, middle-aged, upper class, white men.
Which might explain how Stormy Daniels came to meet up with Donald Trump on that fateful night in July 2006. You know, of course, the President of the United States denies all this.
He can deny it all he wants. If I was gonna lie about having sex with someone famous, Brad Pitt, here we go. You know what I mean? I would pick somebody way less embarrassing than Donald Trump. Are you kidding? Now no man is ever gonna wanna date me. I'd have at least picked, like, you know, somebody cool.
We want Trump! We want
In 2016, 10 days before the election, Stormy Daniels was paid $130,000 allegedly to stay quiet about her night with Trump. But then, in January this year, she claims Trump's team pressured her to sign another document denying she ever had sex with Trump. So what turned you? Can you remember the moment when you thought, no.
Fuck this guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, very clearly.
What was that day?
The day that I went on Jimmy Kimmel, January 30th.
Please welcome Stormy Daniels.
Remarkably, instead of keeping quiet, Stormy claims Trump's camp wanted her to start talking, but to say she'd never had sex with the president. It made for very awkward late-night television.
Did you sign this letter that was released today?
I don't know, did I?
Wait a minute, that you can
But
say,
that does
right?
not look like my signature, does it?
It doesn't look like your signature. So you're saying perhaps this letter was written and released without your approval.
Were you bullied?
Yes. Not, hey, sign this or we're gonna break your kneecap with a baseball bat, but it's in your very best interest for you and your family if you just sign this now.
Do you think the president is watching right now? I like to imagine him.
I don't want to imagine him.
After her strange appearance on the Jimmy Kimmel Show, the gloves came off. Stormy and Donald went to war.
I wanted to defend myself. I was being ripped to shreds and backed into a corner and not allowed to stand up for myself.
See, Donald Trump has been fairly straightforward in tweets, of course. He says that, in essence, that you've told false and extortionist accusations about an affair. And he has said that the story of being threatened is all a con job.
Those two tweets were, especially when he called me a con job, is one of the, you know, I guess I should thank him for encouraging me to write a book.
Do you think you've got the President of the United States running scared?
He's not smart enough to run scared.
What is he?
An egotistical lunatic at this point.
Coming up, more embarrassing revelations. Yeti hair.
That was just me being mean.
Why Stormy is telling all.
I want him to be investigated just like he was you or me or anyone else.
And Trump's surprising reaction.
The things that would be normally utterly embarrassing, humiliating, to Donald Trump, not necessarily so.
That's next on 60 Minutes. This week, Stormy Daniels launched a tell-all account of her time with Donald Trump.
Stormy for president. Oh, God.
And with it, a salvo of excruciating observations that zeroed in on President Trump's dignity.
She talks about Donald Trump's anatomy, his performance in bed, neither of which are very flattering.
He knows he has an unusual penis. It has a huge mushroom head.
She's calling it smaller than normal and oddly shaped.
As quotes like the mushroom character in Mario Kart.
Why did you do that?
To prove that I'm not lying.
You see that as evidence?
Oh, absolutely. Let's just hope that it's never called as an exhibit in court. But if it was, I win.
And Yeti hair.
That was just me being mean.
So you feel you had to go to this
I felt like I was
level.
forced there, yeah. And you know, I justify it in a way to myself. And even now saying like, this is a man who said much worse things about women multiple times. So here's a taste of your own medicine, asshole.
His first instinct is always, does it make me look good? Does it make me look bad? And so the things that would be normally, to most people on the planet, utterly embarrassing, humiliating, to Donald Trump, not necessarily so.
So he wouldn't be humiliated?
Oh, goodness, no.
Fascinating, I must say. If anyone has an insight into the unique mind of Donald Trump, it's author Mark Fisher.
He believes that scandal is something you can use to your advantage, that any coverage is better than no coverage, and that a little bit of notoriety can go a long way.
A senior editor with The Washington Post, he spent long hours talking with Trump for an in-depth biography. And when he's under attack, what is his modus operandi?
His response to attack is always counterattack. Hit back 100 times harder than you've been hit. That's his mantra.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
No racist police!
Donald Trump has spent a lifetime dealing with critics, the newest of whom gather outside the White House to voice their disgust.
We are done with corrupt men who think that they can grab whatever they want.
But remarkably, Mark Fisher says this stoush between Stormy and Trump is most probably giving the president secret pleasure.
To Donald Trump, he is likely upset by the fact that he can't control her, but he also is likely getting some satisfaction out of the idea that people out there will think that he's, yet again, even at this advanced age, a rogue playboy who can get this beautiful woman who he thinks of as somehow a symbol of his prowess.
I've still got it.
Right, exactly.
Is Stormy Daniels his equal in that she's the street fighter too?
I think Stormy Daniels is very much Donald Trump's equal as both street fighter and as someone who understands that their career is indistinguishable from the show. And so he probably has a grudging respect for her because she knows how to use the things that would normally devastate a person to turn them to her advantage. That's the story of his whole career.
Which makes it all the more remarkable that just days after her book's release, Stormy now feels her description of the president's privates was a step too far.
So I was very angry in writing that. And now that it's, the book is out and people are reading about it and it's all over the internet, I actually feel pretty terrible about it.
Do you?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's, in a way, it's body shaming.
Did you want to humiliate him?
No, absolutely not. Which is why I feel a little conflicted about the book.
You wanted to hurt him?
No, I did not want to hurt him. My intention was for people to stop hurting me.
It could be argued that Stormy Daniels is inflicting damage of her own. Trump's then personal lawyer, Michael Cohen, has recently admitted paying Stormy hush money and claims it was at the direction of the president. According to Stormy, Trump's camp has also offered to settle an ongoing legal battle, something she has rejected.
I thought a couple weeks ago that I was done.
But?
Instead, I didn't accept the offer, and we're gonna move forward legally. I can't really say what our plan is, obviously, it's confidential.
It's been said, and it probably is true, one of the reasons you are able to cut through, that you are able to withstand the storm, is because you can't be scandalized.
The entire universe has seen my butthole. I'm pretty hard to embarrass. Did you hear that thud? That was probably my publicist fainting.
I haven't.
It's one bag Google click away. I have nothing to hide, and I don't have a family that I'm concerned about embarrassing. I don't care.
Everything's on the table.
Everything's on the table. I don't think that porn or nudity or sex is bad, so I have no guilt there. And I'm not really religious, so I'm not afraid that I'm gonna go to hell because I admitted to fornicating.
Stormy Daniels Day in the city of West Hollywood.
Stormy Daniels is making the most of her moment in the spotlight.
And this community has a history of standing up to bullies and speaking truth to power.
She's been given a voice, and for a woman who might once have dared not speak, being heard is very liberating. Do you like him?
No.
Do you hate him?
No.
What do you feel about him?
Conflicted. Because he's doing really... Every day I hate him a little bit more, but it's not on a personal level. Now my opinion of him, I would say, is 95% based on him as a political leader and the president.
Do you ever feel sorry for him?
Yes. Yes, sometimes I do. Because I think that perhaps he's in a position that he was unprepared to be in, and he's struggling with it. And that's difficult for anyone, but at the same time, you know, he continues to make bad choices and treat people like shit. I want him to be held accountable for the things he's done and that he's doing and the bad decisions he's making and for all the people that he's hurt.
So you want to bring him down?
Yes, I want him to be investigated and through due process and held accountable just like he was you or me or anyone else. And if found guilty and evidence supports it, then absolutely take him down in flames.
But you're not done yet.
But I'm not done yet.
And you're not done with Donald Trump?
No.
He hasn't seen the last of you?
No. Only from now on I'll have my pants on.
For 56 of her 57 years, Brooke Shields has been in show business. TV, movies, modelling, she's done it all. Without question, her career is impressive. But it hasn't been without controversy or scandal. Brooke's latest film is a documentary she's made about growing up as a Hollywood star. What's surprising, though, is it's no sugar-coated biopic. It's a brutally honest account of her life, revealing her darkest and most traumatic secrets. The makeup artist and hairdresser can fuss all they like. The fact is, they're hardly needed because the camera loves Brooke Shields any way she looks. And for this iconic model and actor, that's the way it's been for more than 5 decades.
Please welcome Brooke Shields.
Brooke Shields. Brooke Shields. Today, at 57, Brooke is as in demand as ever. Film and TV offers pouring in, but there's only one story she really wants to tell, her own.
The place that I've gotten to now is a sense of truly my own control of myself, of my story, of my life.
Famous people often write books explaining their lives, but Brooke's tell-all comes with pictures. She's made a feature-length documentary called Pretty Baby, in recognition of the first major film she starred in. Like all good movies, it's a gripping tale, which is not surprising for someone who's spent her entire life in the spotlight.
I mean, I started 11 months old as an Ivory Soap baby, so see, I was ambitious.
A cut heals better when it's kept covered. As long as your child has a scab on her cut, she needs a Band-Aid brand adhesive bandage.
I was a baby model, then I was a child model, and I did catalogs and clothing ads and shampoo ads, whatever I got cast in.
This is the face behind the face of Brooke Shields, Terry Shields.
Early on, the story of Brooke Shields was also the story of her controversial mother and manager, Terry Shields. As infamous as her daughter was famous, Terry was willing to be the pushy stage mum who rarely said no to signing Brooke up for jobs.
I think Brooke's sort of like a work of art, and like any beautiful painting. I think the world should enjoy Brooke and view her.
And the world did. It was the 1970s and Brooke was fast becoming one of the most recognised children on the planet. But it was also obvious that the line between art and exploitation was uncomfortably fuzzy.
And you yourself have said, and I quote, ever since Brooke was a baby, she's been encouraged to be sensual. So can't someone say to you that you are exploiting the sensuality of a child?
Well, if that's all I was doing, probably yes. But that's not all I'm doing with Brooke or what Brooke is doing.
As unthinkable as Terry Shields' words might sound now, Brooke wants us to remember it was a very different time.
Perhaps we can make another one now. Would you like to?
Yeah, why not?
And when, in 1977, she was cast in her first major role in the movie Pretty Baby, she was thrilled.
Come on and play that thing, Professor.
She says it didn't matter, that at only 11, she was playing a child prostitute.
I can feel the steam inside me right through my dress.
The critics, though, weren't so sure.
Did the controversy make sense to you back then? Did you understand it? Did you see why there was some concern about you playing a role like that?
It was probably the only truly beautiful artistic film that I, to this day, feel like I've ever even been in. It's the one I'm the most proud of. It's art. It's not touching your real life as a child. So hindsight now, as a mother, as an older person who's lived a lot, I understand. I mean, I understand the problem with it. I understand how people saw that. It was a different era. On set, I didn't feel compromised. I didn't feel insecure. Everybody wanted me to be miserable. Everybody wanted me to be uncomfortable. Didn't you miss your childhood? Didn't you feel like taken advantage of? All these things. People were desperate for me to say yes. And I didn't feel it.
Hope you're gonna be real gentle on me. Be my first time.
Being cast as a prostitute was one thing, but the film also required a very delicate scene with a much older love interest. Brooke had no choice but to grow up quickly.
You had your first kiss on camera with a 29-year-old man.
Yeah, that must have been harder for him than for me. But he was so sweet about it. Because he's a 29-year-old man, you know, who's with an 11-year-old child. I had never kissed anybody before, so I didn't know how to do it.
Is it appropriate to portray that on screen using an 11-year-old actor?
It wouldn't be now. You couldn't get away with it now. We were in the 70s, like, everything was being turned upside down and flipped around. We were looking at it as art.
But was her next blockbuster movie art? Some called this soft porn. Back in 1980, though, few people seemed to care.
The surprise movie of the year is Blue Lagoon, in which a 15-year-old Brooke Shields learns all about life's little mysteries, while millions of impressionable teenagers and oftentimes startled adults looked on fascinated.
It was bordering on creepy, but Hollywood's money men knew they'd make millions by promoting Blue Lagoon as Brooke's sexual awakening.
I was evidently their master plan, which is ridiculous. I was not in tune with any of that. And so I didn't come out of that movie with some understanding of my sexuality. But that was what the studio was after. They wanted to witness something really happen. Blue Lagoon was not a reality show. So I don't know what they were thinking. It was rather inane. But it's all about what's going to sell. And that's what they were focusing on. They wanted controversy, and they got it. You know, they were pushing the envelope.
Blue Lagoon proved the old slogan, sex sells. It was enough for fashion designer Calvin Klein to make the then 16-year-old Brooke the face of his jeans campaign. In an advertising blitz around the world, Brooke was seductive and suggestive.
You want to know what comes between me and my Calvins? Nothing.
And sales of Calvin Klein jeans skyrocketed by 300%.
Does it surprise you, given the nature of the commercials, that a lot of people would see you as a sex kitten?
No, because people see me in all different lights. They see me really however a person wants to see another person, they can see them that way.
Brooke knew what she was doing was controversial. More importantly for her, though, it was paying the bills.
We got to buy a house after Blue Lagoon. We got to buy a car after the next movie.
At home, Terry Shields kept pushing Brooke to work and she was happy to oblige. Mother and daughter were a formidable duo. But too much success was a curse for Terry. She battled an addiction to alcohol, which became so serious, Brooke was forced to take on another job, carer.
You two were so close. Do you remember the shift when your roles reversed and when you had to start looking after her as well as yourself?
She was an alcoholic, a good one. And child of an alcoholic learns at a very, very early age how to navigate a situation, how to read a room, and how to keep the person they love alive. And from the time I could remember, my mama, I was protecting my mama. She was my life force. She was my food source. She was my go-to. She was everything. And that I needed that. And it was us against the world. And that worked.
As if looking after her mother wasn't hard enough, Brooke also had to face an awful personal crisis. A shocking sexual abuse she kept secret for years, but no longer.
Why didn't you want to talk about it?
My career would have been over. No one was believing anybody at that era.
Today, walking the streets of New York, where she was born and raised, Brooke Shields oozes confidence and strength. And why not?
1 second.
The 57-year-old is one of the great success stories of the notoriously fickle entertainment industry. But even more remarkably, she's also a survivor of it.
It's difficult to not let it completely devour you, but I knew from a very early age that I was not going to become a statistic or a victim to any of it.
She very nearly did, though. When Brooke was in her 20s and desperate for her next starring role, she came face to face with Hollywood evil. A high-profile movie executive, someone she trusted, invited her to dinner. Brooke thought it was to discuss a film project, but his plans were much more sinister.
I was in a very low point in my career. I mean, it was very hard for me to get work at that point. And I still needed to make money.
What happened after the dinner?
You know, I became a victim of assault and was never going to talk about it again.
It's a trauma that's difficult to articulate. And only now, after holding on to this awful secret for 3 decades, can Brooke bring herself to confront the horror of being raped that night.
And why didn't you want to talk about it again?
My career would have been over. No one was believing anybody at that era. There was no narrative that was going to protect me at all. And I knew that I wouldn't survive that in my career and therefore possibly not personally. So I shut it away, and through years of therapy and getting my career back on track on my own terms because of my talent, not because of any incident that happened between me and somebody.
Is there a particular reason you've chosen not to name this man who did this to you?
I mean, absolutely. This is not about him. You know, this is my story, and this person doesn't deserve the attention. I'm not interested in the pointing of the finger. I'm interested in how far I've come and all the work I've done. And just not, he's not important anymore. He doesn't deserve that. You know, it's really, and it took years. You don't just come to this, you know, and there was a great deal of guilt about not taking this on and help, you know, I wasn't ready.
Brooke Shields, everybody.
As horrible as it was, the attack made Brooke even more determined to forge ahead in her career. And on Broadway, in movies,
Running Wild, starring Brooke Shields,
and TV sitcoms, She reinforced her reputation as a hardworking and dependable actor.
And the winner is Brooke Shields in Suddenly Susan.
These days, Brooke is happily married to screenwriter Chris Henchy. And as her new documentary reveals, life in their Greenwich Village home is just about perfect.
Do you have to go out, pups? Go outside. Come here. Come here. Oh, gosh. I'll stay on the porch, though. It was a true story about something that actually happened in the
Perhaps Brooke's greatest challenge comes from the curiosity of her teenage daughters. 19-year-old Rowan and 16-year-old Greer are clearly proud of their mum.
Yes, I'm agreeing with you, but it's important to make the distinction.
But also somewhat confused, maybe even shocked about her early movie roles.
Are you nude? I'm nude twice. With my little 11-year-old body.
That's weird. Weird. Would you have let us at the age of 11?
No. Yeah. So what? Why? Am I a hypocrite? Like,
no.
You were a mom then.
They haven't watched Blue Lagoon.
No. I mean, unless they've watched some things, which I had no idea they watched. They're not interested. I mean, you know, unless I'm TikToking and getting a million whatevers from all of that, then I'm not on their radar.
How do they reflect on your career and where you've landed now, where you are now?
My older daughter said, Mom, it's amazing that you really still love what you do. It's interesting that you can go through this whole life and not be jaded and not be angry and still have an open heart. They don't want to really know the nitty-gritty of it, but they're looking at a woman who kept moving forward and stayed creative and fought for every medium that she was beautifully allowed to be in.
Most people who've worked for 56 years might have thought of retirement, but not Brooke Shields. And happily for her millions of fans, her story doesn't end with the leading lady walking off into the sunset.
Someone who's very excited about my future at this age of my life. And that's a pretty beautiful gift after all these decades, to still be excited.
Back when it happened, there was a simple explanation to go with the headlines: greed. Lyle and Eric Menendez had shot dead their wealthy parents in the family's Beverly Hills mansion to get their hands on a $14 million inheritance. Of course, the brothers denied it. In court, they said they killed because their evil father had sexually abused them. But they weren't believed. Found guilty, the pair was sentenced to life behind bars without parole. Now, though, 35 years later, there's not only new evidence, but enormous support from armchair detectives around the world, convinced the Menendez brothers really are victims, not villains. So, should they be freed? Their crime might be 35 years old.
Life sentences for the 1989 murder of their parents.
But thanks to Netflix, social media, and TikTok,
Netflix is going to be releasing a new documentary on the case.
Everyone is talking about Lyle and Eric Menendez.
They're stone-cold killers.
They felt like they had no other way out.
I want Lyle and Eric out.
Are they cold-blooded killers who should die in prison, or victims of vile sexual abuse and cover-up at the hands of their parents? Now, for the first time since going to jail, they have a real hope of getting out.
I'm someone that believes in second chances, and I really believe in them.
Not only has their fate lit up the internet, but it has pitted lawyer against lawyer.
They were not abused, and they are continuing with the charade and lying about it. They really should remain in prison.
You do believe they should be out?
I do, because I think that the legal system has to have a path for redemption and rehabilitation when there is evidence that those things
or dare.
Don't kill my parents. Pardon me? Don't kill my were they shot? Yes. They were shot?
Yes.
It was the 20th of August, 1989, when Lyle Menendez made this hysterical emergency call to 911. The then 21-year-old and his 18-year-old brother Eric claimed they'd just discovered the bodies of their father, Jose, and mother, Kitty, in the family home. The couple had been mercilessly executed by shotgun. The scene in their Beverly Hills mansion was horrific.
There was brain matter and blood dripping from the ceiling. The bodies were, in terrible shape. Shotguns are, do horrible damage to a human body.
35 years ago, journalist and author Robert Rand was one of the first to cover the story he's been obsessed with ever since.
Everybody thought this was the perfect all-American family. And behind the gates of that mansion, it was a very different story.
The murders were first investigated as a mafia hit. Lyle and Eric claiming their father's business dealings made him a target of the underworld. But in a shock development, 6 months after the shootings, police arrested the brothers after a tip-off. In true Hollywood style, their therapist had recorded their confessions. Even so, Lyle and Eric pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder. How big a splash did these murders make in Beverly Hills at that time and across the United States?
The story blew up. It became a sensation, not only in the States, but around the world. Murder in Beverly Hills. This was the movie business, kids killing their parents, very wealthy family. And people were following this case like a soap opera, like a novella.
For police and the prosecution, the pair's motive for the gruesome double murder was greed, getting their hands on their $14 million inheritance. But at trial, Lyle and Eric made shocking accusations, claiming they had both been victims of terrible sexual abuse at the hands of their father. Both first targeted when they were just 6 years old. And their mother, they claimed, knew but failed to protect or help them.
Tell me as clearly as you can why you murdered your parents that night.
First thing that comes to mind is terror. I was so afraid. A few days before, I had said to myself, I'm never going to let my father touch me again. After I told Lyle that it had been continuing on, I said to myself, I'm never going to let him touch me again. And just before the shootings, my dad told me to get to my room and that he would be there in a minute, and he was going to come up and there was going to be sex, and it was like an explosion in my mind.
You killed your father, who was molesting you. Why did you kill your mother?
On Thursday night before, in one of the explosions, I was running downstairs and I was crying, and my mother was on the couch and she had been drinking, and she said, what's wrong with you? And I said, nothing, you wouldn't understand. And she said, oh, I understand. What do you think, I'm stupid? And she told me that she knew.
In that time, I didn't separate. I knew my mother and my father. It was just adrenaline and fear and anger. I
lost control.
There is no explanation.
Have you forgiven yourself?
I don't think it's possible.
It was on learning his 18-year-old brother was still being raped that Lyle confronted their father and threatened to expose him. It was 3 days before the murders, an act of defiance that triggered a fear in Lyle and Eric they had to kill or be killed, as Lyle explained in this phone interview with American Dateline.
A person like my father is not going to allow you to just take something that will ruin his life that he has so carefully crafted. He's not going to.
And Jose Menendez told them, day after day after day, I will kill you if you ever try to get away.
Do you believe that Jose Menendez would have killed his sons?
I believe he was totally capable of killing his sons.
Do they still believe that all these years later?
Well, I'm not going to convey confidential attorney-client communications, but that is absolutely the defense. They had been told for years if they breathed a word of the sexual abuse by Jose Menendez, he would kill them and he would kill who they told.
As their appeal lawyer, Cliff Gardner, acknowledges, convincing the jury the brothers killed out of fear was challenging when presented with the brutality of their fatal attack. The sons had riddled their unsuspecting and unarmed parents with shotgun pellets, while Jose and Kitty were watching TV. The hard thing to understand for many people is that in that very moment, did Eric and Lyle fear for their life? In the moment where they reloaded and shot their mother point blank in the face, did they fear that they were going to be killed?
Sure, and what they did was criminal. The question is, was it murder or was it manslaughter? And under state law, under the imperfect self-defense doctrine, the law recognizes that people who have been battered for years and years and years can react differently, inappropriately, but it's not murder.
But with the Menendez brothers' lives on the line, the jury could not deliver a unanimous verdict, evenly divided between voting for murder and manslaughter.
All of the women had voted for manslaughter. All of the men had voted for murder. And every single man told me after the first trial, well, a father would never do that to his sons. And so that was the problem. It was really divided along gender lines, and the men just wouldn't budge.
A retrial was ordered, but this time much of the sexual abuse evidence was excluded by the judge. And with no other real defence for their depraved crimes, the brothers were found guilty of first-degree murder. They escaped the death penalty, but were sentenced to life in prison without parole.
I believe the second trial was a complete miscarriage of justice. I don't think it was a fair trial. They were determined that they were going to convict the Menendez brothers, and they did.
But now, as you'll see, there's new explosive evidence to support Eric and Lyle's claims.
That's the man here that raped me.
How critical a moment in time is this for the Menendez brothers?
They will, for the first time, have a shot at getting out of prison.
Eric and Lyle Menendez were sentenced to life in prison, never to be released, nearly 35 years ago for the murder of their parents, Jose and Kitty. From the time of their arrest in 1990, the question has been not did they do it, but why did they do it?
There were two different explanations for this homicide. One was the explanation the state offered. These were spoiled rich kids from Beverly Hills that wanted to inherit the money early, and so they killed their parents. The other position was that these kids had been sexually abused since they were 6 and 8 years old.
According to their lawyer, Cliff Gardner, it was clear the brothers had been abused by their father and they killed out of fear. But it was a defence the court and society at the time would not accept.
If the Menendez brothers had been the Menendez sisters, they would have been convicted of manslaughter. And that would be the understanding today, that that's the appropriate sentence. It's not that what they did wasn't criminal, it's that it wasn't murder.
Journalist and now Menendez advocate Robert Rand believes no matter their crime, the brothers deserve compassion. Do you believe that that level of sexual abuse suffered by the brothers is excuse, reason enough for that terribly violent double murder?
No, there's never an excuse. There's never a reason. You can't get around the elephant in the room. Eric and Lyle Menendez killed their parents. It was a very brutal murder. Shotguns are horrible weapons to kill somebody with. Their crime was terrible. But if you understand the background of the family, then you have a different attitude about their punishment.
But back in the 90s, the brothers' defence was viewed as a fabrication, concocted by their lawyers to get Eric and Lyle off. Now, a letter written, it's believed months before the murders, by Eric to his cousin, has been discovered and seemingly proves the alleged abuse was not a fabrication.
I've been trying to avoid Dad. It's still happening, Andy, but it's worse for me now. Every night I stay up thinking he might come in. I'm afraid. He's crazy.
Eric's cousin Andy died 15 years ago, but in a fact-finding mission, Robert Rand was invited to look through his personal papers. The result was extraordinary.
And within 15 minutes, I found that letter. And as soon as I read that paragraph, I thought to myself, this could have a major impact on the case.
When you read that letter, what was your reaction to it?
I had chills down my spine. I literally got chills. I thought this could form the basis of a new evidence claim for purposes of habeas.
It was so convincing for Cliff Gardner, he has since lodged a habeas petition, seeking the court to overturn Eric and Lyle's murder convictions based on new evidence. He's relying on the letter and another explosive discovery, again uncovered by Robert Rand.
30 years ago, I started hearing rumors that there was some sort of nefarious connection between Jose Menendez when he was at RCA Records and the boy band Menudo.
Jose Menendez was a record executive at the time, which it now appears gave him license to molest former Menudo band member Roy Rossello.
I've heard so much about
Oh, happy to meet you in person. Come on in.
It took years of digging by Robert, but finally last year, in this US Peacock streaming documentary, Roy confided when he was 13 years old, he'd been raped by Jose Menendez.
That's the man here that raped me. This guy, that's the pedophile.
The second bit of new evidence, how compelling is that for you?
Roy's declaration makes clear that Jose Menendez raped him anally twice. So, would it have been significant? Well, it certainly would not have permitted the prosecutor to argue that Jose Menendez wasn't the type of man to rape a young boy. That argument would have been out the window.
You have a prepaid call from
George Menendez. Hello.
Good afternoon, Eric.
Good afternoon, Bob.
It's a new allegation of abuse outside the family they hope will change everything for the Menendez brothers. But Eric's response from jail is subdued.
How do you feel about that?
I, frankly, to be honest, I feel horrible. It's sad to know that there was another victim of my father.
There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about what happened and wish that I could take that moment back or change what happened. But it's hard to live with that.
Do you feel remorse?
Tremendous remorse.
While most of the extended Menendez family want Eric and Lyle to be released, there is one family member who is adamant the brothers are sociopaths who should die in prison. Kitty's brother, Milton Anderson, now 90, speaking through his lawyer, Kathleen Cady, wants justice for his murdered sister.
Of course, he's aware of the various allegations regarding sexual abuse, and Mr. Anderson firmly believes that that did not occur and that they've made that up. It's his belief that that is all a lie.
But LA County District Attorney George Gascon doesn't need to be persuaded by new evidence. He's recommended the brothers be resentenced based solely on their impeccable prison records, length of time behind bars, and their young age at the time of their brutal crimes.
Even if they were molested, that's not a good enough reason to murder your parents, right?
But does that mean too, then, that you don't believe that they were acting in self-defense, that they feared for their lives, that they had to kill or be killed?
Yes, I don't believe that the self-defense argument is one that I believe in. Again, and that's a personal opinion, right? And certainly the jury didn't buy that either.
But you do believe they should be out?
I do, because I think that in my opinion, a legal system has to have a path for redemption and rehabilitation when there is evidence that those things are there.
While not unanimous, there is a groundswell of people who believe the time is right to let the brothers out. How critical a moment in time is this for the Menendez brothers?
Well, it's certainly the first positive development in the case for probably 30 years. And if the court agrees to resentence, then they will, for the first time, have a shot at getting out of prison.
But as close as freedom might taste, nothing is certain. A newly elected DA takes over next week, and he's already flagged a desire to review the current recommendation for resentencing.
I believe that the judges are going to make the brothers jump through a number of hoops. They're not just going to walk out as easily as it sounded 2 weeks ago. Well, I believe they will eventually be let out, but it could be another 6 months, 8 months. It could be a year until they get out. They should be let out. They should be sent home to their family. This case needs to end.